It's the playing hall of the 2022 FIDE candidates. That was a nice pair of sunglasses Rajava was wearing as he walked by. You know, his future's so bright. He's got shades on, and it is just bright outside. That's a guy who's got a bright future, as we know. We are live in Madrid. Here with us now is another guy who's got a really bright future, and it just got brighter joining us here for the candidates, right?
Well, as my flight descended in Madrid, it really started to dawn on me. I'm here commentating the candidates. It's still weird to say it. I'm 100 feet from Fabi and Jan, and I'm like 2 feet away from Danny and Robert. I could not ask for anything better. It's a great honor to be here, and I will do my very best.
Well, I'm sure you will, and it's that. The honor is all ours and for the fans. I say that to Robert too, not just you, Robert. Hi, I know you're there too.
Hey, Danny.
It's not like we just don't.
There's so much distance between.
Yeah,
us.
I drove a wedge between you. 5 seconds in Madrid, and I'm already causing all this chaos.
Well, welcome in everybody to round 8 of the 2022 FIDE candidates. That is the results from round 7. We're doing a bit of a jam-packed preview show here. Just to quickly address that obviously there's been some technical difficulties going on with chess.com servers. We're working hard to get that back up, so bear with us for those of you who are wondering what's going on. We're gonna do a jam-packed, accelerated pregame show. Right there we know what the 2 big results were, guys, on Saturday. Nepomniachtchi and Caruana win again for the 3rd round. The 3rd time here at the candidates. Those 2 guys get W's on the same day. Robert, where are we at with these 2, and what do you want to say about what we saw Saturday?
Yeah, I think a lot of people were blaming Richard Rapport for playing on, but you have to give Jan Nepomniachtchi credit. He came in with great preparation. If he secured a draw in less than 20 moves, that's a job well done.
Yep.
And he benefited from his opponent deciding not to make that draw. That's not his problem. He wins again. He's 5.5 out of 7.
+4 is the best score anybody has ever had through the first half of a candidates tournament. But he's being chased by someone who also has an incredible score. If you told Fabi he'd be 5 of 7, he probably would have taken it. He said as much. Your thoughts on what you've been viewing as a fan, now a commentator, on what the American Fabiano Caruana has brought to Madrid.
Yeah, imagine telling him he's got 5 out of 7, and then you're not going to be leading.
Yeah.
Well, they said of the 3rd world champion, Alexander Alekhine, that you had to beat him 3 times, in the opening, the middle game, and the end game. And I think that applies to all of the players in the candidates. They are unbelievably resilient, and that is what Fabi has been doing. He's been beating people in all 3 stages of the game, and we saw that really come out in his last game against Rajabov. I mean, that end game was incredible. He's staying sharp for the entire game. And when Fabi is like this, when all the pieces are in place, he's terrifying to play against.
Yeah. Well, and now he's gonna maybe prepare. You're already making Alekhine references here. We knew we were bringing this guy in studio for a reason. But no, seriously, great way to put it. Now he's going to have to go up against Hikaru Nakamura and beat someone again in all 3 stages if he expects to earn the full point. We've got an exciting set of games here ahead for us in round 8. Let's just start right at that featured matchup. Hess, throw it over there to you. Hikaru gets the white pieces. He lost as black in round 1 of the candidates. Your thoughts on how aggressive Nakamura will be, knowing that he's in 3rd place. If it's now or never if he's going to get a W, right?
Yeah, and Hikaru has shown extensive preparation, but I didn't find that his preparation had that much bite. Liren, a couple rounds ago, played a perfect game. He was able to withstand that pressure. And so for Fabiano Caruana, after a really long, exhausting game, he himself said that he's happy to have the black pieces of such a tiring game because the onus is on the player with the first move. And we'll see what Hikaru has in store for Fabiano. But Fabiano doesn't look like a guy who's particularly worried.
Yeah, no, he seems calm and collected. Maybe got a good night's sleep. It's easy to sleep well when you're winning games, but I'm excited to see what Hikaru does. I know that at this point, look, there's no way we can all deny the fact that this is a 2-horse race at this point. I mean, Fabi was careful with his words, but he said not to speculate too much. It's almost a statistical certainty that either him or Nepomniachtchi, that guy right there, are going to win the candidates. But that doesn't mean the other players aren't playing for something. In fact, Danya, let's remember the storyline. 2nd place might matter in this event. So maybe there's no statistical way to leapfrog both these guys, but if someone caught fire and did get 2nd place, your thoughts on whether the players are thinking about this?
Well, they absolutely are. We all know what Magnus said. It's going through the players' minds. They don't have any additional intel. They're as clueless about whether Magnus was trolling as we are, but they've got to assume that he wasn't. And if you're Hikaru or you're somebody in the second half of the tournament, second half of the tournament standings, such as Alireza. You've got to be doing your absolute best given the circumstances, and given this very tantalizing possibility that second place might amount to something.
Yeah. And I don't think Magnus was trolling. It doesn't mean he's not allowed to change his mind. Who knows what could happen, right? But I think that the players are obviously, everybody came in to win the event. Hikaru said in studio yesterday, right, Robert, that it's the only tournament that even if you get second, you typically feel like the worst thing in the world happened. But maybe not here in Madrid, and maybe we're talking about that in a few months to come. So, all right. Right now, we're going to be talking about the first moves on the board. We expect e4 from Hikaru, and indeed, we get it.
You think we'll see that quick Berlin draw that they're known to play in the Rapid Chess Championship?
Don't you dare!
You mean the most exciting draw in chess, as commentated by Danny Wrench and Danya Naroditsky in our RCC, right?
Don't you bring it up, because there's knight f3, there's knight c6, no Petrov.
There will be no Petrov. It should be 5. Okay.
I'm going to blame, I don't know who I'm going to blame, but I'm going to blame one of you.
One of us.
Oh,
A6.
Thank
God.
We officially will not have the most exciting draw in chess. I don't think Fabiano has the Berlin as a regular part of his repertoire in the same way that Hikaru, players like Wesley So, I guess MBL do. And anyway, MBL normally on the white side of the Berlin, though. Anyway, castles from Hikaru, and we actually do have our bird's eye view up with 3 of the 4 games here.
Wow, a lot of e4s.
Yeah. And is that a...
Oh, apparently Duda, by the way, apparently that wasn't a relay error. Like Duda was actually, Report actually was thinking about his move.
Yeah, and it's a complicated position.
Indeed.
There's 20 options.
Look at that jacket, by the way. That's how you recover from a game that you want to forget. He has showed up and stuff. I want that jacket.
I've already said it, and I will continue to say it. Every organizer should invite Richard Report to every single tournament. His fashion, his fashionable play. Like, the guy is just an absolute legend. And it was unfortunate what happened yesterday, but sometimes you need that, right? You need to give yourself a confidence boost. And he's been dressing very classily every single day, and no exception.
Speaking of dressing classy, Don, you're looking good over here.
Thank you, Danny. I selected my outfit with great care.
Okay,
I needed to impress my illustrious co-hosts. But
we're still doing this?
Yeah, we're still doing no.
What
you
is
also
it that
look
you're
okay,
doing?
Robert. You look okay. No, anyway, all right. So back to a guy who doesn't look okay. He looks great in that red suit. Richard Report. Okay, so
Petrov, you know what he's thinking.
The storyline surrounding Report, everyone knows it. Obviously, he came into yesterday's game versus Jan Nepomniachtchi, hoping to slow down the leader, hoping to spoil Jan's plans, right, with the white pieces, hoping to also break his own draw streak. Remember, at the time we were talking ahead in that game that he had drawn 6 games, Robert, despite having played some of the most exciting chess.
I'm sorry, but I can't look at his game when look at the bottom left of our screen. Where Fabiano Caruana has given up 2 minor pieces for a rook. He's captured on f2. This is theory. So this has been played before, but I'm sorry, Dan, to switch away from a really exciting Petrov, a third move for white, because that game is a material imbalance, and we love to see that kind of fight. Yeah,
I wonder who will surprise who first. They're both, I mean, looking at the 2 Americans, just absolutely blitzing out moves here. Danya, your thoughts on the choice from Hikaru to go into this line? Certainly it's going to be a 3-result position at the very least.
Oh, absolutely. This is a lot to swallow. Now, I'm not as surprised by the open Ruy Lopez, which has always been a very underrated weapon. It doesn't get the same coverage, doesn't get the same attention that, the Berlin gets or the classical main line gets, but it hasn't been refuted, and I think the current theoretical status is that white basically doesn't have an advantage. Now, I'm not sure where this line stands theoretically. I've seen it in super tournaments in the last few years. Robert, Denny, maybe you can clarify my memory a little bit. I feel like I saw it in the World Cup a couple of times. I have no idea what's going on in this position. It's so complicated.
And if we just take stock for a second, right? Black has 2 rooks, white only has 1, but white has a knight and a dark square bishop for that rook and 2 pawns for black. So that material imbalance is about 7-7. I mean, we count minor pieces at 3 or 3.5, depending on the occasion, and the rook and 2 pawns is 7. So I guess I have multiple questions and they're not rhetorical, as like, who benefits from a long forcing variation? We're already 16 moves deep. We saw Hikaru Nakamura show 25 moves of preparation against Ding Liren.
Yeah.
So who benefits from this long string of preparation? Is it Hikaru or is it Fabiano?
I'm going to let Danya answer it. I don't know.
Well, first day in Madrid, you're already asking me these impossible questions. Well, before I address the question, just one comment, because I think a lot of people look at this position, their first reaction might be, what is this? Black is much better. Look at those pawns on e5 and d5. The important thing to point out is that those center pawns, as tantalizing as they appear, it's very hard to push them, because if you push the e pawn, then you create a hole on d4, and the d4 square itself is very well defended by white's pieces. So let's clarify that this position is really unclear, and probably the engine evaluation is somewhere around equality. Now I'm going to get to your impossible question. Who benefits from this? I feel like the open Rui from Fabi is a clear sign that he's playing for a win, because there are variations white can play against the open Rui that lead to very dry equality. But Fabi knows that Hikaru being in third place is not going to go for them. So from a psychological standpoint, a very bold and a very daring choice. And we'll see if it pans out.
And it's not a choice he is making for the first time. For the record, the last time Fabi played this line was just a month ago in early May against MBL at the Superbet in Romania. In that game, we had a 15 king to g1, and here we see we're still following that. In fact,
but it looks like Black's 16th move, bishop f5, was the new one. So offering the light square bishop trade, and I mean, it's such a fascinating, rich position, because one of the things that happens in this material imbalance with rook against minor pieces, the minor pieces, they need to team up together, right? There are two of them. That's the real edge. One rook versus two minor pieces. But how is that knight on f1? Where is it going to go? Probably going to go over to g3, right? Hop out, attack that bishop on f5. There's already pressure on the d5 pawn. Hikaru makes this move queen to e1. He slides his queen over so his rook can take the queen's place and put pressure in the center. And that's what you were alluding to, Danya, is that Black's central pawns, you can't really push them very easily. And if they start getting targeted, you may have to push one or the other, and then that can create new weaknesses. So the pieces need to find those squares. And pushing e5 to e4 from Black's perspective, as Danya said, gives the d4 square. Only white has the dark square bishop, so you don't want to hand over the dark squares. But that's, I guess, now Fabi answers the question.
This, by the way. Did you see that look from Hikaru right there?
Yeah.
I don't know what
you ain't going to surprise me with that move.
He almost rolled his eyes. Obviously, we know that Hikaru's facial expressions are often the topic of conversation about his games and other people's games. He walks by and lets people know very quickly how he feels. But what I wanted to say is, Robert, you pointed out bishop f5 was a new move compared to how the MBL Fabiano game went at the Superbet. But it didn't slow down Hikaru. Instantly played bishop b3, has relocated the queen to f2 without hesitation.
Jeez, knight b7.
And knight to b7 already played. So these guys are 19 moves in, everybody. Hikaru has literally only taken enough time to physically move the pieces.
It's nuts how many times this has happened in the tournament. Let's not forget Firouzja against Nakamura. Preparation ultimately didn't achieve the desired result, but that was a good 25 moves. I mean, we haven't seen this amount of preparation since like the early 2000s, the golden age of, these 40-move Najdorf draws. This is really fascinating.
And can we just talk about how knight a5, typically in any Spanish, to go after the light square bishop, but here was to cover the c5 square.
Yeah, and the reason, everyone, is because white was threatening to move the bishop to c5, a skewer of the queen and rook. So the knight is actually on a defensive route, not to win the bishop, which... This is an interesting position.
It clears the path for the c-pawn, though, right? The d5 pawn would have been a quick target, but now Black always has the move c6.
Yeah.
And if you really give Black time, I'm not going to c6, I'm going to c5.
And then c4.
And I'm going to push all those pawns in the center, right? You don't want to push them too soon, but if you can...
By the way,
get out of my house.
He does want to push them too soon, apparently. Apparently, Fabi wants them right now. Okay.
And look at Hikaru. He knows exactly what's up. He just gave that look, Danny.
Apparently, we were still in that game, by the way. 19 queen f2 was still following the game between MBL and Caruana.
Wow.
So we're going to keep updated. By the way, shout out to the team helping us have the stats and data we would normally have if we were at home and pulling up game database ourselves. But we're sitting on a couch and enjoying ourselves here in Madrid. So we don't have it, and our team is helping us with these game references.
Hikaru has hesitated a couple of times here. He's clearly remembering his file.
Yeah.
And I wonder what he's going to do, because c4, I wouldn't necessarily call it a threat, but it is something that needs to be addressed. And
It's like he brought his knight out to g3.
okay, that's pretty logical, right? And Fabi probably needs to respond to that by moving his bishop.
Wow, what a game this has been already. 21 moves of preparation,
Ooh.
and we'll see who gets phased first. And Fabi has not responded instantly, so that indicates perhaps that he's out of his preparation. Or what I like to tell people, right, is slow down and pretend like you don't know what's going on. It's already too late. They're top 10 players in the world. Like, you're not going to fool anybody. But sometimes actually slowing down is a good psychological tool, because that way you kind of give your opponent this false sense of confidence, and any sort of subjective feeling typically is not good for your chess, because you want to remain objective. So if you can make your opponent feel like they have everything under control and you're uncertain, I feel like that could be a psychological ploy.
Yeah, and it's more convincing when it happens on the 21st move than when it happens on the 3rd.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's that coffee.
Yeah, he's sipping that coffee or water. He's a bit of a magician, as we've seen. He trades and changes back and forth. But it's interesting psychologically that you think even at the top level, slowing down, being a little deliberate in your approach, Robert, it maybe sends a message. I mean, even these guys are, they're humans, and they're thinking a little bit about, well, is he still in prep? Is he not? Here, Hikaru has yet to slow down, and Fabi is the first person taking a think.
I have a story on that note.
Yeah.
This was told to me by my old coach. There was a big open tournament, and Grandmaster Mikhail Gurevich was playing a game, sort of noted opening expert. And at one point, this is around move 20, I don't remember who he was playing, but Gurevich left the board and went into this incredibly long think. And he thought for an hour. He was gone from the board for like 45 minutes. When he came back, he played a very strong move. So his opponent figured that he was, meditating outside, and he had exited his preparation. In reality, he was still in his preparation. He just got locked in the bathroom stall.
So great.
So when he finally came out, he could make that very strong move.
That is hilarious.
Oh gosh. Well, I think Fabiano, that seems like sincere calculation. Seems like perhaps his analysis at home has come to an end. But I'm also interested in the top right. We have to be, right? It's Jan Nepomniachtchi's game against Ding Liren. But I feel like I'm watching a David Paravian Rapid Chess Championship game. Because,
don't remind me.
Well, Danya and I have commented so many of these that stems from a scotch. And you don't see the scotch at the highest level. I know, Danny.
You looked right at me as you said that.
No, but you must be thrilled.
I am thrilled. I'm always excited when there may be a variation that isn't just bad for white.
But it's an opening of your own heart.
Yeah.
And it actually is a very solid approach, right? So unlike the game between Fabiano and Hikaru, where there's material imbalance, which inherently carries risk, in the position in the top right-hand side of the screen, you see white's pieces all aimed towards the king side.
Yep.
Not a single weak pawn. I mean, that b2 pawn was under attack, but the knight came back to d1 to protect the pawn, and no pins on that knight. So I think that Jan Nepomniachtchi, he's not playing just to draw, but he's certainly trying to eliminate or highly reduce losing chances.
Yep. I want to clarify something I said earlier for the more studious of fans who are following the candidates, not just for the bad jokes and the stories about getting locked in bathroom stalls, but for those following the theory is now it's not relevant because we switched boards. But I wanted to make a point that in the Fabiano game, I was confused about the stats. So you were right that bishop f5 was new in that game. From Caruana in that game, it was queen d6 that was new. But why I was confused is because Fabiano also has experience on the white side of this game, a game from this year in 2022, where he played against Jordan von Foreest as well. And so, confusing the game, but officially the move c5 by Caruana was the first novelty on the board by Fabi. So even though Hikaru responded without too much of a think, that is officially the new move. So, all right, now we can move on to Jan Nepomniachtchi's Scotch versus Ding Liren, because I do want to look at it, especially because it is an opening after my own heart, as Robert said. So h6 now on the board, and white has a choice to trade into the endgame with bishop takes f6, an endgame where white has a better structure, but black has the bishop pair. Or keep the pin but you have to be very careful in some of these positions if you back up, because black will strike g5 if you let him. Wow. In fact, we're going to see the endgame.
Following the David Paravian school. And he grabs the queen. Now, an interesting wrinkle in regards to this endgame. That knight on d1, I might be missing the mark here, but I don't remember this maneuver being all that common. Nepo plays the move, I think he played b3. And the point is to free up that knight, and that knight is going to head probably for f5. But you're absolutely right, Robert. It's very, very clear to me that it's more important for Nepo not to lose this game than to win it. I mean, he'd like to win it, but I don't see Ding losing this endgame. I'm going to say that right here and right now.
Right, but as we're discussing, the good news for Jan is he could play for 2 results, right? If Ding just plays good, stable chess, then Ding will make a draw, and like you said, you don't see him losing the game. But there's no chance Jan Nepomniachtchi loses this game. Right? I can't bet, and I don't bet, but I would be willing to bet quite a hefty sum of money that Jan Nepomniachtchi does not lose, because it's an end game where he's the better structure. As we were talking about, there's no weaknesses. And wow, f5, that's not a move you see every day.
No, this is actually a fascinating endgame. And f5, is he trying to push I think he's trying to push the pawn to f4 and force y10, because Jan could play knight e3, and then after f4, the knight would jump into f5, and we could see an opposite colored bishop endgame. Jan responds without hesitation.
Well, I note that you almost had to bring the knight there now, because if black got that pawn to f4 while the knight was still on d1, that actually might be very bad for white. So yeah. I think we're going to see the opposite colored bishop ending, and unfortunately for Ding Liren, if he was hoping for more of a fight, well, look at this. We're going very quickly into a position that is not going to yield very many winning chances for either player.
Whoa.
You don't think so?
This has already occurred in one of Ding's games.
Yeah, from the 2019 World Cup, which is how he qualified for the previous candidates. But I mean, when we look at this position, it's not actually just like a dead draw, because black has these double isolated f-pawns, and these c6, d5 pawns are on light squares, which means that white can kind of chase those pawns up the board. And I think people would think, let's put our pawns in the opposite color of our enemy bishop. But as soon as you do that, you open up all diagonals, so the bishop becomes a powerful piece. The bishop on d6, staring into its own pawn, not quite necessarily as good or doesn't have the same prospects as that bishop on f5. So white, slightly better. Of course, the position remains in the balance. It's, or I should say, is balanced, not remains in the balance. But it's
everything remains in the balance.
Exactly.
Time,
it is a position where, look at this, even after trading off the double isolated pawn, you still are going to be left with split pawns on the king side. So white should be slightly better.
So you mentioned the game that Ding played previously. This game is actually still following that Movsesian versus Ding Liren battle from the World Cup in 2019. The tournament that qualified Timur Rajabov into the candidates, beating Ding Liren in that final. So fun little chess historical
factor. That was 3 years ago?
Yeah.
It feels like 3 lifetimes ago with what has happened on the planet. I mean, seriously, right? It's just bananas. But G3 played, Ding Liren comes back. Almost looked like he was about to instantly respond.
Quickly looks up at Nepo there, maybe trying to gauge where Nepo is coming from.
I mean, if you're, so let's talk about the tournament standings, right? We know that this means that Jan Nepomniachtchi, with the half-point lead over Fabiano Caruana, came in with the white pieces. I'm not saying he's just playing for a draw, Robert, but he's certainly playing not to lose in a game like this, right?
Yeah, and it does look very equal, so we should say that very clearly. And as we look at the standings here, he's in first place, but he plays Fabiano Caruana with the black pieces.
Next round.
So if he believes, I mean, think about this. He wins the tournament if they both keep their separation and he doesn't lose to Fabiano. So he must very adamantly believe that he's not going to lose to Fabiano. He's confident in himself, in which case, force Fabiano to win elsewhere. And Fabiano's the black piece against Hikaru Nakamura. So Jan's probably looking at those pairings like, yeah, I don't really think that he's going to beat Hikaru with black. Then I don't think he's going to beat me, so I will keep my half-point lead going into the last 5 rounds of the event. So I can understand it from Jan's perspective, and I also think that in a situation like this, you should never just assume your opponent is playing for a draw. I actually played Gregory Kaidanov, whom is a fantastic player, often said like the best player to never have won a U.S. championship.
And the person who told me that story about the bathroom, but go on.
I tell you about the bathroom.
It all comes together.
My story with Gregory is we played a game, and I was doing well in the tournament. It was a round robin, and so I didn't really need to win, but I just played a position. And he said after the game he realized a little bit too late that I wasn't playing to make a draw. I was just playing to get a position, and it was one where I was pretty comfortable. So you never want to just assume your opponent is playing for a result, because then you take your mind off the entire board. And as I keep saying, you need to remain objective. You can't just sleep on the position, can't get complacent. You always have to be calculating. So, I mean, Ding Liren's not doing that clearly. He's spending quite a bit of time, even though he's the one who's played this position before. So he's making sure he does not fall asleep at the board, not literally, but in terms of Jan's winning chances.
Well said, and we'll see whether Jan really wants to fight for a win or not. We'll check back in with this in a little bit, but let's head back out and remind everybody that we have 4 games going on here in round 8 from Madrid. Alireza Firouzja over there, focused in. He's got a battle with Timur Rajabov for us to be viewing here today, and an interesting kind of Italian structure, and then we've got this trade on e6.
Yeah, an early bishop e6.
Yeah.
In the sense that, you normally see this move after black is already castled. Now, you could transpose to a more common position if both sides castle, but white has some options here. I mean, there's more stuff on the menu. You could play queen b3 and target that pawn early. Full disclosure, I don't understand these positions at all, and a lot of players don't. I mean, this is a position that must be interesting because there's so many move orders here. Anybody will tell you it's almost impossible to memorize the theory.
Right. So, which is why you pick out the contours, right? The outlines. The semi-open F-file can be great for the black rook once you castle.
That bishop on a7 helping him.
That bishop on a7 is chilling back there, right? The open diagonal that with the f7 pawn out of the way, queen e8 to g6 or h5, a knight h5 maneuver. So we can see that black has gained some benefits for the cost of the double pawns, which they seem like they're hard to get to, but oftentimes white just starts putting pressure, like you said, with a queen b3. You can push on the queen side because you already have your pawn out on b4. So I tend to think that in the long run, white should have an advantage, structurally speaking. But in the short term, you have to parry off all these threats down the king side.
By the way, bishop takes e6 on move 10 was a novelty by Alireza Firouzja. He's thinking.
It doesn't seem intentional.
I was going to say, I don't think it's a groundbreaking novelty necessarily. But
whoops.
But it was a novelty as far as the official move order goes. Firouzja, as a fan, obviously a lot of people have been just wanting Firouzja to catch fire, right? So many people rooting for him, salivating at the idea of a world championship match between the rising superstar who's breaking records and Magnus Carlsen. But from your perspective, want to let you weigh in on conversations we've been having. What has been your take on Firouzja's form? Maybe just some things that haven't seemed to be going right for him at this point.
Well, first of all, I'm sure that Firouzja himself is his own worst critic. So there's going to be the Monday morning quarterbacks who say that he did this wrong, he did that wrong. I think Alireza is aware that he's not playing as well as he would have hoped. And, knowing him, knowing his approach, he went into this tournament wanting to win it, believing that he could win it. You could tell from the very first rounds that something just wasn't clicking. And, I always talk about this when I stream. It's usually when something goes wrong at this level, it's not usually one thing, right? It's a compilation of a million little details. Maybe some of the opening preparation didn't go his way. Maybe it was a little bit too passive. The game against Hikaru, for example, that was some really impressive prep, but the line is very jarred to begin with, and maybe he underestimated his opponent's ability to improvise on the spot. So there's a lot of things, that might have went wrong to a very small extent, but taken together, they've produced what has so far been a disappointing result without question.
Right. Kind of interesting, and it's a good thing for people to remember, right? It's not only for the Monday morning quarterbacks, but usually there's more than meets the eye, right? And none of us know all the things, but
right. And I really want to. It's not just one thing, right? You can't just point to his tactics are bad because that's often what people want to hear. It's never like that.
Right. Well, we see him thinking here, and one of the things that of the many things, as you've said, has kind of been his clock management, right? There's been some questionable moments where you just wonder at some point if he's in his own head, overthinking things. But okay, it's very early to go back to that storyline here. Right now, he's maybe just assessing a structure that he knows is about to have a lot of flexibility in life with not a single pawn having been traded on the board. So, all right, we'll let the youngster think about it as we back up and maybe head over to the one other game we haven't looked at yet is Report Duda. Again, we started by looking at the jacket, so I felt like we had already looked at. I mean, that jacket might be all we need to talk about for the day. That thing.
I think we need to talk about that pawn on b3, but that's
Okay,
secondary.
we can do that too. All right.
It looks like a normal position where like the DGT board messed up and the pawn's on b3 rather than b2.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Yeah, how did the pawn get there?
He decided to put it there.
I think he moved it from b2, but I'm not sure.
I appreciate that. That would be the hypothesis. But why? He played the move 8b3, a guy that has had some opening questions. Is that the politically correct way to say it? I don't know.
There's no politics involved.
There's no politics involved. To say that Rapport is not known for the depth of his opening preparation.
He is the first to admit that, and I think b3 was just to stop Black from continuing to push over there, and that seems like the only explanation I can come up with.
Yeah, he's not fianchettoing his bishop. I think that's safe to deduce.
Yeah, he played h3 to stop a piece from going to g4, and he can fianchetto at some point, but I think he's just trying to make moves, and that's kind of his style. We're talking about, on one hand, you say, oh, this person doesn't play the most challenging openings, they're not a theoretician, but that means that they can also just dabble with anything, right? They just play.
And they're trying to get positions
they,
like this.
They want unique
two knights
positions.
turned King's Indian attack.
And when you get a position where it's neutral territory, Rapport likely feels like he can outplay anybody. And he did that to Alireza Firouzja early in the event. He didn't win the game, but in that end game where Alireza decided to seek activity rather than play passively, Rapport had what was a winning advantage according to the evaluation board, something that he probably should have won. So he's shown he's capable of outplaying people just from a neutral position, one where neither side has preparation, and I think that's clearly what he's aiming for, is just to get a game. Because yesterday he didn't get a game, right? He was playing, his opponent was using preparation based on engine prep, so now he's like, let's just play. Let's figure this out over the board.
Now that we see this position, we suddenly realize we actually have two games with the four knights in the same round, not quite the legendary Grand Swiss moment with players playing deeply into theory right next to each other. But if we back up to the bird's eye view, we now know that we have a four knights in, of course, the Alireza Firouzja game versus Timur Rajabov, as well as this now King's Indian attack from a four knights in Rapport Duda. So anyway, doesn't happen all the time, right? Wait, no, it's not.
Well, on Nepo.
Oh, the Nepo game.
That was the
Four
one.
knights Scotch, yeah.
Four knights Scotch, yeah.
I almost believed you there for a second. I mean, we still have four knights on the board in Rajabov Firouzja. That's what you meant.
Yeah. I mean, we have some interesting... Fabiano hasn't moved.
Right.
Yeah, so he's definitely not faking.
At this point, no. I mean, this would be quite the dedicated faking thinking for 15 minutes.
No, I think Fabiano, in the bottom left-hand side of our screens here, his game against Hikaru Nakamura, he's frozen because he's calculating. And it's still early in the round, so it's a good time to start thinking, especially when you've already played 20-plus moves. You're nearing the time control, but you do not want to go wrong right now, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's deep in thinking. Again, even though he was the one who played the first novelty, Hikaru's immediate response has Fabi taken a think here. Knight to g3 was the move after Fabiano pushed the c5 pawn, the c7 pawn to c5. But he's got the Fabi perch going, right? I feel like this isn't like a Fabi who feels surprised, right? Or even maybe not confident about his position, but I think it's more like Robert said, calculating, really ensuring that he's going to take this game down the path that he wants.
Yeah, I mean, he believes, given his form, that he can surmount, as he himself said, difficult challenges.
Right.
And right now he has one of those challenges where he has to figure out where and whether to move that bishop on f5, bishop g4, bishop g6. This might not seem like it impacts the position, but you've got to understand at this level, one little inaccuracy and you might lose all of your winning chances for the rest of the game. So Fabi senses the gravity of the moment, and he would rather take a little bit longer and err on the side of caution.
Yeah. All right. Well, I think we're actually going to throw to a break sooner rather than later here to fix and align some of the things that have been going on here for us behind the scenes in Madrid and with chess.com servers. So again, for those of you who maybe had trouble with that this morning, we apologize, but things are back online. We're super excited about the action that is going to occur here in Madrid. A lot like the live action occurring in El Retiro, a park where people gather to play giant chess, blitz chess, all kinds of stuff. Don't go anywhere. Chess.com's coverage of Round 8 for the 2022 FIDE Candidates is only just beginning.
Chess Kid is fun. Chess is great for the brain, but it's also fun to play. And Chess Kid makes it easy to have fun. Whether your child is a total beginner or a prodigy, they can hop on and find a well-matched opponent from around the world at any time. Chess Kid is the safe, parent-approved way for your child to play chess online. Chess Kid is educational. To kids, it feels just like playing, but chess is a great way to learn patience, strategy, and critical thinking. Chess Kid features a comprehensive training program that guides kids to level up on their way to mastery. This curriculum is designed to work with Common Core standards and global educational guidelines. There are more than 50,000 chess puzzles and a whole library of entertaining videos that teach strategies, tactics, openings, and endgames specifically for kids. Chess Kid is easy. Whether you're a parent helping your child, a coach managing dozens of kids, or a school of hundreds, Chess Kid helps you organize your students and monitor their progress. Each child receives a weekly report card that shows how many lessons, puzzles, and games were completed. You can also organize kids into clubs and send them messages. Chess Kid is the online home of scholastic chess for thousands of kids, parents, schools, and coaches. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for?
Although saddled with the lowest rating in the field, Jan-Krzysztof Duda has been playing well heading into the candidates. The 24-year-old from Poland also brings a solid record against Magnus Carlsen, should Duda manage to win it all here in Madrid and challenge for the world title. The second youngest player in the field, Duda did the FIDE World Cup to secure his bid here at the candidates.
I think he must have resigned.
Yep, it's over. Jan-Krzysztof Duda beats Magnus with black in the tiebreaker. What a performance.
Phenomenal result by Duda.
Duda enters the candidates with some steam, recently taking both the Oslo Esports Cup and the Grand Chess Tour in Poland. His success against Carlsen makes Duda a pretty interesting story to watch, especially should he get through Madrid. Amongst his triumphs, Duda stopped Carlsen's 125-game undefeated streak 2 years ago in Norway. He also beat Carlsen in his World Cup victory that punched his ticket to Spain. With some momentum and big match experience, Duda is looking to become the first player from Poland to challenge for the World Chess Championship. Time will tell if he can pull it off.
Did you know you can watch top chess events right on your phone? You don't even need to download an app. Just open any mobile browser and head to chess.com/events. You can see what's happening right now, check out top games, see results, and so much more. Try it for yourself at chess.com/events.
Madrid. Civilization here is almost as old as the game of chess. Some claim the queen was given her powers to honor Queen Isabella. Now that, my friends, is a chess legacy. Passion for chess continues to thrive in Madrid. For the first time in 30 years, Spain's capital plays host to the Candidates, the most important tournament in chess. At the Palace of Santona, the stakes are high. 8 of the world's best players competing for the right to challenge for the most coveted title in chess, the World Chess Championship. The Candidates is grueling. The winner requires mental endurance and unbreakable focus. There are those familiar with the biggest stages in chess, yet still chasing unfinished business. And others from the next wave of stars with little patience for yielding to those before them. Mis amigos, the next challenger to the world champion of chess must come through Madrid. Like Queen Isabella before them, the Candidates is all about leaving a legacy. And we are back in Madrid, round 8 of the 2022 FIDE Candidates. Doing a quick reset here. Grandmaster Robert Hess on the end. Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. Danny Wrench here. We are super excited. We've got all 4 games in progress and plenty of chess ahead. For those of you who've been with us from the wee hours this morning, we appreciate your patience as we've been working through some big stuff. Huge shout out to the crew working super hard to get not just chess.com servers back online, but the amount of awesome things they just pulled together given the massive technical crashes we had. Super, super happy and proud of them. So again, thank you for being with us. Lucky for you. Some of you were tuning in. You're like, I don't know what he's talking about. Looks like we got a great day ahead. Good for you, we do. All right. We're back where we normally are, boys. And I think we got to head back to that game right there, right? The Nakamura battle versus Fabiano Caruana is a position, Robert, what did you call it at the break? It's not a 3-result position, it's a 7-result position. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, it feels like both players could lose at the same time. Both players can win. I have no idea what's going on.
Maybe they get in a fight and they're both forfeited.
Right. But look at this, right? Black has these 4 pawns along the 5th rank, right? So very advanced pawns restricting White's pieces. But we still have that dynamic that we were discussing earlier. There's a knight and a dark square bishop for White for a rook and 2 of those pawns, the D and E pawns. So, of course, the bishop on D3 is currently under attack. We expect Fabiano will not just blunder it, and he should probably protect it with one of his pawns, whether that's E4 or C4, not the easiest question to answer. So Fabiano has difficult questions ahead for him, and Hikaru, look at his clock.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, it's a 30-minute lead.
Yeah.
That's no laughing matter.
Yeah.
I mean, another 20 minutes, and Fabio will have burned through half of his time.
The only good thing, Danya, I guess, they have made a lot of moves, right? So how do you think about the way you manage your time from here? You played 22 moves. You've got an hour and 23 minutes. If you're Fabi, Danya, are you already thinking about time pressure, or are you just thinking about executing on this complicated position?
Yeah, I think for me, that moment starts to come when you hit half of your time remaining. Of course, because there's no increment, the first 60 moves, I think the players are probably quite a bit more paranoid about their clock management, and probably for good reason. But right now, there's, as Robert pointed out, this huge decision. Do you play C4 or do you play E4? And those situations when you have 2 tempting candidate moves are among the hardest challenges to solve at the chessboard.
Yeah. To also set the macro for everyone here, Danya, because we obviously had a lot going on at the beginning of the show. We weren't able to analyze so much the opening. This is a theoretical battle. It was until Fabiano's novelty. I'm just going to show it on the board real quick, which was this move 20c5. But then Hikaru responds right away, and we've got an imbalance of 2 minors versus a rook. So just how complicated is this battle we're about to see?
Well, tremendously complicated. And on every dimension, material-wise, you have a rook and 2 pawns for 2 pieces. From a purely materialistic standpoint, it's like half an extra material point for the side of the rook.
Right.
The thing is, when you have 4 minor pieces against 2 in the middle game, the minor pieces often prevail simply due to their power when they're well coordinated and just due to their sheer ability. But in this specific situation, there is a very small wrinkle, pretty insignificant. Black has 4 pawns basically in the center. It's not really important or anything, and all of them could essentially be pushed at any time.
And basically
so that
dominate every piece on the board.
Slightly complicates the scenario. You may be wondering what the knight is doing on b7. It is like the appendix. It's vestigial. It used to be performing a very important duty of defending the c5 pawn. So for me, an appeal of the move c4 is that it would open up a little perch for the knight on c5. So that would be a plus of the move c4. A plus of the move e4 is that it would chase the knight away from f3, and the knight doesn't have that d4 square. So it would create quite an uncomfortable dilemma, I think, for that knight. But you know, Robert, I don't know if I described this dilemma accurately.
Yeah, you know, you mentioned appendices already on the show, so that's pretty impressive. But no, it's just a dynamic that I think is difficult to figure out, right? For Fabiano, he probably feels like he's in his general ballpark of preparation. For Hikaru, it's very clear that he's still there, or he thinks he's still there, because there's sometimes when you get a novelty, you may just play it the same way you would play against a different move, not necessarily recognizing the differences. And it's not to say anything negative about the players, but you just always get in this mindset where I'm 25 moves deep, not recognizing that actually my opponent might have misstepped or played something new.
Well, Robert is alluding to something. I'm just going to dive right into talking about it because it was mentioned live on the broadcast by Raunak Sadwani, meaning our Chess.com India coverage, said that he thought there's a possibility here that both players might be doing exactly what Robert just talked about, perhaps confusing a little bit of their prep. And I'm going to show the line here. So Raunak said that after c5, the sharper, maybe more challenging line for Hikaru was bishop to g5. And after bishop g5, rook d to e8, there's this crazy move, rook takes e5.
Oh, my lands. And bishop f4?
Wow.
Yeah, and after rook takes e5, bishop f4, and that this is actually the best way for white to play for an advantage. And again, these players may have supercomputers at home that ran for longer. I don't know, but I think Raunak is onto something here because even a move like rook to e8 can be met by knight e5, rook e5, and here you can just add more pressure to the pin with queen g3. So Raunak is saying that's the possibility, and that because the point is that the move knight to g3 is actually the best move for white, not on c5, but on rook to e8. That's when knight g3 is the main line. So the fact that Hikaru immediately responded to c5 with knight g3, I don't know. It's a fun line, and certainly this idea of bishop g5, Danya, does seem like it was very dangerous because is there a concrete way to deny Raunak's findings here? This looks like just a really straightforward line.
And there's a really cute finale if you go to the end of that line after bishop f4. Kind of a darkly ironic detail for black is if black goes rook e2, which looks like a very creative way of getting out of the pin.
Yeah.
You might think, oh, well, if queen takes e2, then black simply takes on f4. But you don't stop there, because at the end, white takes on d5 and forks that very same knight on b7, which is starting to cause black problems in the real game as well.
Apparently, this is why you don't need your appendix, Robert, right there.
Exactly. Exactly. Well, that appendix will be removed.
Yeah. It actually seems like black needs it in this game.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Anyway, so interesting stuff there, right? And who knows, but I think, Robert, you were talking about it. We also saw, not the exact same thing, but we saw a player maybe play too fast and confuse lines against Hikaru in a different game, right? Jan Nepomniachtchi. Here it's not necessarily Fabi who played too fast or confused lines, but maybe Hikaru missed his chance.
And we were complimenting Jan Nepomniachtchi yesterday at the end of that whole variation when Richard decided to play on, when the queen took on f8. What Jan did was slow down and think, do I take with the king or the bishop on f8?
Yep.
It didn't seem to matter in that position, but it clearly matters in this game today.
Yep.
So when players are in their preparation, they like to just blitz out the moves. But again, it's one of these situations where if you probably thought he was with this preparation, he trusted Fabiano to still be making the computer optimal moves.
Right.
And when Fabiano actually misstepped, Hikaru wasn't able to capitalize because he was playing so quickly. So now we're in a position that's really complicated. I just want to throw out one more thing is, we're talking about c4, we're talking about e4's way to keep the bishop on d3. One other move that is coming to my mind is bishop to c4, because I really like the placement of black's pawns, and I would kind of consider pushing my d pawn as well. So bishop c4 is maybe the most flexible approach from just deciding which pawn you eventually want to move. But
I like this move too, because then if you take, you're taking with the b pawn, right? And then you still have d4 coming in a lot of positions.
Right. And it's not the end of the story, but I'm just trying to get a pawn mass and get them rolling.
A pawn mass, as our weatherman would say if he was on the telestrator, there's a pawn storm moving in through the Midwest.
And through the East Coast and through the West Coast. Yeah.
Here in Madrid, a potential pawn storm on board here for Fabiano Caruana. Oh, man. Well, Fabi is thinking. He's down more than a half an hour on the clock right now. He's been thinking for 15 minutes on just this move. Let's back up and take a look at the other 3 games in progress. His tournament leader, I was about to say like the person he's chasing, his king, Jan Nepomniachtchi, not playing quite as fighting chess over there versus Liren. This is a game that,
to put it mildly.
Okay, for with all due respect, it seems very clear that Jan came to the board here today, if not wanting a draw, Danya, at least not disappointed with the draw either.
Yeah, I think we should call a spade a spade. And now at the same time, I don't like to automatically begrudge a player this kind of play, because there might be a ton of considerations. that kind of hide behind the surface. And one of those I was thinking about during the break is, let's not forget that this is the first game of the second half of the tournament, the first day of the rest of your life. And Jan has been susceptible to nerves in the past, and I think it may be important to him, maybe even more important, more significant than to the other players, to not lose that first game of the second half. Robert, I feel like you weren't that convinced by my argument, so I will let you have the floor here and, smash this to bits.
No, I think it's a fair point, of course, right? And Jan Nepomniachtchi has the lead. I was already mentioning earlier that he believes that he can withstand the Fabiano Caruana's pressure when he gets black against Fabiano, but it's so early in the tournament with respect to those two players. Not everyone else is far behind, so that's going to be a struggle for them. Mathematically speaking, they're not eliminated, but they're getting close. But with respect to Fabiano Caruana, I just don't feel like you can just call it a day and say, yeah, I'll keep my half-point lead at all times. And I think that kind of mailing it in, especially when you're coming off victories like Jan is, he's not like he kind of shakily drew a game and was worse. He just won a couple games. So he should be feeling great. He has 4 wins and 3 draws. So I don't think there's any reason to press that panic button in advance.
Well, let me ask you, is there another reason for this? Let's not forget that it's not just that he's starting the first day of the rest of his life in the second half. The game tomorrow may be the most important game he has left in the entire second half of the tournament. He faces the man chasing him, Fabiano Caruana, with the black pieces. I'm not saying he doesn't have a team of seconds right now working somewhere in Madrid. We won't call it the hotel you're staying at, right? But is there something to maybe at least being more well-rested, maybe having a little bit extra time psychologically? Does he have that day, that game circled on his calendar, and maybe he's already thinking about that, Robert?
But he beat Ding Liren with the white pieces in the candidates that started in 2020, right? It's not like he has never beaten Ding. He can't beat Ding.
Right.
He's proven that he can. He had a really nice game. So why not try? That's the thing is, I can't fault him. He is the leader, and the points you're making are great ones. That he wants to be as well rested as possible. He doesn't want to stress. I mean, he's about to make
Rook
a draw.
trade, by the way.
Yeah,
so that's basically the draw.
This is a draw for sure. And so I can't fault him and his team. They probably know what's best for Jan. He did win the last candidate, so I trust their strategy and how to win the candidates. But at the same time, you have the white pieces, and the form he's shown in this tournament is one where if he's not taking unnecessary risks, there's a difference between forcing a draw and getting a position where you're not really at risk, like what Jan-Krzysztof did against Hikaru yesterday. That was just really nice play out of the opening where he was playing either to win if Hikaru stumbled or as Hikaru played well, make a draw. So I feel like that would have been more appropriate, if you will, for today's game, but I don't fault the team at all.
They have a strategy, I guess. It is a marathon, not a sprint, right? Last question I'll ask on this before we move on from this game and, frankly, maybe never come back.
I think the players are about to move on from this game as well.
Anyway. They're about to repeat. Is there any risk in a loss of momentum, Danya? So let's say that Robert's right and that he should have played for a win, not just because he was white, but because he's been playing well. If that latter part is true, because you're playing well, and now you basically throw in the towel on a game.
Did you see that?
Let's just, we don't need to go through this ceremony.
Are you worried that Jan is going to lose his own momentum a little bit, Danya?
Yeah, I think Robert and I are laughing about this because I think Ding was just trying to shake hands and say, all right, we get that it's a draw. But Jan's like, no.
We got to repeat
the arbiter, or what are you doing?
Yeah, no, he just offered it, and he's like, we need to repeat to make it official.
There it is. But okay, I think you're asking the right question, and here's an interesting point, Danny, to consider.
Yeah.
If Jan loses tomorrow to Fabi, in and of itself, that result, let's say Fabi draws today. If Nepo loses tomorrow.
Shout out to you, Anish. Anish, we know you're at home. We love you.
What's up, Anish?
Say hi to Daniel for me. Go ahead, Daniel.
So if he loses to Fabi tomorrow, in and of itself, it wouldn't be a disastrous result. He'd still be in second place. He'd only be trailing half a point. The same situation that Fabi's in right now. Yep. But I think in the context of today's draw, he would really he would really scold himself for taking this draw retroactively. So one of the dangers of playing like he did today is that if he has a disappointing result tomorrow, he might blame the decision that he made today, if that makes sense.
Yeah. totally makes sense. It's exactly what I was thinking might be the storyline. Of course, we still have so much other chess to talk about. Fabiano still has his own mess of a situation to figure out versus Hikaru Nakamura. By the way, he has played c4 as the choice to protect the bishop on d3. And if you're just tuning in, there's already been a lot of storyline in that game. It's really kind of the marquee matchup of today, the last time the two Americans will face off here in Madrid. But also, was there deep and confused prep? Deep and confused. Title of my autobiography. Robert, we're gonna head back over to this game again because I'm not sure that that there's any game that's more exciting or more important than this right here, and Fabi's decision to push c4.
Yes, and after c4, the bishop on b3 is obviously under attack, while the bishop on d3 is defended. And what Hikaru is trying to figure out is, do I want to trade light square bishops? Because that bishop on d3 is a thorn in his side. Right? It is covering many important squares. The rook can never go back to f1. It covers the f5 square if you ever had ideas of bringing a knight in that direction. But at the same time, Danya made this point earlier that when you have this imbalance of rook against a couple minor pieces, that trading minor pieces, that can open up more files, it can open up more possibilities for the rooks. So actually keeping the bishop on the board with bishop to d1 does make a lot of sense, but it's kind of an awkward move to play. Because bishop c2, that forces the bishops off, and after, I think, the trade, maybe in some move where the knight is coming to c5, and that knight's coming into d3. So you've gotten rid of one annoying piece on d3, and here comes the next. Yeah,
makes sense. And bishop to d1, I think you'd rather have the bishop here than the knight.
Absolutely.
But 100%.
But at the same time, it's a thorn, as you pointed out, Robert. Bishop d1, what would that potentially be met by? Black has the pawns, but I want to go back to a point Danya made earlier, which is, they're really great right now where they stand. They're sort of like whips keeping back the lions, right? That are the minor pieces. They're keeping them where they stand. But every time you push them, you open up more opportunities for those pieces, more squares, more holes. So what's your plan here as black?
Yeah, I mean, another thing that should be pointed out is if you play knight c5 here and you think, let me get to e4, then I think there's, after knight c5, there's knight takes e5. So yes, the pawns are well defended, but the queen isn't the greatest defender. It can easily get over low. And here you not only lose the pawn, you also lose the rook. Right. That's the cherry on top. So the knight on b7 is actually quite a serious problem for black. It has no job. And so the burden of the position is transferred onto the heavy pieces, but the heavy pieces can be pretty easily targeted by white's minor pieces. Bishop g5. Knight takes c5 is a recurring theme in these positions. And white could even consider a timely b2, b4 in order to cement that c5 square and further tie down the black knight. So it's kind of just hard to make a move here for black.
I love that idea because I was just about to suggest rook d8 for black to defend d5, because if white is to make a passing move, now maybe you can go for Danya's idea of knight c5, since knight e5 could be met by rook takes e5. But then maybe b4 is actually a really nice idea because it keeps the knight out of that square. Note, everybody, just because you can en passant doesn't always mean you should. Although, wait a second.
Yes, it does.
is there? Okay, no, it's too much. White's getting a lot, because even on this... Actually, wait. I can maybe win my piece back.
Yeah, knight takes e4.
Oh, that's a nice move.
And then bishop takes b3, and...
Okay, you're just coming to life here, yeah.
And if de, you can take the queen on d6 and thereby free yourself from the fork.
Yeah, okay. So b4, that's a nice idea, Danya. That keeps that horse a donkey.
Thank you, Danny. That's very, very nice of you to say.
It's funny, though, because b4 is a really nice move, keeping the knight stuck in place, or pawn 3 squares away from knight dominates it. Yep. This is a really good example of that. But what's white's plan, right? We can appreciate some of the ideas in white's position, or at least some of the pieces, but what is the actual plan? Because the bishop on d1 doesn't really look like it's going anywhere. If its future is just to trade for the bishop on d3, maybe that's fine, but doesn't look threatening. And so can black just sort of sit on the position? Like Fabiano, the pawn structure in the center, everything is looking good. So maybe he just doesn't need to touch anything, just shuffle his pieces. It's really hard for humans to do that, but I think if anyone in this tournament is capable of realizing that I should just sit and wait, it's Fabiano, because the position does look good, but as soon as you push a pawn, you leave a square behind. So I think that Fabiano believes in his position. We have him on camera right there. He doesn't look like a guy who is particularly stressed out right now.
Okay. Interesting. Well, if anyone can sit on the position, it's probably Fabiano. Fabiano gave his thoughts on whether he thinks anyone else has a chance to catch him and Jan Nepomniachtchi. He was very careful in his words, but he joined us in studio yesterday, and we want to check in on his thoughts after his epic victory versus Timur Radjabov last night.
I mean, I don't want to, say anything too speculative, but it seems like nearly 100% chance that one of us will win the tournament.
Right.
Because I 2 points lead for the rest of the field. It's kind of difficult to surmount that. So, but again, I guess crazier things have happened in the history of chess. But yeah, it does feel like pretty much a two horse race.
Interesting stuff there, right? I mean, he's not letting himself get ahead of himself, but he's right? I mean, right now it is a 2-horse race, and if he gets a win here in this mess of a position where Hikaru has just as many winning chances as he does, he would actually be tying Jan for first here in Madrid. So
that's a crazy thought. And then if only they'd be playing tomorrow.
Oh, oh my God, it's almost like scripted. What do the kids say?
I know.
Scripted?
Yeah.
If only they had that battle to really determine that first place. Oh,
only they were tied. We'll see.
Yeah.
Jan doesn't want that script. Go ahead.
Well, Jan is welcoming the next game, right? Because he just put this one aside. And I wonder what Fabiano thinks about that. Because we asked Fabiano yesterday, when Richard lost, did you feel emotional? Did that impact your play? And he said, well, I thought that, essentially Richard went we just couldn't believe what Richard did, but it didn't impact the way he was playing. And so I wonder if today's a different story or if it's more the same, where he sees Jan makes a quick draw. That may actually give him some relief because Jan had the white pieces. So going into today, the worst nightmare is Jan makes use of the first move advantage and wins against Ding Liren like he did in the previous candidates with the white pieces, and like he beat Ding Liren in round 1 of this very tournament. So now he doesn't have to worry about it. Like, okay, I can make the draw and still be in the same spot I was coming into today, and that's probably actually a relieving feeling.
Yeah, that's interesting. Any chance it also makes you a little more aggressive because you want that tied score headed into tomorrow's battle, Danya?
Yeah, I mean, I'll put it this way: he's focusing 99.9% of his efforts on this position, but I'm sure he's aware of how the Jan game finished. And again, these players are semi-human. I don't want to call them fully human. Mm-hmm. So these thoughts do creep into your mind, whether you like it or not. If I win, then all of a sudden it's tied. I got white against Jan tomorrow. Maybe he's not so confident. All of this stuff starts entering your mind, and it can absolutely, make you more inclined to take risks. But Robert, you pointed this out earlier. Fabi is known for his objectivity. I mean, he plays the position all of the time, and that's honestly what makes him really tough to play.
I've got a concrete line that might actually back up what you're saying, that maybe he was willing to push for more. Let's analyze real quick, because the E4 move that was also an option for Fabiano in this position might have led to a really forcing line here with E4, knight to G5. Let's bring up our analysis board as soon as we can here, guys. We've got knight to G5, knight to A5, knight 5 takes E4, bishop takes E4, knight takes E4, knight takes B3, and after A takes B3, D takes E4, the game is petering out super quickly to maybe a drawn rook endgame.
I think there weren't enough captures consecutively.
in that line.
Takes.
Takes.
Right. I mean,
I'm not Hikaru, but I did do a line there with a lot of captures. And okay, I don't know that this is the case, but it's a pretty straightforward line on E4. And if you want more, you do want to keep some life to this position. Maybe that's partly why he went for the C4 push.
But after E4, the knight can also go to H4, where it aims for the F5 square.
Okay.
And that's not to claim that white is suddenly better. It just is a different position. So I feel pretty confident that Fabiano wasn't saying, oh, I have this position where I can essentially force a draw. Let me not go for that. I think he was looking at the alternatives and be like, well, I don't actually see exactly how I equalize, or maybe I don't like giving those knights access to F5 just yet because the bishop on D3 is cut off from that square because the pawn E4 is in the way. So I think that's more likely the case, that he just wasn't certain about how to evaluate this position.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll see. We're all speculating right now. We're all going to back up real quick and take a look. There are 3 other games, as we said, still going here in this round. Jan Nepomniachtchi, if you're just tuning in, drew his game very quickly despite having the white pieces versus Ding Liren. So he'll finish his candidates battle versus China's number 1, 1.5 out of 2. Not a bad score. He would have taken that coming in. big part of why he's leading. But still, will Jan look back at a wasted opportunity with the white pieces? At this point, we can only speculate. Where you want to go, guys? Report Duda and Firouzja Rajabov are both due a check-in. Maybe even a detailed one. We really haven't given those games too much time yet. So while Hikaru thinks, all right, you're not going to choose. I'm going to choose for you. We're going to Report Duda. Here we go. Look at that jacket.
I knew you were going to choose that
he's
one.
wearing a red jacket. I mean, look at it. He's a rock star, this guy. Seriously.
They're only on move 11, which is kind of interesting.
Yeah, Report is using his time hopefully wisely.
Probably remembering his deep opening prep.
Yep.
Non-existent preparation.
Can you draw the sarcasm window above my head right there?
I got you.
No, I totally didn't detect the sarcasm. That was, yeah.
This position, though, is really actually quite interesting, not because I believe in the current position, but white has put the king on h2, right?
Okay.
And in putting the king on h2, that makes you think that f4 is coming, or some kind of kingside pawn push eventually is what Report wants. So I'm into it from like the outline of the position, but I also think that Duda is doing everything like perfectly. He just put his pieces in the center. He can just continue to do so, but I just don't think that Black has this plan 4 moves down the line. I feel like White is thinking about moving the knight, playing f4, things like that. So at least I have one plan, and I'm not sure I see a clear-cut plan for Black.
Yeah, but I don't know if I fully agree with that, because I think after rook e8, well, if you move your knight from f3, then I think Black might be able to strike in the center with d5. If you play bishop takes d4...
I'm just showing your line. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, and I mean, I didn't calculate that seriously. Now after e takes d4, knight e2, it can be very tempting to go after the d4 pawn. And my idea here was just to go queen b6 and protect that pawn. Black can also consider d5 even in this position. And I've played these types of openings a lot in Blitz from the white side. And when the center opens up like this, things get really uncomfortable, especially with the weakness of the dark squares on the queen side really exacerbating the situation. At the same time, I get what you're saying, Robert, in the sense that white can play almost a waiting move, like, I don't even know, a4 or something, and it's not so easy for Black to improve.
Interesting. But it is nice to see that with the rook coming to e8, Black is already thinking about d5, because the moment that pawn has support, suddenly this advance is on the agenda, right?
Although that also hands over the b5 square. So it's like one of those things that you have to be pretty careful about in these positions, because if you're playing take back on d5 with the pawn, then that hands over the b5 square precisely because the pawn's on a5 and can't go back to a6. So there's like these little nuances that play a huge role in such a position. And yeah, I don't know exactly what White's move is, and maybe I was being overly optimistic with White's chances and how to proceed from here. But I guess just having the notion of f4 feels like some kind of legitimate try, whereas d5 does feel a little bit harder to get in, but that is clearly Black's plan, right? You put a pawn on c6, you're very likely to follow up with d5, and maybe some more queenside expansion with b5 as well.
All right, well, you said there's a lot of little things in this position that play a huge role. Richard Report may end up having played a huge role in Jan Nepomniachtchi's chances to win the candidates. Not the huge role that he would have written up for himself if he was casting himself as a star in that movie. He looks like a movie star with his red jacket, and we, of course, love to see him back in action already. But let's show everybody the interview that Richard Report gave Dina Belenkaya despite his very heavy feelings, understandably so, yesterday.
I don't know. I guess I should throw away my computer, because I'm pretty sure the line is bishop d6 instead of bishop h3, queen takes a7, then bishop h3. It's a draw. So I figured I should be better here, because, okay, it was not, I should play on, but I played so badly. Even afterwards, I'm probably just worse. So I guess, I kind of tricked myself. I was trying to figure this out, like how to defend afterwards, but I got really upset about this, that I played on. No one knows for what reason exactly, and positions clearly seems dangerous. I guess there was better ways to play, because I don't think White is losing on the spot yet, but I just started to miss very strange things. I guess this happens, yeah.
Again, we said it yesterday. It was tough to watch, but also awesome, that he's just so honest, because you love to see players when they're honest not just when things are going their way, right? When you're at at your worst at times, right? And you're heartbroken with yourself. And I'm sure thankfully his wife is here with him in Madrid. We've seen her, and I'm sure that was a tough night. But it's awesome when you see someone just be honest and wear the truth on their sleeve like that.
Yeah, I guess it goes with that saying, it's better to ask for forgiveness than permission.
Yeah.
Because nobody else in the event would have permitted him to play on there.
He had told me that time, can I do this, guys? They'd be like, Richard, let's not.
And he's like, he clearly feels really badly.
Yeah.
And he's a sports person, right? He's a competitor. He wants to win, right? That was very clear by his decision to play on. So he definitely feels badly that he lost the game, but I think more so that the way it happened. Like I really believe that ultimately he feels badly for Fabiano and just the tournament as a whole, but he shouldn't. Like he was competing. Like he did something that was a bad decision. Nobody's going to deny that. He's the first to admit it. But I don't think that he should feel ashamed. I don't think that he should, feel like chess isn't for him anymore. It was just a bad game, and I think that he should forgive himself, and he's playing another interesting game.
Well, you probably shouldn't feel bad at all. I agree with you, and Danya, I'm sure you do too. And what are your thoughts on how every organizer should be inviting this guy? Just because, despite the fact that is now viewed rightfully so as a train wreck that didn't go well, and it may be a huge thing that helps Jan Nepomniachtchi win the candidates, it still just shows a lot about who this guy is and his character and the fire he brings.
Exactly, as both of you are implying. If we're, our biggest criticism is that he decided to play for a win in a position where he shouldn't have.
And not a theoretical draw.
That says a lot about him in a positive way. That's the only thing we can point out. And Richard has been like this his entire chess career. I mean, if you trace back his career 6 or 7 years ago, I mean, his openings were a lot crazier. What he plays now is very toned down. I mean, he used to play c4 and g4. Yeah. I mean, he pushed every single pawn in the first move, and that's barely even an exaggeration. So Richard has done a lot of work to sort of rein himself in, but that lion or that tiger, choose the fearsome animal that's at the center of his play style, it makes him such a treat to watch. And I think the real litmus test of whether somebody is fun to watch is whether you still enjoy watching them when they're not in their best form. Yeah. And I think for Report, do you enjoy watching him when he's having not so great of a tournament? I absolutely do, and we still want to see him come back even when he's not performing at the level that he expects of himself.
Yeah. No, totally. Well said. And I think that we're going to see yet another fight in this game. He just played this flexible A3 move, and it's a move that is designed, guys, to keep the tension, right? It's not a move like you were maybe saying with A4, which would even deny B5 that Black could do now. This is an ultimately very flexible.
Hey, I named the right pawn.
You did name the right pawn, and even opens up weird ideas like B4 in some positions, where suddenly the A file tactically might have consequences if Black doesn't complete his development here. So anyway, this is interesting, and again, as we said, the storyline surrounding Report, while it is a heartbreaking one if you're sitting in his corner right now, ultimately I think we all have said it a million times. He is great for chess, and we'll see what kind of chess he's able to play here in the back half.
And it's the opposite of a forcing game, right?
Yeah.
0 pieces have been traded.
Yeah.
Not a single piece. And that's why the players have spent so much time. And Richard in particular, he's the one trying to mix things up. But Duda spent half an hour himself. It's only moved 12. So clearly the players, they have no at-home knowledge of this position. They are just going to figure out all over the board.
Yeah.
You're going to jinx him. He's going to take on F3 and then on E3.
Just like that, 2 pieces will come off the board after knight takes F3 check. But okay, let's back up and get to the only game that really hasn't been given any attention so far. That is Alireza Firouzja's battle versus Timur Rajabov. A very traditional-looking Italian over there. We've seen positions like this at the top level a lot over the last few years. And flexible, offers interesting chances for both sides. And let's dive right in. This is an interesting spot because White is tactically trying to be very aware of the potential dangers Black has on the F-file. I don't know enough about these Italians to comment here. I wish we had a guy who was with us in Utah. I think we all wish we had Fabiano Caruana sitting next to us right now.
Well, this is reminiscent of a different world championship, the game that Magnus Carlsen won against Sergei Karyakin, where we had a dynamic just like this, where there's pressure down the king side, but a worse pawn structure because of the double pawn. So it's clear that Rajabov aiming for the f-file. In particular, this knight on f3 is a little bit loose. So if you're not careful, there could be a knight sacrifice on either g2 or even h3 in some positions. But for now, everything's under control. For Alireza, he can bring his rook from a2 towards the center. I don't think you want to start playing on the queen side just yet, right? I think it'd be a rushed decision where white's rooks are not connected. There's not as much coordination. So if you start playing on the queen side, opening up files, it's black who is probably going to reap the benefits.
And piggybacking off of what you said about the knight on f3, you often see the move knight f3 to g1 in such positions, and that prepares g3. Ultimately, white does want to push that knight off of f4. The problem with that is that black could immediately strike with d5. And if you fall asleep, I mean, white's center is not that well defended. Black is really only 2 moves away. I mean, rook a d8 is an idea, and d5, d4, carving out an incredible outpost for the knight is a very serious positional threat. Black could even play that in response to g3.
Yeah.
So
right away, you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, because if you take you're taking with check, and maybe the house is crumbling for white. It's interesting because the structure we've seen a lot. Sometimes you still see other pieces on the board. We know that there was a bishop on this diagonal that at some point was traded for white's dark square bishop. And we know that the other bishops left the board on e6, just looking at this position, and you can see the trade. But the fact that black already has the knight on f4, am I wrong, again, not being an Italian expert, just playing one on TV sometimes? It feels like the type of position we commentate a lot on, guys, but it feels like black is like a move ahead or something than you normally see. Am I wrong about that? Maybe we should back up and see how it...
Yeah, I'm not sure it's about, it does kind of feel that way, yeah, but I think it's not so much about the moves, unless you're finding some tactic that will lead black to gain some material or some kind of advantage, because white has stabilized, right?
Yeah.
And Rajabov's last move is a curious one. It went king to h8. And what could that possibly indicate? Well, perhaps he wants to play g5 at some point, bring a rook to g8, the next rook over to the king side as well. So he may be all in on a king side attack. And we just saw Alireza hesitate. He was about to make a move, and then he paused. But one thing that white can do that is just so frustrating is putting this knight on e3 out to g4, because that stops d5 before you can even make it work, because this e5 pawn is going to be under attack by all the knights. And in order to kick the knight from g4, you have to make it like h5, but that gives white the g5 square. So the knight is able to just move right back, and as you see, the evaluation is going up in white's favor, and that's what chess is about. It's not just about attacking pieces, it's about controlling squares, and so a little pawn move can have huge consequences. And so knight g4, it just kind of pushes the question back to Rajabov here is, well, what are you going to do about my now stable knights?
I guess the reason I was saying that is because, as you were talking about not wanting to open the queen side, right now you definitely can't do that because the pawn is pinned, right? So the first move that came to my mind was, oh, sometimes you put the queen on b3 in these Italians so that you can then prepare for b5. But obviously in this case, the d3 pawn is hanging. So I was listening to you both talk about it, right? Didn't just come out with that opinion out of nowhere, but I was thinking that the more you talked about white's inability to expand on the queen side, the fact that you can't easily bring pieces over, and that black seems like black is threatening to maybe play d5, Robert's knight g4 is a very good move, so that kind of convinced me otherwise, but it just felt like black is like already has what he wants in these structures, which is a knight poking at the king side, threats. You can also bring the other knight over in some cases, depending on how it happens. So anyway, Don, your thoughts on what we anticipate Alireza to go for here?
No, I understand what you're saying. I think the blacks, Timur has to be pretty happy with the result of the opening. It's a pretty clearly defined position. Still complex, but black has a fair share of improving moves, and d5 is an idea. And we talked about Alireza's time management. Way too early to talk about time pressure, but 107, and he's showing no signs of moving. It's become a pattern, and the position still hasn't. There's still a tremendous amount of potential for things to get super tactical. Even in that line that we were looking at with g3, d5, you're going to have to invest a lot of time calculating. So if I'm Alireza, I'm thinking about making a decision within the next 5 minutes before my clock hits an hour.
He almost grabbed the knight. I think he was going to play the move that Robert was suggesting, to be honest. I think that he was wanting knight g4, Robert, or at least he was going for that knight. Yeah. Whether it was going to g4 or c4.
I don't think you're going in that direction. I think you can't afford to bring all your pieces away from your king. So, knight g4, stops Black's main move, right? Black wants to play d5 at some point. Not always that easy because the rook on e1 will open up if you ever take on d5 with your e4 pawn, so you might actually lose a pawn in some variation to play d5 too soon. But knight g4 just kind of says, like, your main plan, now that's gone, what are you going to do?
Can I ask a foolish question?
Yeah.
Knight g4, knight takes h3. Could that be a small matter of concern? Well, I know it doesn't work, but I want to see exactly why. Knight h3, king takes h3, queen h5. Now, if you block with a knight, I have g5.
Right.
So white plays king g3, and then I thought maybe rook f4. But I suppose that black's attack reaches a dead end after the knight from g4 just moves back. But I mean, you have to make totally sure of this.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why he hesitated.
It would be the second game in a row, if this were to happen, where Rajabov has his opponent's king one check away from mate, but is losing. Right?
But it's not Bughouse.
Yeah, exactly.
Rook h1 is coming next, and the king slips back toward h2 and g1.
Yeah.
Alireza gets up for a quick walk. Got to stretch those legs after the think he had there. But he does indeed play Robert's idea of knight g4. For some reason, that king went to h8. It was a mysterious king move. Maybe we'll see Raj's plan here in a minute in terms of what exactly his intentions are.
I don't think even he knows exactly what his intentions are. I think he's figuring that out.
He might have just been like, well, I don't have a lot to do here. Put my king on h1 and ask questions later. I'm only half kidding.
I mean, I could see him just shuffling his pieces back and forth because knight g4 doesn't actually carry a threat, right?
Yeah.
It just stops Black's idea of playing d5. So I could see a position where you just go king g8, king h8, and
go back to g8 and say, what's next?
Yeah. Well, what is White's plan? I'm asking that genuinely because it's not very easy to play the move d4 because once Black takes with the e5 pawn, and if you take with the c pawn, then b4 is loose, right? And in general, opening up the position in many ways is going to be bad for White. So if you move your rook away from a2 over to d2, and then try to play b5, I still don't think that's a good idea. Just because you're not losing a pawn doesn't mean that suddenly it's a good idea.
Thank you for opening the a file. Yeah. Hey, I want more of that.
Yeah, you've developed my rook in its starting place. Thank you very much. So I actually don't exactly know what White's idea is. Maybe you're knight g1 at some point, and then try to play g3, and it's a slow approach. But even if those moves happen, the knight just moves back from
the
f4,
end of the world.
And it's like, okay, so keep proving to me how you're going to play for an advantage. You have these like little individual ideas, but no concrete plan to actually play for more.
Yeah. Is this a game that suits Firouzja's style?
Ooh, you're asking a good question.
Well, what is Firouzja's style?
Firouzja's style, I would say, is one where he is it's not necessarily all just like calculations and crazy sacrifices, but it's a position where you have that possibility. In fact, the game yesterday against Liren, when he was Black, we were saying that actually was up his alley, and he did hold without any issue. But before pieces got traded, it was a flexible approach where he could find plans. Here, this is like slow maneuvering that's not that comfortable because he often likes to play for a win. I mean, he's used to winning. Right? I mean, that sounds funny, but okay, in this tournament, Nepomniachtchi, Fabiano Caruana, they're winning a ton of games. But if you think about the last year and a half or however long, who's won the most games not named Magnus Carlsen? I'm guessing it's Firouzja. Because you don't get from 2,700 to 2,800 in a few months without winning a ton of your games. He won 8 out of 9 at the European Team Championship.
It's possible because maybe Magnus didn't even play as much heading to the World Championship. The Firouzja won more classical games last year than anybody. We'd have to look up that stat.
I feel like people didn't make big enough of a deal of Firouzja's climb from 27 to 2,800.
Yeah.
I mean, that was one of the greatest runs
we've ever seen in chess. Well, it broke records along the way, obviously, right? He became the youngest player ever to crash through the 2,800 ELO barrier. By the way, regardless of my question about style, apparently this game was still following regular lines of play. Knight to g4 is the first novelty. Knight g1 had been played a few times previously.
Well, the novelty, you heard it here first.
There you go.
Do I get credit
Look
for
at Robert Hess.
Hess 2022, right?
Hot takes over here. Robert Hess coming up with novel ideas, and he doesn't even know it. He's a poet, and he don't know it. All right. Roger's going to be thinking for a minute. We'll back this thing up.
No, he's not.
Commentator's curse. 97 played the moment I say. The moment I say, he'll be thinking for a minute. But either way, we take a look at our bird's eye view. That game in the upper right corner has already finished, everyone. Jan Nepomniachtchi drew his game against Liren. Didn't really bring a lot of gunpowder to the table today. And we will speculate whether or not that was a good idea throughout the rest of today's show and ultimately maybe get the answer to it in the clash that's occurring tomorrow if you had other plans for Monday, it's time to call in sick, cancel that dentist appointment. We know the world will go back to work, but why don't you just stay home on Monday, no matter where you are, and watch Fabiano Caruana take the white pieces versus Jan Nepomniachtchi. And although we still have a lot of chess ahead today. So on that note, I think it's time to head back to Fabi's game. Right?
Yep.
Sure thing.
We've seen
I think,
two very important moves.
Two very important moves have been played, and right as we get there, good timing. No commentator's curse there. Hikaru moves right as we bring the board up.
And
let's see what he did.
We don't see what he did yet on the, there it is, bishop to f2.
So attacking. So first of all, it's important to point out he did play bishop b3 to d1, which we sort of expected. And Fabi made a move along Hess's recommendation, I think, which is just make a small improving move and ask White what his plan is.
And I think we know what Fabi's plan is because he has a rook on an open file. He can bring his second rook to the open file. And the point of bishop f2 was to put pressure on e5, but rook f7 actually defends the pawn. And people often think, my pawn e5 is under attack, I need to play rook e7. Right? If I touch that rook on d7, of course I'm going to e7 to protect
let's
the
show
pawn.
how rook f7 defends with offense. Sorry, Robert, go ahead.
No, for sure. If you take with the rook on e5, there's only one piece defending that rook. It's the knight, and you just remove the defender and win the piece. So that's quite clear. Loose pieces drop off. If you take with the knight, well, that knight was doing an important job closing the f-file. You get that queen for those two rooks, but you also got the bishop, so black would be ahead material and completely winning. So rook to f7 actually is the active way of defending this e5 pawn, and maybe that will become an issue later, but e4 now becomes a threat because you're just trying to get rid of that knight. And don't forget that bishop on d3 is aiming at the f1 square. There is a future where there could be checkmate threats down the f-file.
Yeah.
E4 is not only a serious threat, it's hard to defend against it. I mean, you could move your bishop back to e3, but it just came from there. I suppose you could defend the bishop on f2 with the crazy knight. I almost don't want to say the square.
Don't say it.
You say the square.
Actually, okay, it's a good idea because it frees the g3 square. I said it before Robert
and then knight f2, and then knight h1 to f2.
Robert was about to yell that it's actually not a bad idea because it opens up g3, and if that bishop should arrive on that square, e5 is really hard to defend, and then the knight coming to f2 actually hits the bishop on d3. So actually, the optimal relocation might indeed be changing bishop and knight, swapping places.
But there is one huge problem.
Okay.
F1 square? When black plays e4, and you put bishop g, well actually, bishop g3 is not possible because I just moved my queen, right? And then you have rook f1 checkmate. So exactly what I was talking about.
I just want to show that the knight is pinned.
That's exactly what I meant. There are checkmate possibilities. So after the move,
I've shown the
major problem. Stop exaggerating, Robert.
From time to time, the community team yells at me and says, "Hey, people like to see checkmate on the board. Show it more often." Okay, stop yelling, chat. I hear you. All right, sorry, Robert.
So put the bishop back on f2 and move the knight to d4.
Okay.
So the bishop is defended there. But what exactly is White's next move? Because you can't move the bishop. There's still checkmate. And I guess you can play like h3 and then bishop g3 because you've given your king some luft via h2. It's just really awkward positioning.
Yeah, well, now you can even bring the knight into c5, which is a plan we've been talking about for a while. And if h3 is played...
Knight takes bishop on d3. That's what you really want to do.
You want to take your own piece.
Knight takes own piece. That's one of the few variants that the Alpha Zero papers didn't consider, self-capture. I've actually always thought about that, like, because how many times do we have chess games where you imagine and fantasize, if I could take my own pawn out of the way here, I'd crash through the diagonal.
Yeah, self-capture sounds like a vacation.
Just self-capture.
Right.
Anyway, so that's a fun idea, but not possible in chess, everybody. Any Hooters. All right. Hikaru plays bishop f2. I want to draw our attention to the other major storyline in this game, which is not on the board, but on the clocks, because we still see Hikaru playing significantly faster than Fabiano. Caruana has taken 22 minutes before he played bishop d3, 21 minutes before he played c4, and then 12 minutes before he just played rook d7. So he's definitely on his own, even if Hikaru is bluffing or still in prep. I mean, who knows at this point?
Yeah, I mean, the second Canada move here is rook e7, so it's not like he's wasting his time. I think he sees rook df7, knight h1, and he's trying to figure out whether giving up that monster d4 square, and that's not something you do lightly. And that white knight, which comes to d4, is a piece that is going to survive the apocalypse. So you got to make sure that your pressure down the f-file is worth it, because if you decide that it isn't worth it, you have a perfectly acceptable candidate move in rook e7, a little bit passive, yes, but it keeps the status quo, right?
There's no way could play rook. I would have to play rook f7, e4. It just looks good, right?
I agree.
Right? It's just one of those positions that you almost want to play it by feel. And even though you're completely correct in something we talked about earlier, whenever you start pushing these nice pawns in the center, you leave squares behind, you give your opponent places for, in this case, the knight going to d4. But just because the knight's on d4 and that's a good square, that doesn't mean that black is suddenly in trouble, right? It's like, I give you one thing, but I also get something for it. So it seems like a fair trade-off. We're not removing pieces from the board, but we're giving each other files and squares.
Yeah. My only devil's advocate view on that is Fabi looking at the fact that Jan already drew his game? Is there a worry Fabi has that this game could get away from him at this point, given how fast Hikaru is playing, the prep? We know this is, as you said, Robert, a 7-result position, meaning any player could lose here. Yeah. I mean, is there something to being a little bit timid before you go all in on, intuitively it feels like rook f7 should be good, but there's a lot of tactics on board here.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he's also kind of thinking that if he plays rook f7, he's going to be able to play the next couple of moves fast. Because if he plays rook f7, we're going to see knight h1, e4, and then knight c5 quickly, and that's already going to be move, 27? So perhaps Fabi actually isn't, that worried about his clock, and he thinks that if the position clarifies, then he'll be able to play relatively quickly and relatively accurately.
Okay.
But,
I had to ask for a friend. I mean, I obviously knew you were going to answer that way. I just wanted to ask for everyone else. But this is a really weird looking position. I mean, it's one of those equal looking eval bar ones where the eval bar is evil because it is not truly indicative of what a mess this is or how hard the position is to play. I want to play h3 and go for your idea, Robert, to play bishop g3 and slowly coordinate here.
My biggest question was, let's say let's go knight e6 to trade off your best piece. So how is white going to attack anything? I can understand why the evaluation bar says white is slightly better, and I won't dispute that. But with that bishop just firmly entrenched on d3, like the d5 pawn, which would be a weakness if you cleared the d file, that would immediately be a target. You can't get there.
Great point.
So I'm just looking at this position like, all right, I can get why the engine says white is better, but I think from a practical point of view, when you look at this, you're like, how are you going to do anything whatsoever? Your minor pieces haven't coordinated, and it's really difficult to because of black's control of the f-file.
I wonder if you would prefer rook f7 over rook e7, Robert. I'm not clear on where you stand on that.
I wonder if there's I agree, although the only thing I get worried about whenever I'm playing a rook versus minor pieces is that should the inevitable coordination come, and I don't know if I can get away with this, and then bishop g3 and knight f2. That's what I want to do. Bishop g3, knight f2. I feel like should the inevitable coordination come, these squares that aren't accessed are holes, and my knight thrives in those types of battles, right? So I know it's a fantasy, but bishop g3, knight f2, the knight uses g4 to route to e3 at some point, right? I'm playing the slow game here if I'm Nakamura, right? Because the long-term aspects of the minor pieces outplaying the rooks, should these pawns get stuck, if they lose their ability to go forward, that's when the minors will thrive. They'll maneuver, they'll poke, they'll probe. They'll probe.
Well, you didn't prod or probe.
Probe.
Right.
I've been probing all day. Go ahead, Danya.
No. I think you explained it very well. I agree with you, Robert, that I would have expected Fabi to play rook f7 faster. I mean, my hand would have played that move before my brain would have been able to say, let's think it through.
But I guess that's one of those things we keep coming back to about Fabiano, is that even when he probably senses that there is an accurate move or something that he's more comfortable with, it's something he doesn't trust his intuition. He just wants to verify, because the biggest mistake you can make is playing unnecessarily quickly and then getting a worse position. So, I mean, rook e7, right? That's the alternative, just defending the pawn directly. I think there is something to the notion that people believe that when we keep the status quo and we just defend, like that's playing it safe. But in reality, that actually could put you in more danger, because then you might be playing into Hikaru's hands. By just keeping everything as is, Hikaru gets to continue with his plan, and then what's black's plan in return? At least with the open F file, you're like, I always have that. And that's not just like, oh yay, cool, I have a file. No, it's like really there are some threats involved in that. It restricts white's pieces. So I'm not sure which is actually better from like the engine objective point of view. I think both have their merits, but I just think that, just broadly speaking, that we often think that there's a way to play safe, but that actually can often be more dangerous than it would appear.
We saw that last feature chat, just let you know, caught that question, whether or not we think Fabi's still happy that he's playing black. I think he still is. And again, Robert's point earlier that the fact that Jan drew with white maybe makes him feel even more at ease as long as this one doesn't get away from him. So interesting comment from the wag rock rag. I don't always go to the school for kids who read good or not good when I'm reading usernames. I've been known to put the emphasis on the wrong syllable from time to time. Anyway, chat, stay involved with us. Get comments going. We'll try to feature some of your best ones throughout the day. We appreciate it. We appreciate all the subscribers coming in, and wherever you're tuning in from, it's going to be a good one. If you're just tuning in, let's back up to the bird's eye view and remind you that we already have a result in the books. Again, Jan Nepomniachtchi doesn't fight with the white pieces, has a bigger plan in mind. We see Fabiano does put the rook on the f-file, so he's ready for the fight, unlike his co-tournament leader. And I say that knowing Jan was up a half a point, but basically we're talking about a two-horse race here in Madrid at this time. Hikaru, a bit of a scowl coming back there, not maybe a little surprised.
Might he have? I don't think he missed rook f7. Is that a possibility at all? That it escaped his mind that black could defend indirectly?
Yeah, he seems.
And I'm only saying that because of his
facial
reactions.
Jebaited.
Right.
I mean, he's going to play knight h1. It's a very awkward move.
Yep.
It's not common that you put your own knight in the corner, except in like the same-ish in some positions.
I'm not convinced he's going to play knight h1. I think he might go back to e3.
Really?
Yeah.
That's the other option, is to just repeat moves.
And say sorry, because at least then f1 is well defended.
Interesting. Yeah, it's a really difficult question for him right now, because part of the reason why I think he will play knight h1, of course, both these players are capable of seeing knight h1. It's not about that. I think they both have it on the horizon. But I feel like Hikaru came in today wanting to win.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you play bishop e3, now you're repeating moves. And it doesn't mean he'll continue repeating if Fabi were just to put his rook back to d7, which I don't believe he should. But it's very difficult in general to put a piece back from the square it just came from. So I think I really do believe playing knight h1, but I also agree that it looks so awkward and uncomfortable, and you're facing all this pressure on the f-file. But then the question is, did he just absolutely miss rook f7? That happens to all the best players in the world.
That would be the real curveball, because that would mean what you're saying is he thought rook f7 wasn't possible because he thought he was winning the e5 pawn, right? I mean, but that there's no way he would make a misstep like that.
But judging by his facial reaction,
right? There was definitely surprise there, right? He didn't just nod his head and write the move down quickly.
We should ask this man, who is the #1 Hikaru face reader.
It's hard at times
right.
because translating Hikaru the streamer, Hikaru the online chess player, versus Hikaru the very well dressed, sporting his championship rings from his U.S. championship victory. This is okay. Wait, hold on. Showing signs of Hikaru Nakamura number 14. Oh,
sure wasn't number 13. I mean,
no, 13
your expertise might be waning.
Very rare. Anyway, the catalog of different emotions from Mr. Nakamura is something we often draw attention to here.
I think he's about to move.
Yep. Oh, okay. So he's
all right, Robert.
Yeah, he had
touche. Touche.
Hikaru Nakamura plays moves like knight h1.
Yeah, he does.
And that's
safety third has always been Hikaru Nakamura's rule.
It is a compliment to him, though, because he finds these really resourceful, creative ideas. Putting your knight on h1, right? Most of the time a knight's on h1 is because you allowed a pawn to attack your knight and had nowhere else to go, and it gets trapped in the corner, right? That's the sad truth. But here knight h1 has a clear purpose. It frees the g3 square for the bishop, which puts pressure on e5. It allows the knight to then go to f2, where it attacks this bishop on g4, and also might go for, on d3, and also might go to g4 later, as you were pointing out in some variations. So the knight will find a better square. It wasn't doing all that much on g3, so it's really nice rerouting by Hikaru, and now it's Fabiano on the clock, and look, we got to stop from DB Smiley.
I want to say something funny about this is we're not too far from the possibility that this was a Fischer random chess game at this point.
Yeah.
Speaking of a knight on H1, actually no, it was a bishop on H1 that we commentate on. I'm sorry, we love Mr. Peter Svidler, Polborta, the original, one of the best chess commentators and chess players on the planet. But we had this incredible loss from the 2019 Fischer Random World Chess Championship, where a piece on H1 never entered the game. And that knight just reminds me of that game.
That was a really sad bishop.
That was so sad.
But Wesley So wasn't so sad about it.
Yeah, Wesley So was not so sad about it, on his way to not just qualifying to the live final in Oslo, Norway, but becoming the first ever Fischer Random World Chess Championship. How's that for a quick highlight? Just Google it. There may or may not be future events coming there. I don't think I can say anything about that at this time. So anyway. All right. Knight H1 played. Fabi back on the clock.
I mean, he's going to play E4. The question is when. Although my previous prediction didn't exactly age well.
I wonder if he's just struggling to believe that White's position can be like pretty, not just okay, but pretty good, if not better, when you have a pawn on E4, bishop on D3, rooks in the F file. Like, I just feel like everything about Black's position is pretty ideal, right? If you're going to give up a couple minor pieces for a rook, having a fully open file where both of your rooks are barreling down, in theory, that sounds amazing. Now, Hikaru has his pieces in position to withstand the pressure, but like everything on the surface looks great for Fabiano. So I can't imagine that he's displeased with the position, but I also can think that maybe he's in disbelief that all of this has happened, and yet still he's struggling to find like the next plan after he's gotten his rooks in the
But maybe there's some concrete X's and O's that back up your psychological point, because the way to describe that same scenario from the opposite side of the coin is maybe because everything is so optimal right now, Robert, he's afraid to change it, right? Because we talked about E4, and let's analyze this again to show everybody the lines we were looking at. So if E4 is played, right, and the knight moves to D4, as Danya said, it survives the apocalypse here, and eventually we get these positions where White slowly wiggles out. Again, the only way you ever lose this is Black, and I'm not saying that's going to happen, but the only way you ever lose is if somehow these pieces just start staring into thin air, and it's White who has all the means to improve the position. Eventually, you start poking at pawns. And so what I'm getting to is there a concrete option here besides E4? And one of them might be Rook F5. Maybe Hikaru didn't come into this game okay with a draw, because this is his last chance, right, to win with White, Robert. But you could play Rook F5 and see whether or not Nakamura is interested in repeating moves here. Rook F5 is the other move that sits on the structure, right, instead of playing E4. Danya?
I agree with the idea that Fabi, probably part of Fabi, is frustrated at the fact that after E4, knight D4, there is no tactic, there's no... because if you could play Queen H4, that would be a move to consider. That bishop is literally paralyzed.
I was going to show if you could do this.
Right. I mean, it wouldn't actually be that great, but you get what I'm saying.
Yep.
Another thing that came to my mind, after knight C5, H3, there's a move which looks incredibly tempting, and that's E3, which is a classic device. You carve out a particular square.
Like, oh, that's a pawn.
Well, that's mate.
I know. I'm doing it for the fans.
You know?
Danya?
No, I thought you missed it.
Okay.
Rook F1's a pretty hard move to see.
Okay.
And after, but the problem is White plays Queen takes E3, and after knight E4, in giving up the E4 pawn, you've also relinquished your control of the F3 square. Mm-hmm. And now White has bishop F3. And these variations, he's calculating them quickly, but they're very frustrating.
Yeah.
And he has to change his mindset, right? He's got to go from I am looking for the kill shot mode to it's just a complicated position and I'm going to play something slow mode. And that change of mentality can be hard if you've set yourself up with expectations about how good you think your position is.
Yeah. Go ahead, Robert. I'm sure you want to weigh in on. But again, I think that's a really good point, right? Is before you commit to this, you got to feel good about that, right? Because you cannot take that move back, and if you lack a concrete punch, it might be White who's outmaneuvering you in the long run, right? I don't know. For some reason, I'm getting a feeling that we might see this at least one time to see if Hikaru wants more than a draw with knight to G3. Given his position, given that Fabi gets White versus Jan Nepomniachtchi in the tournament tomorrow, you could invite that idea to just find out what exactly Hikaru wants to play for. All right, well, we still have a lot that the players are playing for here in round 8. We're going to back up, leave you with the snapshot of where we stand. 3 games in progress. Jan Nepomniachtchi has already drawn his game versus Liren. We're going to take a very, very quick break. But before we do, I want to remind everybody that while the players are playing here in Madrid, you can also play every weekend in our Global Championship qualifiers, Saturday and Sunday through July 31st. They are occurring every weekend. You can go to go.chess.com/CGC2022. Join our non-titled open qualifiers so you can play with the best players in the world for cash prizes, starting with our play-in stage. Really, at this point, in just a few weeks, I guess a month, we transition and all eyes will be on who is going to qualify for the live final in Toronto for the first ever Global Championship. Get verified, play in the events, win cash prizes, and have fun. All right, Fabiano's on the clock. We are on the clock with a very quick break. Don't go anywhere. Chess.com's coverage of round 8 for the FIDE Candidates here in Madrid continues when we return.
Want to play chess online or learn how to improve? Join us at the #1 chess destination in the world, chess.com. With thousands of people playing at any moment, you'll quickly find a game with someone at your level, whether you're a beginner or a grandmaster. Chess.com makes learning fun and easy. Sharpen your tactics with puzzles and enhance your strategy with our lessons by top masters. Learn from your own games with our easy-to-use analysis tool. Chess.com has everything you need to take your game to the next level. Signing up is free and easy. Join Chess.com today.
This club is called Amigos del Retiro, Friends of the Retiro. The Retiro is the most big and important park in Madrid.
It's a very important park in the city because it's right in the center.
If you want to play chess, you don't know the place, this is maybe best one in Madrid.
Aquí tenemos, viene gente para aprender.
Y se hacen muchos torneos a final de mes y los domingos y pues es muy común venir aquí y echar unas partidas y sí.
Hoy, porque como se juega candidatos aquí, pues queríamos hacer algo especial.
Sí, hoy voy a dar la simultánea y a ver qué tal se da, a ver si juego bien y no consigo soltar puntos.
Considered by most as the rising superstar in chess, Alireza Firouzja makes his candidates debut here in Madrid. The only teenager in the tournament, Firouzja is the youngest player ever to break the 2800 rating barrier. Born in Iran but representing France, Firouzja strikes fear in his opponents with his array of surprising tactical shots. Alireza qualified for the candidates by taking first place in the FIDE Grand Swiss. He also followed up that performance with a strong finish at the European Team Chess Championship. Coming in with heavy expectations, Firouzja has a more than reasonable opportunity here to become the youngest winner in Candidates Tournament history. With that, the teen prodigy would take one step closer to potentially knocking Magnus Carlsen off his championship perch.
Want to hold a massive chess tournament with dozens of clubs or hundreds of players? Or maybe a small chess tournament with local but competitive clubs? With Club Arenas, you can. Club Arenas allow for tournaments of any size with any number of clubs and players. Customize the arena with any time control, with standard chess or mini chess variants, and with any starting position you want. Club Arenas are the most flexible tournament format on chess.com. Try one out today.
Madrid. Civilization here is almost as old as the game of chess. Some claim the queen was given her powers to honor Queen Isabella. Now that, my friends, is a chess legacy. Passion for chess continues to thrive in Madrid. For the first time in 30 years, Spain's capital plays host to the Candidates, the most important tournament in chess. At the Palace of Santona, the stakes are high. 8 of the world's best players competing for the right to challenge for the most coveted title in chess, the World Chess Championship. The Candidates is grueling. The winner requires mental endurance and unbreakable focus. There are those familiar with the biggest stages in chess, yet still chasing unfinished business. And others from the next wave of stars with little patience for yielding to those before them. Mis amigos, the next challenger to the world champion of chess must come through Madrid. Like Queen Isabella before them, the Candidates is all about leaving a legacy. Shout out to the team coming up with every possible way to just add life to the Candidates here. That was, first of all, when was the last time anybody ever mixed an X-Files theme song with anything from a chess tournament?
I don't know. We usually leave Gillian Anderson alone. So
yeah.
I'm
By
not
the way, what happened to her
participating in this
career after
What do
the
you mean?
X-Files?
She was in the Hannibal show, and then
Okay.
she right, and then she was the mom in Sex Education.
Welcome to Madrid, everybody. Robert Hess, pop culture extraordinaire.
Staying silent.
You're staying silent on that one. Anyway, a shout out to the team. Seriously, that video had me LMROFLMAOing. Is that what the kids say? And it was great to see the switcheroo from Hikaru Nakamura. Hopefully, FIDE doesn't fine him for that. All right, we've got 3 games going here. Report and Duda is getting.
It's getting spicy.
You're getting spicy, right? I think that would be a fun one to switch over to. Not too much has changed in the Alireza Firouzja, Timur Rajabov, queens and knights and rooks parade over there. But I think the Report Duda has enough life to justify switching away from what is definitely the marquee matchup. We will not go too far before going back to Caruana and Nakamura. Don't worry, everyone. But let's talk about this position here. Danya, your first thoughts as we glimpse a king side that has come to life for Report.
Well, I just spent most of my time counting the pawns. And I came to the great insight that black is, in fact, currently down a pawn.
It doesn't meet the
are
eye
not
very
failing
well.
me. It almost looks like black is up a pawn after queen takes g5. So the big decision to be made here is which piece should take on g5. Queen takes g5 or knight takes g5. Queen takes is the more sort of conservative, solid option. Knight takes g5 could really pay off, but it could also backfire because that open g file could cause storm clouds to gather around black's king. You're showing the move h4, kicking the knight away, then rook g1 and bishop h3. So my guess is that JKD will probably take with the queen.
Okay.
And I feel like black, if anyone is better here, it's probably black. Now, after queen takes g5, the last thing I'll say, and either of you can jump in and correct me, white does not have to trade queen. So queen f2 or queen f3 would be in line with Report's style, but apparently that's really, really bad. And I guess it's because of the rook lift. Rook e8 to e6.
Well, I thought you were going to say it's because the rook was already guarding it, but yes, you're right.
Ugh. That rook comes in so quickly. That knight from h7 can jump in to g5. And I guess the threats against white's king become unstoppable really quickly.
And what I'm going to do is have us go back a few moves, because white started pushing these pawns, and yeah, I guess we have already shown it now, but white pushed the pawns, right? White was, if we just go back 2 moves, yeah, right here, like this already looks like a position where white may create some threats. You have the semi-open f file, and what Report did by bringing his queen over to g3, he's aiming for doubling the rooks in the f file, just going for an attack. And look at Duda's calculation here. h5 putting pressure on g4. And after g5, it looks like the knight has to move. And if the knight moves, then white plays h4, protects that pawn over there on g5, and has a nice space advantage with the semi-open file. So the move by Duda, that move h4 himself, that's really precise. That's a great move because he recognized that once the queen takes the pawn, which is pretty much forced, the knight comes to h7, he wins the pawn right back, and now his king feels quite safe.
Brilliant.
It's such a nice little thematic idea. It's one of those ones that call it a knowledge nugget for chat. You want to put that in your pocket and don't forget it, because when you're calculating these forced lines like this, someone's attacking your minor piece and your first instinct is often to defend it when a pawn is threatening to capture a knight. But this is an in-between move, right? A little Zwischenzug that's super key because it disrupts white's ideal structure from happening. And this is a very common theme, to take advantage of a pawn like this right in front of a queen that's sort of pinned.
Ooh.
And on that note,
wrong again?
Yeah, Duda wants more than just an endgame. He's already shown a willingness to fight, despite also a lot of draws. Here he plays knight takes g5 because he wants to keep the queens on the board. And maybe he likes Danya's idea of the rook lift a little too much to let the ladies exchange. What do you think, Danya?
I'm a little surprised. So white is going to play h4.
Okay.
I don't really doubt that, although my track record has been spotty today at predicting. But let's see if I can redeem myself. Knight h7 is going to happen. And then the question is, which move does white start with? You can start with rook g1, but again, there's that pesky rook lift. What you can do to try to be more clever is start with bishop h3. And the cool thing is that after bishop takes h3, you can play rook g1 here. That would be a very good move in a bullet game. But it also is a pretty good move in a classical game. It forces black to play g6. Now, apart from weakening the king, this also has the effect of taking the sting out of the rook lift because, you know, there's no there. There's nowhere to lift the rook anymore. Black is still doing well, but I don't know. I don't know if I fully agree with the eval bar here. I feel like white's got his share of chances.
Okay.
Yeah, I think knight takes g5, the move that Duda just played, he's willing to lose to increase his chances to win. Because if the queens were traded on g5, black is in no danger whatsoever. You feel very comfortable. You have the better pawn structure. I mean, there's no risk here. But the risk is that your winning chances also have been diminished because now we have an endgame and your slightly better pawn structure doesn't really mean all that much for the time being. So knight takes g5 initially without the queen trade. It's a pretty courageous decision because that line we were just looking at that Danya disagreed with the eval bar when white pushes h4, takes over the g file. This is not a position where Rapport and Duda are like, oh yeah, black is 0.5 better, right? They look at this position like, okay, white has some serious attacking chances. It looks like black is able to ward off all the threats. And if you can successfully avoid checkmate and a big attack, then black should be better because of the better pawn structure. But it's not very clear one way or the other, like who's getting there first. So I think that it's just a really sharp battle between these two. I have to give credit to both. I mean, they're playing an entertaining game. And now the king side is open. We have to praise that rook on a7. I mean, that piece is doing such a marvelous job of defending the king all the way from the queen side.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like it. Yeah, definitely a game that's going to give us a fight, which means we get to see that red jacket a little longer.
You love that red jacket.
Dude's got style. He just has style.
Yeah, I think he reserved that red jacket after like a painful loss to cheer himself up.
Yeah, it just brings the fashion to the playing hall every single day there. And right now he's trying to figure out how to bring the heat along the G file because that's got to be the whole key to his idea of advancing on the king side.
I mean, he can't really delay h4 because rook e6. This rook lift is going to hurt.
Yeah, he's got to see that because rook g1.
The
Otherwise,
moment the rook comes over here, you got problems.
Yeah. And as Diana's saying, rook g1 is tempting so that you can move your bishop and just go for checkmate down the g file. But rook e6, rook g6 ideas are not fun to deal with. So I think Rapport has to play h4. Otherwise, everything I just said about it not being very clear, no, it becomes abundantly clear who's driving.
Can I show a line really quickly?
Yeah, let's show it. Go ahead.
So after rook g1, rook e6, you might say, well, I don't get why this rook lift is so good. Why I can play h4 now? And if I have my finger on the pulse of the position, rook h6 here is incredibly strong. Why is it so strong? What if white moves the bishop back, let's say to h1? Well, there's a tactic. Rook takes h4 check. and then knight f3 check opens up the attack on the queen and wins the queen. So everything is very concrete in these positions. These players, they're not reasoning in terms of general assumptions and rules. They're calculating variations. And on that note, we have h4 and my first correct move prediction of the day.
Well, and it should show as well that the reason the knight is going to h7 all their lines and not e6 is for the same reasons, that even though the knight is well placed on e6, and this is possible, feels like keeping not just that square open for the rook, but this diagonal open for the bishop is a lot more in the spirit of the position for black.
Yeah, and just
rather
to go,
than...
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just going one step further with what you're saying to illustrate that. Like bishop h3 now, and this knight is kind of vulnerable to being captured somewhere. Like white's next move is rook g1 with threats down the g file, and if you ever play g6 and white plays h5, like already white's coming straight at the king. So the knight on h7 actually helps shield the black king and can't be attacked.
Yep. All right, and we saw Duda played it very quickly, and very quickly we're going to acknowledge that we just crossed 800,000 followers on twitch.tv/chess. That means so much. Obviously, it's just awesome. Thank you so much to everybody out there hitting that follow button. If somehow you're watching and haven't hit the follow button, join the party. There's 800,000 other people who've done it, so apparently that's where the cool kids hang. But seriously, jokes aside, onward to 1 million is the goal, and to infinity and beyond, as they say. But thank you again so much, and thank you again for the chat playing along. We got Twee87 saying, "Forget chess. Report wins on style." He does win on style. Red signals aggression. That is for sure. It also means stop. In the name of love. Oh, sorry. Okay, that was wrong show. Report looks like a men's magazine model.
You just made another reference, so that's my cue to stay silent.
He does. He looks good. GQ called. They want their chess player on the cover of the magazine. They found him right there. Y'all need bad salmon if you think that's a salmon color. So I think someone in chat said that it's not red, it's salmon. Moonshot
I've
says.
never heard of something being described as salmon color. I think
Really?
I might
What?
adopt that.
No, I wear
salmon-colored shorts are what all the frat boys wear.
I wore a
That tells you how much
salmon-colored shirt.
I've hung around frat boys.
Yeah, that's true.
I wore a salmon-colored shirt to the opening ceremony.
Oh,
It's like
I'm glad I wasn't there.
Yeah, dude got styled. The Bell and Kaya, we know that username. Shout out to Dina. She'll be interviewing Report later on today in that suit, so she can comment maybe on his style and that it's all we're talking about. They're trying to get Danny to talk about chess, and all he can talk about is your suits. So
I
keep
think
it up.
every time we've looked at his game, you've mentioned the suit.
No,
I'm not saying that in a
well, look, he
begrudging
stands out in a room of suits that are black and blue, which no
there it
disrespect,
is
that's
again.
great. I'm wearing a blue suit, right? But
What
he
did I
stands
tell you,
out. I
Robert?
mean, it's great. Bishop takes h3 now played, by the way. You could throw in your little rook g1 great bullet
Actually,
move.
that's a hugely important moment.
Because it's a chance to catch your opponent in a pre-move with rook g1?
A, and B, you're preventing. I actually think Duda might have missed that move because if king takes h3, black would have had rook e6. Let's follow Duda's reaction closely.
That. Yeah, that's actually really. It wasn't just a bullet reference by Danya. He's onto something. If you take in any other way, I think king or queen, there's a rook e6.
Well, queen takes h3 takes your eyes off of the g7 pawn. I think Duda might have missed this move.
Yeah, look at the eyes of Duda. He maybe did. This is a really important intermezzo because by threatening checkmate and forcing g6, Danya called it. His point was, again, now the rook lift is out the window, regardless of how you take back. Black's aggressive chances have gotten smaller. I see you, Robert. Go ahead.
I'm going to give Duda a little more credit. I think right now, he doesn't seem that shocked, but he's calculating. Do I have to play g6? Maybe I can push my f-pawn. Maybe I'll go f5.
Oh.
Because you have to take my bishop back, next move, and now my rook defends g7. And if you take with the king, maybe there's an opportunity for black to strike with f4. I'm giving up pawns because your king's on h3. Like, I'm going for checkmate myself. You attack me first. You threaten the first mate, but who gets the last laugh? It might be black.
We are going to have an interesting game over here. It may not be the same stakes that Jan Nepomniachtchi and Fabiano Caruana are playing for, ladies and gentlemen, but this is... I love that idea, Robert. I think giving him credit was exactly what was due because f5... It's funny, there was another move, f5, that someone found really only once the position was in front of them, and that was Fabiano Caruana as black after Alireza Firouzja's exchange sacrifice in the Catalan. It's possible that Duda's pausing here. He's like, wait a second, I don't have to just play g6. What about f5? I put the rook there for a reason.
Yeah, I mean, queen f6 is also possible, but you don't necessarily want to use the queen as the primary defender of the g7 pawn. That's not a very efficient use of your resources, and you're walking into potential rook f1. So agree with Robert, f5 is definitely, whether or not he saw rook g1, that's actually a moot point.
Yeah.
Because he's obviously aware of the possibility of f5.
Yeah, you don't want this because of this, as Danya said, and the queen is, she's not at her best when her only job is defending a pawn from checkmate. So, boy, would I love to see f5. I want it so bad. So bad.
You know, and just to add one more move to our list of candidates. Oh, that sounds weird. We're at the FIDE candidates. But you can play bishop g4 if for some reason you want the queen on g4. I don't think you necessarily do. But you can decide, okay, first I'll play g6, but first I'll drag your queen up. That's not very useful here. But in other positions, it could be where you just interpose with the piece that's going to be captured next, no matter what.
Yep. Okay.
Absolutely.
Well, Duda's on the clock. We're going to back this thing up. And first thing we're going to do is check on the clocks of the other boards and see if anything massively has changed. And indeed, that was the one I had circled in my head, was what's going on Fabi's clock. He's down to a half an hour to an hour and almost 20 minutes for Nakamura. But it's Hikaru who's thinking on this turn, hey, buddy, I just looked over here.
Yeah, well, we have that situation where that bishop on f2 is tied down, and Hikaru is trying to free up his minor pieces, and Fabi's trying to put pressure. It's on the lower left. He's played queen d6 to g6, just sort of improving his position and tossing the ball back into white's court.
Again, note to self, everyone, if this bishop moves, the game is over. There's checkmate on f1. That's what happens when you have a bishop on d3. So right now, obviously, these players are not blundering, and that's just a tactic to keep in mind. But it's a critical. In fact, the other thing that the queen on g6 does is not just spy things on the king's side, Danya, but it opens up the d6 square for the knight, which we were so obsessed with this. There's this idea of bringing the knight to f5. I'm so glad when I make these two happy. I said d6, and they both nodded. There's this low self-esteem international master over here, just so proud of himself.
All right, GM Norm, awarded.
GM Norm just for spotting knight d6?
Yep.
You guys are so kind.
By the authority vested in me.
So we were talking about h3 as a move to free up the h2 square for the king. So there's no checkmate here. And I'm just wondering, like, with the queen on g6, that stops your knight f2 ideas. Like, it takes this bishop g3, king h2, knight f2, so it takes a bit of time.
Yeah.
So I actually really do like the queen sliding over to g6. It just makes white's plans slower.
Yeah, and now you can go for this. And it's not to say that it's just better than knight c5, but it has a plan of getting to f5, because the reason I liked it is not just for the trade, but Danya's e3 might be coming to the board in some of those spots.
Yeah, absolutely. It's already something to consider. The one plus of h3 is that it does create a square on g4, which you could use as a springboard for the d1 bishop. The threat of bishop e6 causes a little bit of discomfort for black. And by closing down the g-file, you're also increasing the likelihood that bishop g3 will work. So black could consider meeting h3 with h5. Committal, yes, but I'm controlling squares on the king side and preparing to meet, knight g3 also with, or later bishop g3 with h4. That just adds another tactical wrinkle to the equation.
Yep, and you just covered g4. So white's main idea of bishop g3, knight f2, knight g4 that Danny was pointing out earlier, that's no longer available. So it seems very difficult to actually team up on this h5 pawn. How would you do that? You'd play knight g3. You can't play knight g3 when your bishop on f2 is loose. So this actually is a situation where it feels like h5, essentially playing against your opponent's plans, is the right way to go rather than multitasking, right? h5 is a very direct move, just stopping a piece from going to g4, and it seems to work out marvelously.
Hikaru is deep in thought, or he wouldn't be looking deep up to the ceiling there. It's not just the art in the beautiful Palacio de Santonia that his eyes are viewing. He's likely looking at a position that is not in front of him at all, trying to figure this thing out.
Beth Armenstein.
I just thought of something else as well. Knight d6 protects the e8 square. One of the flaws of this e3 move that Donnie was pointing out before was that the queen could take and keep everything together.
Rook e8.
You might have rook e8 and some critical variations. Like, it's just a slight difference. But actually, if we go for a similar line, let's say, like, I don't know how to make this work, but let's go.
Well, I'm just going to make
A3,
a move
right?
randomly just to show Robert's idea. Again, another random move, doesn't matter. The point is that, in fact, e3 might even be possible. The e3 had purposes to free the e4 square for the knight on either c5 or d6, in addition to the fact that the bishop can't take it without things getting real nasty over here. But now there's ideas of rook to e8 in a lot of positions where the knight was on d6, and it wasn't before. So, again, black is trying to build up the forces, right? This isn't a position that possesses a concrete knockout. Not yet, but it's one of those spots where you're trying to get everything on the right square so that when the opportunity exists, you can strike. And Hikaru is... yeah, I agree.
All right.
He's calculating with his ear.
Yep.
As he's been wont to do.
And bobbing the head from side to side.
Bobbing
Except
his
he's
head
not listening to music this time.
from
I think
side
he's
to
calculating.
side. He's calculating variations and...
This guy's on a roll.
Okay, get that guy Diamond membership. Best comment of the day so far. Hikaru having trouble focusing without the ability to draw arrows on the board. That is, that's a funny one. Agreed. Well, if this game doesn't go well for Hikaru, he might wish he could draw arrows on the board earlier in the game. Guys, I'm gonna take an opportunity to show a little more detail about that crazy moment we had earlier, and maybe it'll ultimately have been what Hikaru's best chances were to win.
Well, he's been spending 17 minutes in this move, so it feels like it's the perfect time, Danny, to show what he could have thought about earlier.
To the back game, we go, hi everybody, we're back at the Telestrator. It's
Hi,
me, Danny. And guys, you're still mic'd up, by the way. You can also, oh, hi. You can see, okay, hi everybody. All right, so if you're just tuning in, obviously we have a great battle in store for us today. Hikaru Nakamura with the white pieces, trying to win to keep pace maybe with Fabiano Caruana and Jan Nepomniachtchi, but for Fabi, just as much at stake, even more. But this game had a really interesting moment earlier where the players were rapidly blitzing out moves. Nobody was thinking at all. And we would assume that preparation brought to the table by both players was the reason why. However, according to analysis, again, credit to Raunak Sadwani doing commentary for us over on our chess.com India channel. He was the first to spot it, now been confirmed. Rook d to e8 is apparently Black's best choice here according to the engine. We're not going to dive into what prep they might have had there. But Fabiano blitzed out c5. Hikaru, in turn, immediately responded with knight to g3, which, by the way, the reason this theory has real credit is because knight g3 is the best move against rook d to e8. However, against c5, there was a huge opportunity here of bishop to g5, which only works precisely because this rook is still on d8. What's the tactic? If black defends the pawn, now white was winning with this crazy move. Rook takes e5, rook takes e5, and bishop f4. Even rook to e8 is met by a knight capture, and then queen to g3, and black's position is completely collapsing. So Hikaru didn't take any time, and will it be proven in hindsight that he actually just played too fast and missed it? Because the only other option for black was this move c4, which also leads to this crazy variation we had here with bishop takes d8, c takes b3. This is where it gets a little nutty and unfair, because on b takes a2, rook a1, bishop b1, apparently white is just better at the end of a line where your rook is trapped because of bishop g3. And this is the part where we say, well, thanks for the Telestrator, Dan, but it seems like an engine line that none of you understand. You wouldn't be wrong about that. Guys, you got an opinion about this position here?
Thanks for the illustration, Dan, but seems like a line none of us would understand.
Okay. But seriously, jokes aside, it's quite possible we'll find out in the end that after c5, that it was actually a mistake, and that Hikaru might have missed a chance. So anyway, fun stuff. Hope you enjoyed the breakdown, and we're gonna let this one continue. As actually, Hikaru is still on the clock. Is he not at the board anymore, or we just switched camera views? We switched camera views. He's still there.
Well, and also, with that camera...
Wait, no, he's not. It's his turn.
So we had this conversation the other day.
He's going to yell at me. I'm sorry I used the Telestrator, Hikaru. Okay. By the way, should we talk about the rule that we finally clarified?
Go for it.
Okay. So you are not allowed to leave what is considered the playing area. The word area is in sort of highlighted there. Because the playing area apparently can be defined differently depending on the circumstances of the venue. But traditionally, the playing area is the playing hall and like the player's break room. There's like a small little VIP area of refreshments. you're not allowed to leave that area, including to go to the restroom, without informing the arbiter. So what we don't know earlier in the tournament is when Jan got up and left. Do you remember that moment where he just got up suddenly and left when it was his turn?
This was being discussed.
Whether he went to the restroom, we also don't know. We assumed that he hadn't informed the arbiter maybe along the way. He could have. It was off camera. But just to clarify the rules, 100%, a player is not allowed to leave when it is their turn. They're not allowed to leave the playing area as defined by the arbiter, in this case, the playing hall itself and the small refreshments area, without letting the arbiter know why they're getting up, and possibly being escorted into the restroom if it is their turn. Robert.
I mean, I said the other day it feels like kindergarten.
Yeah.
You know,
can't go to the bathroom.
If the bathroom is in a secluded area where nobody else can go, this feels so unnecessary. But if the bathroom is in a place where somebody else can walk through, that's where you would need that kind of security, because otherwise you could get a well-timed bathroom break without anybody being there. They always have people there. There are people near our bathroom. There's always people monitoring, the area.
But I mean, okay, like even if it is a private bathroom, you can understand why the arbiter would need to know. I mean, I hate to use this reference. You ever seen The Godfather?
Yeah.
Okay, it obviously wouldn't be a weapon in there, but a cell phone. Someone goes in, Palacio de Santonia at night, tapes their phone underneath the toilet, even actually puts it in a Ziploc bag, fills it with water.
Imagine if that actually happened. I mean,
now you're using a phone to get engine moves.
We know that certain players, well, they're not grandmasters anymore, have used phones in bathrooms during chess events.
You developed a raw system to do that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And so this has happened. It's so hard for me to entertain it during this event with...
None of the players would do that, but there's a reason the rules are in place. That's the only point, and because Hikaru made us talk about it, coming up here to yell at me about my monitor.
So you're blaming him for something. Now he really...
I'm blaming him. He got up when it was his turn.
I know, now he really will come yell at you. So you better be prepared.
So Danya, you have to get in between this right now. Danya, you have to say something so that we stop fighting.
I have to say something. This is what I came to Madrid for. You don't understand.
What you wanted to experience.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Well,
I actually had a question for you.
Okay.
When you were going through that telestrator line, which I hadn't seen before, do you think there's any chance Fabiano actually prepared that? Because what the eval bar seemed to be showing was only a slight advantage for white, and it was so ridiculous to even play that position. Do you think that Team Caruana said, you know what, this looks like a reasonable, practical try, because it's actually not that bad for black to begin with, and I mean, it looks like white could lose that position in just 2 moves.
Let's look at that, because anyone who followed Fabiano Caruana's commentary with us during the World Championship in November, covering the match of Nepomniachtchi versus Carlsen in Dubai, then you know that one of the really interesting insights, takeaways that we had from Fabi's presence with us was that the idea, he said, Danya, was that top grandmasters are often looking for spots where their opponent thinks they got them, but really debated and they got you, right? And even to the point of going for positions that objectively they know are a little bit worse, but they think there's some tricky ideas. They think maybe there's a chance for them to go wrong. And that's an interesting line, because the whole point of bishop g5, we obviously know rook d to e8 is not the move. We already know because of rook takes e5. But that line that we just saw was c4 captures here, the bishop coming back to h4, takes a2 with the threat, by the way, of bishop b1 to get a queen. So the only move is rook a1. And then bishop b1.
Yeah, how do you evaluate this if you've never seen this?
Exactly.
So
it's possible that this was prep based on what Robert was saying, that maybe there was something even deeper here that he was hoping to catch Hikaru on. And even if objectively white is a little better, there's a possibility maybe that Fabi has an idea. So that's an interesting... I don't know. I mean, obviously neither one of us does know, but it is an interesting anecdote because of what Fabi said about top-level prep these days being about opportunities like that, where your opponent thinks that it was better for them, but you went just a little deeper and you saw just how obscure or hard it might be to play a position.
Yeah, that position just looks ridiculous, right? If you just showed somebody who had done zero preparation, they'd be like, what is this? It looks, whoa, h4.
H4.
Wow. Speaking of ridiculous, but I think ridiculous.
Sorry, I gave you the Hikaru eyes because I saw it, but no, your point was great. Yeah, that it looked ridiculous to go for something like that.
Right, so you kind of just believe that Fabiano knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
And so that you just say, all right, this guy's well prepared. He's got this under control. But h4, what a move here by Hikaru.
You know what that move says? It says you were right. Hikaru came to this game for a fight.
Yeah.
He came to this game to put pressure on his countrymen and say, all right, I'm not rolling over for you, buddy. I'm coming after you.
That's a very high-quality chess move. And the point is, if black plays h5, it may not seem like the placement of the white pawn makes a difference. It's on h3, it's on h4, who cares? Well, Hikaru cares because now he's got a stronghold on the g5 square, and he can actually play queen d2 to g5.
Oh, wow.
And a queen trade would greatly diminish the pressure down the f file. It would accentuate the power of the knight on d4. It would increase the pressure on the h5 pawn, and it would give white, I think, a pretty stable advantage. And you don't even have to rush with queen g5. Maybe there are, there's a more refined way to continue. But I think h4 is definitely better than h3. And it is never easy to play such a move, Robert.
It also threatens h5 too.
Right. So it forces black's hand in a way.
Go ahead, Robert.
No, that is an amazing move. I mean, I think we kept talking about h3 in like 8 different variations, but it was all h3, give my king a space so I can't get back rank checkmated. But h4 does that and more, as we keep talking about h5 for white to kick that queen away and to then get the g4 square once again. You would love to play bishop g4, but now that, as we're seeing, h5 for black is not quite as nice because white controls the g5 square. And whether that's putting the bishop on g5, bishop e3, bishop g5, which is possible.
Another idea.
But queen g5 right away looks really strong. And because black has committed the pawn structure, all those pawns in the light squares, that means that white can go dancing and prancing around those pawns, and there's nothing black can really do.
Yeah. Wow. Fabiano looks a little surprised by this h4 strike from Hikaru. He has 30 minutes to make 13 moves. So again, nothing egregious as far as time pressure goes in this game, but 30 minutes could go real fast if you're not careful, especially if the position gets as wild as this one might become.
Yeah, and the thing is, with every move, Hikaru is posing a new challenge and a new decision. And he does that so incredibly well in Blitz, where he always forces you to make these decisions, which are ridiculously time-consuming. And here's another one. The move h5 may seem natural, but again, it weakens g5. You also have the move h6 here. The question is, what is the lesser evil? Is the lesser evil to allow white to play h5, which Hikaru almost certainly would in this situation, and play like queen d6? But then the bishop from d1, it waltzes into g4, and white's pieces start to unfurl. Yeah, don't you touch that other bishop.
Although, in theory, you could go there, by the way, now that king h2 was there. So that it wasn't losing in one move, by the way. But if you were looking at Fabiano's body language and the way he just kind of responded, I think he did miss h4. And the other reason h4 gets credit for Hikaru is it's exactly the move that would be the counter to queen g6, right? Knight to c5 was the move we had spent a lot of time looking at here for black as a means to improve the one piece that isn't really playing very well for black's team at this time, right? It's kind of a donkey on b7, so let's make it a real horse. But Fabiano did, and we were applauding queen g6, right? In all fairness, it freed a different route for the knight, and the queen looked like it was putting pressure there. But it's like, as far as heavyweight boxers, right? Footwork, one counter punch equals another counter punch. h4 is exactly the kind of move you applaud for Hikaru Nakamura, because that queen suddenly is a target on g6. And this move would not have been played if not for queen g6.
It's a fantastic move.
Yeah.
And now I regret agreeing with queen to g6. I like my knight c5 to e6, just play it calmly, trade off some pieces, see how white is ever going to win. But just Hikaru trying to give his bishop on d1 this g4 square. It's so important, because if his bishop can get out to g4, then it's aiming to go to e6, it controls the f5 square, all that stuff. So I think that Fabi's in quite a deal of danger here. And it's not just the knight on b7, we're criticizing that piece. It's also the bishop on d3. That it looks good there, and it has helped threaten some checkmate patterns, but it's there to stay. And it can't attack anything. And it's like away from many of the critical light squares in black's side, right? E6 there, F5. That bishop on D3 is not helping out. And this is now becoming a real problem for Fabiano. So if he feels that instead of allowing H5, he should play it himself and offer this queen trade, which honestly doesn't look very good. But at the same time, like after the queen trade, I need to protect my H5 pawn with G6. So how does white end up crashing through? White does look like he has the better position. I mean, Hikaru does here. But where is the knockout? The pawn G5 could also become a target later.
It's hard to untangle.
Yeah. So maybe this will be what he has to go for, he being Fabiano. At the same time, I don't know that black has a ton of winning chances in this one either, right? This is a position where white can probably also sit kind of safely. And these dark squares, I don't have any pieces on them yet, but you know what I want? I want to find a way to get in on this action, right? You know what I'm talking about. Knight here, and by the way, if I put that bishop on f6, my knight's on f2, and I get g4. Anyway, obviously there's a lot of work to do there, and players like Fabiano are accurate in how they apply pressure to prevent coordination. But this is the worry you have when you have a rook facing minors, right, Danya? Positions with holes, positions that are closed, positions with maneuverings that can happen on diagonals, because the rooks are great, but like Robert said, they're already ideal. Like, they can't really get any better, but the minor pieces sure can.
Yeah, and Robert made a great point about the bishop on d3. It almost feels like black doesn't have a light squared bishop.
Right. It's a great pawn if it was there.
Right. I mean, at some point it was fulfilling this crucial duty of pressuring the f1 square, but now that's gotten stale.
Yep.
You know, that's all it's doing. And, you know, it's like Carly Rae Jepsen, you know, you released Call Me Maybe, and it's been 10 years, and now how about some other songs?
Call Me Later, Call Me Maybe?
Exactly. Now it's time to you know, to produce other stuff, and yet it can't because it's imprisoned.
I'm pushing back.
Stop shaking your head, Robert.
Carly Rae Jepsen is a gift to the musical world.
I think it's just Call Me Maybe is a great song.
She is... Okay, I'm not getting this right now, but
there's more than just
Call Me Maybe.
First of all, and Carly Rae Jepsen loves chess.
Okay,
look what you just did.
I take it back. Now I'm going to be all over Twitter.
If anyone wants to share this clip, if you're out there, somehow you have a loose connection, 6 degrees of Carly Rae Jepsen, get a hold of her and let her know that we know she likes chess. She's played chess.
Hey, my statement was complimentary at the end of the day. That bishop on d3, I've seen worse bishops than that. Backpedal, backpedal, backpedal.
You just poked the bear on that.
Oh, yeah.
Here's my number. All right, here we go.
Fabi poked the bear with queen g6.
He sure did.
He's in time trouble now.
Yeah, he's in real time trouble, and he might be in trouble, and that would not be... Hess was not happy there. Shout out to Will, one of our guys working super hard. Emotion Best 2015 album. There you go.
See, I can't really agree with chat. It goes against my brand.
Yeah.
But
okay, I'll make the chat a deal.
Put some effort into Carly Rae Jepsen. Go ahead.
I'll listen to some more songs tonight.
Okay.
All right. In exchange for people
to call,
giving me a pass. I will listen to Call Me Maybe.
Well, and this is crazy. But Fabi might have missed h4, and his position could get shady. Oh, wrong time. Okay. It's seriously though. This is
his chances might be slim.
Oh.
Whatever you say, Marshall, just make sure it matters. Even though
I think the next time he'll stand up from the board will be after move forward.
Okay.
He needs to be careful not to lose himself in the complications.
Somebody help me, please. Somebody.
He's only got one moment, so he better own it.
Yeah. He'll need to marshal all of his pieces. Especially that knight on b7.
Okay, let's back up to the bird's eye view and look at all 3 games at where they stand in progress. Again, I said 3 on purpose. That wasn't a mistake. If you just tuned in, Jan Nepomniachtchi drew his game with no real effort against Liren made, despite having white. Although, if Fabiano gets in trouble here and somehow loses to Nakamura, he will look like he played it 100% correctly, and that he started the back half calmly, didn't do anything crazy, maintained his lead to prepare for the battle with Caruana tomorrow. This does not look like a Fabi who's happy to be in this position.
No, he completely missed h4. I mean, obviously, we didn't even mention it while we've been analyzing. And it's a great move by Hikaru. It's actually one of the best moves of the entire tournament. It's a shocker. And it came at the perfect time for him because he is over an hour on the clock. And he's feeling this position. He went knight h1. He's doing everything that could be asked from him from what this position demands. So when we see h4 here, threatening h5, Fabi knows that it's now or never for him. Because if he doesn't play h5, Hikaru has it pre-moved. Right? Like, I'm going to play h5 unless I legally can't do that. But if I do that, do I still have good chances to survive? And the answer apparently is yes. And I also don't really see too many other appealing ideas for Fabi, because if you allow h5 and the bishop gets to g4, it just feels like more of white's pieces are coming in. Not that I love the endgame without the queens, but I just don't like the look of this bishop coming to g4, the next bishop can come to g3. It just feels like all of white's pieces are coming to life.
No, you're totally right. And as much as you don't want the endgame, the more we look at the position, it doesn't look like Fabiano has a choice here, Danya.
I mean, his time situation is becoming a disaster.
Yeah.
It's really becoming a disaster. 13 moves. I mean, he's thought for about 8 or 9 more minutes on this move. And you can just sense the agony. I mean, he can't decide. He can't make a decision. He doesn't like anything that he sees, and you can't really blame him.
It's particularly frustrating for Fabiano, too, because he knows how much this game matters in regards to the overall tournament standings, right? This, not like you want to lose any game in the candidates to anybody, but knowing that his the person he's chasing is getting a little bit of help from time to time, from example, Richard Rapport in the previous game yesterday, he can't afford to slip in a game like this to Nakamura. We actually caught up with Fabiano and got his thoughts, his candid thoughts on just how he felt after seeing the way Rapport approached Jan Nepomniachtchi in round 7.
I felt kind of sick, to be honest.
Yeah, I bet.
I mean, it's one of the most shocking games I've seen from a top player in a long time.
Yeah.
It's like the line that's played is known. It's been known for like a decade that it's a draw. Like you don't really go for this for white, and if you do go for it, you take a draw because f3 is just worse for white. Once you end up in that situation that like your preparation has gone wrong, he's down an hour on the clock and he's out of preparation. Why is he going for this? I mean, it's totally insane.
Yeah.
It's like some sort of hypnosis or something went on, because I can't explain it otherwise.
You know, I want to start with you, Danya, because Robert and I have talked a lot about this at this point, given what we saw yesterday. You were watching as a fan, seeing what was happening in Rapport Nepomniachtchi. But as a player, have you ever been in a spot where you felt sick by what was going on a board, not your own game, where you felt frustrated by how someone was approaching maybe a player in an event, you were trying to catch someone in the standings? Have you ever been in that spot where you just felt so torn up by something you couldn't control?
100%. I mean, and obviously more than once. And I'll think of some stories, but it's a particular kind of agony when, that cynical side of your brain always plays out the most undesirable scenarios. You're going to the last round, let's say you're half a point ahead of the rest of the field, and you decide to make a quick draw. And you're like, that guy who's half a point behind me, he isn't going to win with black.
Yeah.
It's going to be fine. And then by the time you look, it's move 15, and somehow black is winning. It's an exchange for engine, yet black is a huge advantage. It always seems to happen like that. I mean, that's Murphy's Law. So it's a universally shared experience.
I want to get your thoughts on that again, Robert, but one more comment on that is, what else? So knowing how you felt in your own games, and then knowing how Fabi said he felt, what were you thinking as you saw Rapport kind of crumble in terms of his prep, right? You're watching Jan Nepomniachtchi at one point take a 1.5 lead over Caruana. As a fan yesterday, before you hopped on your plane, what was your take on that game?
It was, I don't think quite as shocking to me as it was to Fabi, because he's actually playing the tournament. I think I understood it from the perspective of Richard Rapport wanting to influence the course of the tournament. It was the last game of the first half of the tournament. He had the white pieces. And I hate to use this phrase because I think it's so overused, but I really do think it applies here. I think his emotions got the better of him.
Yeah.
And I think his desire for to create a fight with the white pieces, to not let Jan, just bail the game out right out of opening preparation.
Yeah.
It superseded his rational thinking, and that happens to everybody, but I think it happened in a very clear way in his game.
Well, Robert, you know what Fabi said yesterday. You were here, and now he's in this tough spot. What do you think is going through his head right now? You think Fabi has the ability to just stay focused here and not get emotional himself? Think about what's at stake outside of the what's on the board, or do you think he might start making some rash decisions?
Well, he just moved as soon as you asked me the question. He brought his knight to c5, and we saw the eval bar start going up in white's favor. Now, I think that it's not misleading. Obviously, we are starting to like Hikaru's position.
Yeah.
But it's really a complex position. So it's not one of these +2 advantages where you're just like, okay, I see how white can do no wrong, and it's just like easy to press forward. It's still really a tough position for both sides. I do like white's bishop on d1 coming out, but to answer the question, to take a step back, for Fabiano, I mean, he knew this was going to be a tough game, right? This never was going to be an easy game. And, he came prepared quite deeply, it would appear, but he started to misstep, but just because of the nature of the position. And I asked you both earlier, who does it favor to have a long line of preparation? Does it favor Hikaru? Does it favor Fabiano? And Hikaru does have the first move advantage. He has a position where he has an imbalance. And based on what we're seeing here, it's clear that Hikaru won the opening. He's been ahead on the clock all game. Fabi's in really bad time trouble with only 18 minutes left after 27 moves. So maybe Fabiano, he might regret not going for the Berlin, like we've seen in the rapid challenge. We're making a joke about it, but perhaps there was something a little more solid, a little less confrontational that he could have played that would allow him just to have a slight disadvantage, but one that wasn't like so combative and hard to play.
Maybe in the end he'll be regretting not, I guess, taking a page out of Jan's book, who clearly made a concerted effort to start the back half off calmly, patiently, and he was white, so I think there's a different type of criticism that, you know, could come to Jan Nepomniachtchi should this event not go his way. But still, right now, Jan looks like kind of smartly so, just wanted to make sure he didn't do any self-inflicted damage and see what happened in Nakamura Caruana, because Hikaru might become Jan Nepomniachtchi's best friend at the end of this day.
And we can't forget that Magnus, if we take him at his word, he said he'd only play Alireza, and that's one of the prevailing storylines. That there's a huge fight for second place, especially if Hikaru can beat Fabiano. He'd only be a half point behind Fabiano. If Report or Duda win their game, they'd be 1 point behind Fabiano and still get to play him. And so out of the corner of my eye, I've been keeping a look at this Report Duda game, and that one's also interesting. So I think these players, they kind of can thank Magnus in a way, because they're like, okay, so I'm not going to get first place, but if Hikaru can beat Fabiano and things happen here, maybe I can get second place, and maybe then I can play a kind of odd World Championship match.
It would be odd, of course, if Magnus Carlsen was not competing in the World Championship match, but taking him at his word, and a lot of people taking him seriously, wouldn't that be interesting if we had a match of completely unexpected players, Jan Nepomniachtchi and somebody else from this event competing for a world title?
That would be nuts. This would be the only candidates or something like that has ever happened, obviously.
Well, H5 has been played on the board. Not quite relayed yet here to us, apparently. But we saw Hikaru push the H-pawn. And
the wheels are starting to come off.
The wheels are starting to come off a little bit for Caruana. If that queen has to leave the G4 square, that's the problem, is that the bishop fills it, and now there's pressure on these squares. Now, the knight coming to C5 does protect immediate threats. We see H5 now on the board. And
yeah, Fabi's settling into yet another thing. And every second right now is, brings him further into this devastating time pressure.
And a big problem for Fabiano is that he had his queen on d6 and his knight on b7. Instead of just bringing his knight to c5 immediately, which he could have done, he has the same position, but white's pawn is all the way up on h5, right? So white got several free tempi, essentially, and very useful ones at that, because now Hikaru can get his bishop to g4. So it's, I don't know, it's a nice turn of events for Hikaru, one for Fabiano that I think he wishes he could take back.
Yeah, and I mean, Hikaru, you can just sense he's drinking his water. He got up from the board several times. And the kicker is that he has an hour on his clock. Like, he's done all of this. He's found h4. And it's like he's spent no time. And now he's got oceans of time to figure out, the next 3 or 4 critical moves.
Right.
Which will potentially further increase his already burgeoning advantage.
And I think that there's a trap that players can fall into when they're well ahead in the clock, they're starting to feel the position. They're like, let me put pressure on my opponent on the clock in addition to the board, and they start playing a little too fast, right? We've seen Jan Nepomniachtchi do that in a number of games where he just feels like he's in stride, let's just keep going with it. And here Hikaru, he made a quick move.
Bishop g4. And he's playing quite fast, but he's not rushing. You're saying that. I think there's a huge difference between the two moves. Spending 2-3 minutes is playing confidently but not rushing. Spending 5 seconds, that would be succumbing to that temptation.
That's right.
Very important difference between those two modes of playing. And Hikaru is his time management is excellent.
Yeah, no, that's the thing about him, and we've seen him do that in bullet chess championships, in all sorts of speed chess championship blitz events, where he can play instantly and play super well. People were saying, he hasn't played classical chess, all this, but he has been working on his chess by playing so many of the top players in the world in all sorts of formats. So we see now the position up to speed. Hikaru brought his bishop out to g4, and what does Fabi even do here? He can bring his rook up one square to f6 to stop, pieces coming to e6 at some point, but it just feels like Fabi has no plan whatsoever.
And earlier, we were asking how Hikaru improves his position. Now, that path has become crystal clear. Queen e3, bishop g3, b4, and all of these other moves, knight h1 to f2. So the more you look at this position, the clearer it becomes that white now has this very, very obvious pathway toward activating all of his minor pieces. And if he does that, the moment he does that, black is totally and utterly busted. I would go so far as to say that this position is now almost lost for black, maybe flat out lost.
Wow.
Fabiano, thinking hard, he might agree with you.
He might have to play that e3 move at some point, right? That earlier we were talking how it doesn't work, and it may not work anyway. But when you get into a position like this, sometimes you just have to fling pieces at your opponent and hope that they go wrong. So, Fabiano, he's trying to calculate, but the current situation is such that calculation might not even help him at this point, right? He is in a position that is that much worse, and it is +2 for white. I was just saying earlier how, there's no clear path to victory for Hikaru, but it's obvious the trajectory of the game is going his way. He's bringing his pieces out, and Fabiano really doesn't have too many moves that I can see.
Yeah, it's crazy how quickly things took a turn, and that's what even adds to the brilliance of H4.
Yeah,
the fact that it turned the game around within like 4 moves. It turned it around as wrong.
Hikaru knew as soon as he played it. I think that he played H4 and he got it from the board. You could tell. I think he knew that Fabiano likely missed this move.
He screwed the piece in.
He screwed the piece in.
Oh, he did.
He got up. he knew right away that that this was going to spell disaster. Probably, if we back up to the moment that we were talking about where H5 maybe should have been played by black, I think that was such a hard thing to play, Robert, because getting the queens off the board in some ways almost feels worse, right? Of course it's not. Objectively, we saw the computer saying that this is a safer way for black to play. But I think maybe from Fabi's perspective, it was like getting the queens off the board, knowing that really only white can maybe win this endgame with maneuverings, felt like a harder commitment to make than keeping it in the complex nature that is with the queens on the board. But the problem is, as Danya was just saying, like now you're almost going as far as saying that black is lost, because with the bishop coming out, you might want to have a take back here.
Yeah, and if he was afraid about the bishop on f2 going to g5, which was another possibility, instead of the queen trade after black played h5, you're giving up one of these g squares for the bishop anyway. So. Yeah. It seems that he picked the worst bishop to allow out of the box, and the bishop on f2 is still getting involved in the game. So it's like you let both bishops in rather than just one, and that's going to cost Fabiano. He's down under 15 minutes, and it's the 29th move. So that's barely over 1 minute per move, and in this position, it's like such a complex battle still that Fabiano really just doesn't have time.
You could have 15 minutes for one move in this position and burn it very quickly. This is super tough.
Incredible.
Yeah. As we've said before, everyone, the time control is 60 minutes added after move 40. So the reason we keep saying 11 moves to go on move 29, you are faced with only 14 minutes to make 11 moves to get that extra hour on the clock, which at this point, Fabi could desperately use. Another 60 minutes to try to navigate the complicated position. This is just shocking, kind of takes the air out of the room if you're Team Caruana, right? You've got your fellow American countryman Hikaru Nakamura, not fellow Olympiad teammate, as we know. Hikaru not going to play in the Olympiad coming up next month, but these guys have played on many USA teams together and had many battles, rivals for many years. And right now, this is not a game that you want to give to your rival. with so much at stake.
I'd say there's one bit of good news, consolation for Fabiano, is that Jan drew. So he needs to beat Jan tomorrow.
No matter what.
No matter what.
Yeah,
and if he's a full point behind and he wins that game, he catches up on the spot. So obviously, Fabiano did not come today wanting to lose. He probably didn't think that he was going to lose. He was confident. And it's not over. Obviously, this game is far from over. But I think that you can at least lean back and like, look, I have to beat Jan anyway.
Yep.
So now I'll be tied with him rather than in the lead. But as we look at this position, what I'm trying to figure out is what's White's threat? Because you're going to have to move this bishop from f2 at some point, and then I will immediately play rook f1. So I'm just going to hopefully get some kind of counterplay, make White's life difficult. And we should remember it's a rook and 2 pawns for 2 minor pieces. So if I have to give up a rook for a minor piece, but I also get a 3rd pawn in the process, 3 pawns is often pretty good compensation for a minor piece. So there are going to be possibilities here for Fabiano to kind of not bail out, but just try to give away some material, and that allows him to breathe a new sigh of relief and have some chances himself.
Yeah, if you're... Go ahead.
No, I was only going to add that I think queen e3 might be one of those stabilizing moves that prevents a lot of these ideas, but...
I was going to say, if you're Jan Nepomniachtchi, like you said, Robert, the good news if you're Team Caruana is that even if you lost this game, you're only a full point behind. If you're Jan Nepomniachtchi, you're like, man, if only I gotten a win against Ding Liren, this would be over, right?
1.5 lead.
You could clip it and ship it at that point. 1.5 would have been insurmountable, even if he did lose to Fabiano. So,
but you know what, Danny?
What?
I don't think Jan Nepomniachtchi's ever lost to Fabiano Caruana in classical chess.
Really?
There's a first time for everything. But if I'm remembering correctly, Fabiano's never beaten Jan in a classical game.
Wow. Well, that is a stat that Fabiano would desperately hope to change tomorrow, regardless of how this game turns out. Let's back up here and take a reset at the other 2 games still in progress, because we're being told that Richard Rapport also has earned not just our love for his style and beautiful red jacket, but a much better position on the board against Jan-Krzysztof Duda.
Wow. How the landscape of that position has changed. It's crazy. It's almost like you think this is a different game from what we saw 5 moves ago.
You know what game I think it is? Jan Nepomniachtchi against Jan-Krzysztof Duda.
Yeah.
Where there was a pawn on g5, and that is what buried Duda. And right now there's a pawn on g5, an open h-file. Moves that I would consider from the white side would be to get my piece on the h-file. I'm wondering if I should just start, like the rook h1 and king g1 and bring all the pieces in for checkmate. But I also can see a kind of near future for black to go rook e6. The king can then run king f8, king e7. So if you think you're going to checkmate, well, the king's just going to run away from the mating box.
I think we should analyze to see what happened here, right? I think
let's go back a couple
All 3 of
moves.
us would like to do that. Am I speaking for everyone?
So after knight takes g5, well, no, we saw rook g.
Yeah,
we played knight g5. I was going to mention this move, but I wasn't taking it seriously because it opens the h-file.
But it means that Jan-Krzysztof saw that he didn't just have to play g6, but maybe he didn't see that he had a chance for f5, as Robert pointed out, and instead blocked the checkmate by interposing. But this is not a move that the computer likes very much. After h takes g, bishop c8, rook g2.
Oh, it's funny, the computer wants f6. No human in the history of humanity would ever make such a move and allow g6.
That doesn't seem right.
Oh, and now, of course, the obvious king f8, yes.
Oh, yeah, of course.
King e7.
King e7, rook h8, rook h3. You didn't see that in advance? But apparently that was the idea.
My hairs are graying.
Yeah.
The brain isn't what it used to be.
But yeah, no, jokes aside, we're, the sarcasm meter, just to clarify, for none of us really believe that that's a reasonable thing to expect Jan-Krzysztof to have found. But he doesn't, and he plays rook e7, and now, after we see reports queen to f3, freeing maybe the g3 square? I don't know.
Yeah, it's one of those multi-purpose moves where his next move is going to depend very, very heavily on what defensive construction JKD is going to choose. Because one of the benefits of putting the queen on the f-file, as we discussed, Robert pointed out the idea of black going rook e6. If that happens now, then you can meet that with a very nasty move, rook f1, throwing a spanner in the works. Because now, by defending f7, black is simultaneously blocking the king's pathway to salvation.
Yeah, now you have moves like this and quickly getting
Bingo.
on the H-file.
Yeah, no, it feels like all of white's pieces are coming to the party. The one piece that's not involved is the knight. But another thing that queen f3 does is it vacates the g3 square. That's a bit far away, but knight e2, knight g3, if you want to bring that knight in, and knight to h5, things like that. So it's a long way. It's a long journey, but it's just another thing that I'm noting. So queen f3 looks like a very nice move, a kind of precise move from Report, just making sure that king's not running away. As we keep talking about, rook f1 will force a piece onto e7 in many of these positions, and that's the escape square that black needs.
So hard to face such a move.
Yeah, queen f3 is a super... I like Robert's idea of knight e2, knight g3 a lot. I think that's a very clear reason to have played queen to f3.
His clock, though, is a little bit concerning. 25 minutes for 15 moves.
Yeah. Yep.
So he'll have to put a move on a little bit.
Although I think that very soon Duda will be the person down on the clock, right?
Agreed. Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, especially
the 40
after,
will become a 4.
Especially after the move queen f3. That is well, that's a really nice move. That's a nice move.
And once again, there's this move f6, which is incredibly ridiculous because after g6, it looks even worse now.
Yeah, how are you
not made it?
How are you inviting this idea? But
although actually after f6, can I just take on f6? Maybe I.
But doesn't g6 lead to forced mate with queen h5? Like, how does black defend against that?
I thought like the king was running away, but now I'm.
All right, we got to look at it again.
Oh!
Okay, if f6.
Oh, your queen gets trapped. Look at this.
No,
yeah,
because it moves to the h-file.
Yeah.
Show me what you're thinking, because I can't follow you, Grandmaster.
G6, rook c7, rook c7, queen h5, king f8,
no,
queen h8 check, king e7, queen takes pawn, king e6, and your queen gets trapped because you go to the h5, rook h8.
Can we just walk out now and let the computers play the rest of the game?
Sure. Let's explore Madrid.
Goodbye, Madrid. So, again, it started with, and then they went into their head. I was with you, Chad. I was also lost. I couldn't follow the line they were thinking of, but that is an insane idea. The computer is suggesting f6 here, and again, white doesn't take the pawn. Right now, you're starting to open up your own king.
This also looks terrible for my rook.
It also looks terrible, but after rook f7, it's actually hard to continue, because if you just take everything and trade here, at the end of these lines, black is getting things like queen h4 check, and that just feels a little scary. So the computer in this position suggesting f6 is bananas, and it's because of that bleeping line.
And it's like, you don't have to bring your queen up and get it trapped, obviously, but like, rook c7 by itself still looks bad for black, right? That knight can go from e2 to g3 and so on. So
yeah,
just the thought of allowing a pawn to g6 feels incredibly wrong.
Yeah.
That's unplayable for a human.
If someone finds that idea at the board, it's time for the arbiter to check them the next time they go to the restroom. All right. Well, let's back up and take a quick look at where all three games stand. We do owe Alireza Firouzja and Timur Rajabov a check-in. We'll probably do that on the other side of a quick break, assuming that Fabiano is still holding against Hikaru Nakamura. I think he will be, but that advantage looks like it is increasing for the other American. I don't mean that in that I'm putting Fabiano ahead of Hikaru in the tournament, but as far as the standings go, yes, Fabiano is in first place, the leading American at this point. But right now, it's the other guy in third place who might be about to shake things up big time. So we're gonna take a quick break and come back to that action. But before we do, remind you that when the Candidates is over, there are still a lot of chess events to watch. July 9th and 10th is our next big celebrity chess tournament, if you will, PogChamp style. It's Blitz Champs, though, with Larry Fitzgerald, NFL Hall of Famer, Amari Cooper, NFL Pro Bowler, Kayvon Thibodeau, top 5 draft pick. So many great players in this event. Going to be a ton of fun. Make sure you tune in on that weekend, July 9th and 10th, as we are raising $100,000 for charity, $100,000 in prizes going to the charities of these guys' choices, and there are other players in the event as well. So, all right, when we return, we probably will dive right back in to the Caruana game. Right now, we're going to leave it with Jan-Krzysztof Duda as he takes a think, and Fabiano right there trying to hold this one against his fellow countrymen. Our coverage from Madrid returns in a moment. Don't go anywhere. This is going to be a real-time breakdown of Danny Wrench's games all time on chess.com.
That's cool. Oh! In the last month, I am playing 83.12.
I'm less accurate than them in every stage.
Yeah.
Man, that stings a little
You
bit.
should
Okay.
do the more game review.
Okay. Yeah, thanks a lot. Okay, so
Tuesday sucks. I gotta stop playing chess on Tuesday. Oh, it's because it's Title Tuesday.
Look how many blunders there were back in December 2020. And now December 2021, 1,600. Don't look at this number. look at this number. Best.
Let's go to tactics. Mates. I'll probably need to work on these ones. Yep.
Every single rook fork that has presented itself to me, I have found. No one has a higher percentage of rook forks than I do. Yes, correct.
These are literally the knight forks that you missed.
I missed knight d6?
You saw it just now.
What the is wrong with me?
I could have done here and then taken this pawn, and I'm winning because my pawns get held together. That's probably the coolest part about this feature.
Like these positions against Hess? Rook there for rook e2. And he blunders mid and one. Oh my goodness. I'm awful.
The FIDE Candidates is the most important tournament in chess. Taking place every 2 years, the Candidates qualifies the victor to challenge the reigning world champion in a World Chess Championship title match. The 2022 Candidates will feature 8 of the world's best chess players. They've all earned their spots through 2 years of fierce competition. They now head to Madrid, Spain, where everything will be settled over the board. One of those 8 spots is always reserved for the previous World Chess Championship challenger. Jan Nepomniachtchi would love nothing more than a second chance at the throne, but he has to get through 7 other great players in Madrid first. 2 spots went to the top finishers of the most prestigious open chess tournament in the world, the FIDE Chess.com Grand Swiss. Alireza Firouzja won the Grand Swiss, turned the heads of everyone in doing so, and has become the youngest player in history to cross the 2,800 ELO rating barrier. He would become the youngest World Chess Champion of all time should he win the Candidates and ultimately the World Chess Championship match. Fabiano Caruana joined him, taking the other spot from the Grand Swiss. The US #1 and 3rd highest rated player in the history of our game is also the only person to never lose a classical chess game to Magnus Carlsen in a World Chess Championship match. 2 of the spots were claimed by the winners of the dramatic 2022 FIDE Grand Prix cycle. Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura is a former world #2, a blitz and bullet chess legend, and the most popular chess streamer in the world. He was joined by GM Richard Rapport. The Hungarian #1 is one of the most creative and dangerous minds in the game today, and nobody is looking forward to facing him in Madrid. FIDE awarded one of the 8 spots to the wildcard invite Grandmaster Timur Rajaba. Raja missed the 2021 candidate cycle in consideration of COVID concerns. But as the oldest, most experienced player in the field, he's looking to use that knowledge and punch his ticket to the World Chess Championship title match. And finally, 2 spots go to the top 2 finishers of the world's largest knockout tournament, the absolutely grueling FIDE World Cup. Jan-Krzysztof Duda, the Polish #1, punched his ticket by ousting none other than world champion Magnus Carlsen in the semifinals of that event. Duda would ultimately defeat Karyakin in the final to win the World Cup. However, Karyakin, due to suspension from play by FIDE, sees his spot go to China's #1, Grandmaster Ding Liren. Ding Liren takes the spot due to being the highest rated eligible player according to the May 2022 FIDE rating list. So that's how each of our 8 competitors earned their bids to Madrid. Inside the Palace of Santona, it's about who can sustain the mental endurance to secure the coveted slot as challenger for the world title. But we're not sure who that will be just yet. We do know this. We'll enjoy watching every minute of the Candidates with the Chess.com community as we see how the most important tournament in chess plays out together.
Want to play chess online or learn how to improve? Join us at the #1 chess destination in the world, chess.com. With thousands of people playing at any moment, you'll quickly find a game with someone at your level, whether you're a beginner or a grandmaster. Chess.com makes learning fun and easy. Sharpen your tactics with puzzles and enhance your strategy with our lessons by top masters. Learn from your own games with our easy-to-use analysis tool. Chess.com has everything you need to take your game to the next level. Signing up is free and easy. Join Chess.com today.
And we are back here, round 8, for the 2022 FIDE Candidates in Madrid. It's the Palacio de Santoña. We have a live audience in attendance daily. It's a ton of fun here, a beautiful, beautiful and historic building where some historic bleep is going down here. Some historic stuff happening. No matter what happens at the end of this event, we will have a lot of things to talk about that will affect the future of chess history. Could a crazy scenario where someone like Hikaru Nakamura gets second place, competes for a world championship title because Magnus Carlsen doesn't play? Who knows? Fabiano Caruana obviously wants another chance at the king. Taimur Rajab, I was just happy to be here. No, I'm just kidding. What do we got? What do we got to talk about right now, guys?
So many changes in the Nakamura-Caruana game. I mean,
yeah, I think we got to go to there.
The Rajabov-Firouzja game is interesting, but yeah, we have to go to the game with the player entering the round second place. And Rook F5 was last play, but the queens are off, right? When we went to break, the queens were still on the board, so I guess we got to go back in time a little bit here.
Yeah, so Fabi initiated the queen trade with queen d6 to f4. He judged, and Hikaru did play this stabilizing queen e3 move, threatening bishop g3. So, you know, last chance for Fabi to trade queens. He goes for it, and then Hikaru makes this very interesting move, knight e6, which some people in the chat didn't particularly like. It makes sense. I mean, he's trading off the knight on c5 forcibly.
Yep. I think it's a simplifying move. It does make sense.
It makes a lot of sense, yeah. And then he wins another pawn. But Fabi trying to win it back.
From White's perspective, getting rid of that pawn is so key to eventually maybe getting rid of all of Black's stranglehold over the center here. He may lose the h5 pawn, but the two minors will outplay the rooks if they can just get loose, right? h1 and f2 are not the desired squares for Nakamura's minor pieces. And Robert, we were talking about this yesterday. When it comes to evaluating these imbalanced material positions, queen versus two rooks, minors versus a rook, a single pawn is less important than activity and the initiative, right? So Fabi's going to take that pawn, but Hikaru's idea, this is going as planned. He wants to get out. Eventually, now he's going to get at this pawn, which is partly what happened when he won the d5 pawn, and looking more and more like only Hikaru can win this game.
Oh, for sure, only Hikaru can win, but we're also getting to a position, kind of what I was hinting at earlier, where maybe Fabiano, he'll be in a bit of trouble, but he could sacrifice a rook for a minor piece and a pawn, so he has two pawns and a rook for a knight and bishop. And it's not clear how Hikaru is going to start scooping up the queenside pawns, for example. You can attack the base pawn. A pawn chain is only as strong as its base pawn. A6 can be defended or pushed because b5 is defended by the other rook. So Black's rooks are not really harmonious, but at the same time, how does White proceed? You should go after the e4 pawn, that's for sure, but taking on e4 could allow some liquidation that may in fact help Fabiano's chances.
Okay, so let's how does a line like that look? So let's say White plays, I don't know, the move I was thinking you play, bishop d4 first. You could also play knight g3 first, but then if the rook comes to g5, I actually can't move my bishop, so I want to do this one first. You can't play rook g5 to prevent knight g3 because of bishop e3.
And you can't play rook g4 because of knight f2. So wherever you go, there's some sort of a fork.
Okay. So bishop d4.
So rook f5, the h rook.
Okay, so this threatens rook f1.
I think we go for this.
Right. And so are you actually threatening move my rook?
Okay. Bishop d4 on the board, yeah.
Wow, so let's say I bring my rook back somewhere. Let's go to f8.
Okay.
Okay, or f7.
Doesn't matter, okay.
If you take on e4, I immediately have rook f1 check. And I can start trading rooks and...
Okay, I see. So the pieces start coming off, and your idea is that if that happens, just like I said, White's pawn didn't matter if White could get the initiative. Here, Black's pawn doesn't matter if Black can start getting the initiative, right?
Yeah, I mean, what Black really wants to do is just get rid of White's pawns.
Right. At this point, Caruana is in hold the game mode. If he can simplify and get a draw, maintaining only a half a point deficit versus Jan Nepomniachtchi, he'd probably be feeling very happy about that.
Well, the short-term goal is to get to move 40 without dropping a rook or the pawn on e4, and that's a very tall order to begin with.
He's got 5 minutes and 50 seconds to be exact, to make 4 moves. And these are maybe the biggest 4 moves of his candidate's campaign at this point.
Yeah. Can he tamp down this rapidly developing initiative? And rook hf5, I think, is obligatory. You cannot allow... knight g3 is a huge threat. Knight g3, rook g5, there's again this bishop b3 move.
Yep.
So I think Fabi has to save some time and play it immediately, and I think he's about to do it.
Yeah, I think maybe he's preparing his next move because he anticipates knight g3, and he's thinking, okay, my rook doesn't have many squares. It has to go to f7 or f8. Is there a difference? And maybe I can play the follow-up quickly because ideally you think on your opponent's time.
Yep.
So rook f5, I think that, as you said, you have to play this move. And then he's trying to spot the difference between rook f7 or rook f8.
So rook hf5, we're anticipating. Knight to g3 might happen. And the rook comes back to f8. What else would Hikaru go for here besides taking the pawn? Let's analyze that.
Maybe a move like rook e3 to get the rook off of the first rank so that after knight takes e4, you've taken the sting out of rook f1 check, largely.
I can't defend if I'm on f8. If I'm on f7, I could play rook e7.
Right.
Is that a...
Can you play rook c8 here and just chase the bishop around? I know that looks like it allows bishop b7 to win a6, but actually, I think I might want you to take that pawn to give my rook some activity down.
Rook a8, you want to come around that way.
Yeah.
And I don't want to take this pawn?
I don't think you do, no. So if you go for it, I'm going to, of course, trade pieces. And after you take with your knight, this is a type of position where I feel like it's going to be hard to target Black's pawns. The 2 rooks will always defend. And obviously, White is better in playing for a win, but I do feel like there's some pretty decent chances for Black to hold just because it's hard to organize all of your pieces at one particular pawn.
God.
Yeah.
Fascinating.
And another, just really quickly, another issue with such positions is that if you're not careful, you will allow... The rooks can always get active.
Right.
There's always an inkling of hope when one side has 2 rooks and the other side has only 1.
Yeah. So you don't want to trade pieces here until you can really corral all the pawns. So bishop b7 might be the move. And after...
Oh, I can't even play rook b8.
Rook b8.
That's
wow.
just savage.
No,
bishop e5.
Take
bishop
this pawn.
e5. Bishop e5.
Bishop e5 is
instead of
the move instead of bishop takes a6. Yeah.
Yeah. Just look at all these forks of the bishop.
Everywhere. They're everywhere.
Gosh.
3
Hikaru seeming pretty relaxed there.
Yeah, he's swiveling around in his chair. He's just sort of waiting for Fabi to move.
But he hasn't put on his coat.
He hasn't put on his coat yet, so he knows the game is not over. Fabi only has 3 minutes to make 4 moves, or this game will be over. That's less than a minute of move. Rook f5 on the board, as anticipated.
And
adjust.
Yep. And we know that Fabiano Caruana is now, I think, the 3rd highest rated blitz player in the world. So his blitz skills have really improved throughout the last couple of years. So don't be fooled by some of those older notions about Fabiano. You know, he has 4 moves to make, and he has plenty of time to do it based on his skill in all disciplines.
I think, like you said, he probably was calculating not just rook hf5, but what his immediate response will be on knight to g3.
Definitely.
And then Hikaru is about to return that favor, though. He will, I think, likely want to use some time here to make sure that before he blitzes the moves out, we keep talking about this a lot, right? You don't want to play blitz chess just because your opponent has to. As much as you may be the best blitz player, one of the best blitz players in the world, if you're Hikaru, the smart thing to do is to really make sure that you've zoned in on what you want your next line to be before you put Fabiano back on the clock.
The interesting thing, I think a lot of people might not know this, back when Hikaru was in the 2600s during when the dinosaurs roamed the earth and the woolly mammoths were destroyed by meteor.
Yeah.
Hikaru used to have a problem of playing too quickly in late middle games, especially in winning positions. And there was a pretty well-known game at the time around 2005 or 2006 where he lost to Josh Friedel in round 1 of a U.S. championship. And I think I read in an interview that that game was like a light bulb moment for him. And ever since then, he didn't, he still has really good time management. He plays fast at times. But like I said earlier, he never rushes. He's discipline always prevails. And I think we're seeing that here.
Yeah. It's hard when you grow up, literally calculating people off the board faster than them by a mile, right? I mean, it's hard to develop that muscle until, like you said, a light bulb moment, right? Something happens that makes you hit rock bottom, so to speak, in regards to really forcing yourself to slow down and develop the maturity that we're seeing here from Hikaru. Because regardless of whether Fabiano has some decent holding chances, he knows this is his game to win right now, and he needs to be accurate if he's going to keep the pressure and figure out a way to convert.
And I wonder how his memory of this tournament can impact him, because he lost round 1 to Fabiano. Of course, he wants revenge. He then beat Rajabov. But after that, he had that game against Jan Nepomniachtchi, where he had actually the same advantage according to Eval Bar as we have right here, right? The same approximate evaluation, a very different type of position. In that game, it was even material. Here, it's material imbalance, where white is probably going to be ahead. But I wonder if you sort of question yourself a little bit after slipping, where you're like, I'm obviously confident that I'm better here, but can I prove that advantage? So let me slow down, take my time. And he has plenty of time left, 42 plus minutes for 4 moves. I mean, he's got an eternity, and especially with the speed he calculates.
He can win a title Tuesday in that time.
And he has many a time. He wishes maybe he could draw some arrows on the board. We need to have someone make a meme where Hikaru is drawing arrows on the physical board right now with his mind, drawing arrows in his head. The genius that is Hikaru Nakamura on display often when he's streaming. Okay, well, taking his time, Fabiano will only have 3 minutes on the clock, his time remaining before having to make 4 more moves and reach time control.
And I think Hikaru, you can see his eyes, they look like they're at the E4 square, that pawn, because he's trying to correctly assess what trades are acceptable for his winning chances. The last thing you want to do is just start mindlessly taking a pawn, allowing some liquidation, and it's the wrong pieces coming off the board for your opportunity to win the game. So he's doing the exact right thing, and we have somebody here rooting for Fabi.
Rooting for Fabi. Fabi, you can draw this. Come on, 100%. Fabi's got a lot of love in chat. We know that. When he bobs his head, I can just hear takes.
Don't we all?
That's true. We all hear it. Takes. Yeah. I mean, obviously, Hikaru has more fans around the world than maybe any top chess player in the world these days with his streaming and content career. But we know that Fabiano has a ton of fans in our community. We see a lot of support coming in for him. Whenever Hikaru looks to the side, he's speaking to chat.
Right.
But yeah, Fabi earned a lot of love. He earned a lot of love as a player. Also was in the commentary booth, and I think a lot of fans didn't think it was the stupidest bleep they'd ever seen to have Fabiano commentate during the World Championship. But we don't want him back there. We want him competing for the title. But no matter what, even maybe Hikaru wants that from a content perspective, to be honest. But Hikaru's job as a professional is to make sure that he does everything he can to take down Fabiano Caruana in this game. And right now, he just might do it.
And if Hikaru can go on a winning streak, if we can start here, and Fabi beats Jan, that's actually what Hikaru would want. Because Hikaru...
That's the recipe that is the improbable recipe we talked about.
Yes, it would be. If Hikaru wins this game and Fabi takes down Jan, and then Hikaru can start winning several games in a row, that's the exact recipe for him to catch up and have a chance at first place. And we were talking about this, I think, with Maurice Ashley
last night.
How if there's one player who can just suddenly go on this crazy hot streak,
we both called it.
Yeah, of course there's Jan Nepomniachtchi who's already done that, but if somebody who hasn't done it yet, it's Hikaru.
Yeah. Well, Hikaru was in studio yesterday. We asked him how he's played so far. He said, I think I'm playing pretty well. He feels on form, right? And so we were walking home with Maurice yesterday, and we had that conversation. Okay, besides Jan and Fabi, we were just saying, who's the other player who might catch fire? And we all kind of said, I feel like it would be Hikaru. If one person was going to get on a roll, given what we've seen to this point, how he's played, what his potential is, and if it started with a win on the back half. Go ahead, Danya.
And here's another thing to chew on: the fact that yes, Hikaru, didn't convert that very promising position against Jan, but the fact that he had that promising position. How many people this tournament have had a +2 or +2.5 position against Nepo? I think Hikaru might be the only. And Fabiano.
Oh, Fabiano had and that was a wild game with this knight G4 kind of gamble that Fabiano took. It paid off. He wasn't able to.
I would argue that position was very wild. I mean, Hikaru was flat out outplaying him at some point. And when you have a position like that against the leader of the tournament, that says a lot about your form. So I think Hikaru extracted the positives out of that game as he plays knight f2. So that's what he was thinking about. Wow.
And that's exactly what we're saying. So there was a little bit of difference between knight f2 and knight g3, but knight f2 actually threatened to trap the rook on f4. So that's why the rook went back to f7 to clear space on the file, because bishop e3 with a rook on f5 traps that rook. Now that the rook is back on f7, well, bishop e3, the rook can just slide back to f6 or f5.
So that's nice. So knight f2 was threatening to trap the rook where it stands because it guarded the g4 square. So even though it didn't attack the rook, kind of the same thing that knight g3 would have done. The rook still had to move because of that threat of bishop e3. So here we sit, Hikaru not playing his next move. Fabiano was ready for knight f2, which is important for him. He needs to be ready. He still has 3 moves to make with only 2 minutes and 42 seconds to do it.
And I feel like Hikaru wants to wait before taking on e4. That's like the sense I'm getting here. That pawn's not going anywhere. You have e3 covered by your bishop and your rook. So if he can make some improving move, like earlier when the knight was on g3, Danya recommended sliding the rook up to avoid a rook trade. Rook e3 is just bad now because your knight has lost. But the point is that maybe there are some improving moves here for Hikaru. Like even like in a move like a3 or a4 over on the queen side. That could be useful as black is kind of focused in the center, not attention being had over there on the queen side. So maybe there's just some useful move that Hikaru can play.
You could also try to get your king active with g3 and king g2.
Right, and avoid the first rank check once again.
And that's a key first rank check that we're avoiding, everyone, because even though it's not checkmate anymore, if that check happened, you had to trade rooks, and typically you want the rook on the board if you're facing 2 rooks in these 2 minor piece kind of dynamics, because it helps you have a piece that competes like they do, right? You want to have a piece that moves like they do in a lot of cases.
And knight takes d3 is a threat here, so black has to move the rook again, and
so
who knows where.
Maybe I was wrong on rook f3, but if you don't go to f3 and hit the pawn, then
well, if you go to f5, then isn't there?
Then I might be taken right away. Because
or knight takes e3, bishop e4. What's wrong with that?
I knew you were going to think that, but that's the exact type of material. So knight takes d3, e takes d3. Bishop e4,
That's
and
what you were
this
saying.
is what I've been trying to get to. So thank you. You've helped.
You're very welcome. I knew I would set you up to say something profound.
King g8. Oh, no.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Then g4. Then g4.
King g8, bishop takes rook, rook takes bishop. This is what I've been looking for. So Danya helped me out here. It's 2 pawns for a bishop. So materially speaking, obviously white is ahead, but black has pretty good chances to hold this game because you have 1 passed pawn and a nice connect 4 pawn chain, and then you can create a second passed pawn on the king side. So white's forces are distracted, and there's not much more to attack to begin with. So this actually might give good chances. I want to speak engine for a second. You know I don't like engines to begin with.
Speak it, baby.
When it's about +2 in a position like this, it often means that there's some kind of fortress down the line. And when Magnus Carlsen played the 2016 World Chess Championship, his first game against Karyakin, it said something like -3 or whatever it was, but Karyakin built a fortress, and Magnus couldn't make any progress. So that is something that players are really good at spotting, and these 2 players, Hikaru and Fabi, and Hikaru's probably thinking, what material win do I not really want? And this looks like one of them. And from Fabi's perspective, he's always looking for an option just like this, that when on the surface, it appears that white's winning chances are actually not quite as high, and black's drawing chances are greatly improving.
Interesting.
And I will just add to your excellent description that what I think would fool a lot of people here is that they look at this position and say, okay, well, I'm fully restraining the d3 pawn. That pawn's not going anywhere. The problem isn't in its current state. It's in the fact that it is not allowing white's rook the freedom to get active. Because the moment you're going rook e7...
I can't just go here?
Right.
Whoop.
No, you can't. Right.
Exactly.
And
No,
then D2 and the pawn promotes. And there's very little you can do about that.
Yep. No, and I'll also add to Robert's point, because it was a great one, that he already said that it's this type of eval, 1.8, 1.7, and you added a concrete point. The rook is literally trapped to the first rank in some ways, and the king is trapped on the f-file. So if you just look at the specifics here, everyone, this might actually be a weird kind of drawing fortress, because the king can't enter, and the rook can't leave without d2. The bishop, while looking very beautiful there in the center, doesn't actually maybe do what you want it to do here. It can't undermine the pawn chain. And the last thing I'll say is this is one of those rare frontiers, guys, still left, where a human being's super long foresight, the way that we humans approach chess, well, we played b4, that's different, is different than engines. In that, you know what I'm getting to here, right? We call it the fact that the math will always say this, but a human can see a fortress, which has nothing to do with the amount of moves it takes to get there. Has nothing to do with how fast you can calculate. You can visualize almost in an abstract way a human brain would to say that position, despite the math, is actually a fortress because of X, Y, and Z. And so there aren't very many positions like that left in chess where a human being can quickly, a strong human being, not me, right, a very strong player, can quickly visualize that it's a draw, right? Even though a computer would take a long time to see it.
That's such a great point, and there's nothing intrinsic in this position that makes it a fortress. The fact that the rook is cutting the king, if you program that and say a rook cutting off a king equals fortress, well, you're going to get in trouble pretty fast.
Yeah, they don't.
If you say
does not compute.
Protected passer on d3 equals fortress, I can give you 50 examples where pass pawn on d3 doesn't mean anything.
Right.
Well,
okay.
I think Fabiano Caruana done it 1 minute and 40 seconds.
Yeah, we got to get to that.
And
Fabio only has 1 minute. He was
played.
surprised.
b4 caught him off guard. And what is he going to do as a response to this move? Because that actually is really nasty. Maybe white can start trying to pick off those queenside pawns. The pawn a6 stuck in place. And what move did Fabio play?
h5.
h5.
Wait, bishop.
Oh my gosh, bishop e8, because if you have to bring your rook to f5 just to defend the pawn, your other rook gets trapped.
Bishop e3, oh!
There is rook h4, but then g3 really traps that rook over there.
And if bishop e8, rook e7, are you saying that you just take on h5, or is there something more?
I'm taking what you're offering.
Pawn gobbling. He's a pawn gobbler.
Yeah, Fabio won't survive without that pawn.
No.
Without the pawn majority, that was one of his only assets.
Yeah,
but what a huge move by Hikaru. B4 is exactly, guys, the reason what we said maturity, poise, be deliberate, use your clock as a weapon, because B4 is the type of confusing move you want to play when your opponent doesn't have a lot of time. That's the kind of response you sometimes get, is a mistake from your opponent.
Yeah, because B4 is like, you can't really do anything as black, but maybe there was an opportunity just a moment ago. I mean, I'm sure we can look at it after the game, but right now, Fabiano plays h5, and bishop e8 just looks like a game ender. And not just that. If you take bishop takes e4 check, even, with the knight landing on e4, now it can go to g5 different. Or c5, and a6 is stuck in place and just going to be picked off.
B4 was such a strong move, the kind of move that just irritates you, because you ask your opponent, do you want to en passant? Now he's like thinking about, wait, that's a huge commitment. I can't en passant because of, undermining my own bishop. But if you don't en passant, you're panicked about the long-term weakness that is now the a6 pawn. And it's just passive enough, it's non-forcing enough that you get a minute off your opponent's clock just for that. That was exactly the kind of move. Take note, boys and girls watching the show, of moves like b4 when you have 40 minutes on the clock against your opponent's 2 minutes. That's how you get people to make blunders in time pressure.
Yeah, and he's definitely deciding between bishop e8 and bishop takes c4 check. But bishop e8 seems to be the more concrete, the more decisive of the two options.
Yeah, wow. But it is amazing that bishop takes e4, the kind of move you would never want to play last move, because it's the forcing move that lets Fabio reach time control just from trades. Now it's actually really strong because you snuck in this b4 move, crippling a6. So when that knight comes in, you got problems, right? You could actually do it now where you really couldn't before. There is no rook e7 because knight g5 check would win the rook. And now knight c5 is way better than it would have been without b4. Again, what we were saying, everyone, is if this is the opposite of what you want to do here. Making this trade in this position, you just let black make a move, like get pieces off the board with get one step closer to time control. But b4, what a move.
h4 and b4.
Those are the two moves of the game.
Yeah, h4 really is the heroic move. back there, and then b4 is one of those moves where you're not making h4 wasteful, right? It's like, I don't want to waste this great game, so let me play b4 and then seal the deal.
Yep.
It's funny that b4 was a move we considered when the knight was on b7, but it's such a universally strong move. Like now there's no knight, it's still a great move because now it fixes the queenside pawns in addition to all the other things it does.
And how bad is that bishop on d3? Right? As soon as c4 and e4 happened, it was entrenched, entombed, whatever you want to call it, but it never could get out, and it couldn't be useful. And now its best use will be just to trade pieces, but it's too late. It's just been out of play this whole game, and he being Fabiano could never get rook f1 in. So Hikaru did a great job of avoiding rook trades.
Yeah, you're right. This bishop just went from the biggest strength on the board to the most misplaced piece. If you could have put it anywhere else, you may have had a different dynamic with those two rooks being able to compete with the minors. Hikaru's depth of understanding about, I don't know how deep his prep went. We're going to maybe ask him if he wins this game. He'll probably join us in the studio. But the depth of understanding he had about this position is really showing clearly here that whatever prep they got up to, regardless of where the actual concrete move ended, this has been an absolutely stellar performance from Nakamura here today.
And it's what we've almost become used to. And that's not to take it for granted when he plays a masterpiece. But we mentioned the other day his win over Magnus Carlsen, one of the Champions Chess Tour events, where it just looked like a kind of fine position for Magnus, but Hikaru had that really deep fundamental understanding where it felt like Magnus, who's the best chess player on the planet, he just could hardly move. And every single move that Hikaru made improved his position. It's like Karpovian in a sense.
Well, I like to come back in these moments to what I say at the start of some of his Speed Chess Championship matches, where a lot of people, who watch his streams, they just associate his incredible speed with tactical ability, and his tactical ability is incredible. But I think at his core, and he himself has made this point, he's a positional player. Notice how his pawn structure, it's always healthy. He rarely has weaknesses in his position. His repertoire is super solid. So, as he's gotten a little bit older, he's become more like Karpov. And again, that's terrifying.
I became less like Karpov as I got older.
He decided to become more like Carlsen.
Maybe for the best. Any Hooters, we're going to back up really quick, look at a bird's eye view. We're not going to leave this game, especially if Bobby gets on the clock, but I do want to pay our dues. Okay, somehow Report and Duda is getting more unclear by the second. Did that pawn get to f5 and allow? How did it get there? What happened to en passant?
Wasn't there a checkpoint at f6?
Wasn't there?
Maybe he went straight to f5. I don't know.
Do not.
Did he play f6 and then f5? Oh my. Okay, so we'll have to unpack that. Also, Firouzja and Rajabov. Unfortunately, we haven't given that game as much as maybe the X's and O's itself would be due. It looks like a very interesting battle. The reality is that we've had some other games with slightly more at stake at this point in the tournament. So all apologies.
I feel like they've had the same position for like 30 moves.
Maybe it's fascinating for us to go back and look at, but yeah, that's true.
They haven't traded anything in a long time.
They haven't traded anything in a really long time. The bishops left the board and they said, that's all we need for today.
That's
all right.
it.
I don't know why my shoe is cutting off my ankle circulation today. I tied it too tight.
You okay?
You noticed I keep wiggling it?
Yeah, do you need a moment?
Well, I do that.
I can't feel my toes right now.
Oh, wow.
I'm not kidding, actually. At the next break, I'm going to untie my shoe and get my foot out of here.
Sounds like a pretty good call.
Sounds like I'm trying to. Everyone's watching me twist my foot. They're like,
okay, did he actually go to b4 in that position? Are you?
There's no way.
I'm going to click to there.
There's no way.
Report what just happened.
How in the world can you make the move b4 on the queen? There's no way that move just happened.
We got to pan to a live cam. We got a visual confirmation.
Pan to the live cam of Report and Duda just so we can see what's going on with that game. I don't know if the team can hear me.
How do you possibly play the move b4? Right, like the H file is open. There's all sorts of checkmate threads.
He did play b4.
He played b4.
He did.
He played it.
B4.
Okay, how did he get his pawn to f5? We have so many questions.
Yeah,
so many questions about
the
this
last
game.
4 moves have been like an apocalypse has happened.
Duda's shaking his head. Okay, let's go there real quick to the Report Duda game. Everyone keep an eye on Hikaru's game. We'll pop right back to it. But what just happened? How did the pawn get to f5? He did get there, and there was no en passant.
Wait, he played G6 and F5?
Wow.
Yeah, we're keeping the cam on Hikaru on purpose because the moment he moves, we're headed back there. But he played.
Okay, I think he wanted en passant to happen, he being Duda, because he would play rook h7 check, take the rook on h1, and then play king f7.
Oof.
And just say, that pawn's an umbrella, right? It actually shields my king. Maybe I can take it back soon, but wow, what an idea.
Back to Nakamura. I'm on the board.
Ooh, he didn't play neither bishop e8 nor knight takes e4.
Played a4 and now takes a4.
Okay.
Fabiano has...
This is his last move to make.
One move to make before time control, and it is now with a minute on the clock.
He's probably going to go h4 or something. Just try to keep the status quo.
Well, if you want to... Oh, yeah, you can't... We rook to f5, you rook to
Yeah, I think he had to play h4. He gets an hour in doing so, and we can take a breath. Hikaru says "Jadoub," the French word for adjust, for those who don't speak Francais. I'm surprised Hikaru didn't play bishop e8.
Yeah.
He just played for, I mean, a very logical move, though, right?
He's still completely winning.
You know, these pawns are split, a6 and c4.
Yeah.
So objectively, the position is still clearly great for white, but it just feels like maybe Fabiano has a little bit more life than before because the knockout, right, that final touch still isn't abundantly clear, at least not to me. And watch out for black to throw in some e3 at some moment because you can't, to free the bishop, you can't take with the rook without losing your knight on d2, that you need the bishop directly protecting the f2 square. And if you take with the bishop, there could be like a rook e7. And all of a sudden, there's this pin on the e file, and we might get a rook trade, which is what black really needs. So I'm not counting Fabiano out yet. Of course, with proper play, Hikaru should be able to take this one home, but it's not that clear.
Yeah. Feels like he gave himself more clarity with a4, right? You said it was like a simple approach in a good way. It makes black's position even worse on the queen side, but it may not have been the most concrete knockout that he could have had with that pawn on h5. Easy for us to say, I guess, as a group of three people commentating and the help of an evil engine, we can kind of spot things pretty quickly. But yeah, I'm with you, Robert. I think that suddenly this position breathes a little bit of life, and this e3 shenanigan is really tricky. But okay, now that we've reached move 40, we are going to back up to do what I was trying to do before and head back over to the man in the red suit.
What is happening to black's king?
No pieces are defending it.
Oh my god, this looks terrible. This looks horrible.
And queen h5.
Queen h5.
Yeah, just...
Oh my god, queen h5, rook g7, there's knight e4.
What was the deal
open the
with
F file.
e4?
Sheesh, that is just dirty.
Can you play that move when you're about to get mated on the H file? I don't think you can.
Maybe he just thought he was getting checkmated no matter what, or
so it was yeah.
Or he succumbed to the sort of Pavlovian instinct that white would move the knight, which is not going to happen in a million years. And if he moves it, he's moving it to e4.
Yeah.
So queen h5.
Queen h5.
Threatening queen h8 and queen f6 and rook h8. So rook g7 is forced to try to slice off that pathway.
With knight e4.
Not the only, I mean, g6 is also
e4?
Easily winning.
Yeah, knight e4 because you're opening up the f file. So if f takes e4, you have queen h8 check. F
At a
king
minimum.
f7, you have rook f2, and bye-bye.
Apparently g6 is mating even faster, but he would resign probably after knight e4. Yeah, this is pretty straightforward.
Robert, you called it when we had the pawn on g5, and we were already seeing a little bit of the pressure as report.
I think he played knight e4 first.
Does play knight e4 first.
Dude, did you see his face? He can't believe it.
He looks over. He knows he's done. I was going to say you called it when that pawn got to g5. You said this looks a lot like Nepomniachtchi, Duda, and Jan-Krzysztof hasn't enjoyed himself defending kingside pawn storms here in Madrid.
And Duda found this brilliant idea. h4, queen takes h4, knight h7. Usually when you find such an idea, it's like the game starts going your way. But I honestly think this decision to take on g5 with the knight
was bad.
That's what started it all. And it's so easy for me to say that now, of course. But
you're right.
Missing rook g1. That's what decides these games, these tiny subtleties.
Taking with the queen would have been the easy way for black to maintain an edge, simplify the whole purpose of what Report was doing, which was to try to get a reckless attack. Because with the queens off the board, that kind of attack is just no longer Instead, Duda got really excited about his own attacking chances, taking with the knight so that he could keep this rook lift idea open. But I think both you were right about that, and I think Robert, as he points at me, was also right that maybe rook g1 was missed.
Well, I was
a little in between move.
I also was going to say that knight g5 the second time was also not good. So it was the double culprit.
It's cursed. The knight g5 is cursed.
Yeah,
but it's funny. I think maybe if he didn't miss it, he might have underestimated it and then made this wrong decision. And it was a couple of knight g5 moves that in the end were not to be desired for Duda. But Report gets a ton of credit, by the way, showing up with fire.
But Duda's distraught right now.
Yeah,
this is
falling apart.
Hard to watch. He can't believe it. And I think because of that moment, knight takes g5, he was playing for a win, right? He's looking at this as, this is my opportunity to try to come back. And if you don't get first place here, you get last, or although in this occasion, second place might also be kind of like first place, depending on what Magnus Carlsen's up to. So I think for Duda, he needs to strike at some point. But Report and Duda deserve a ton of credit. These guys are as combative as they get. Mm-hmm. They're at -1, both of them. Report, after a tough day yesterday, he strikes back, and Duda he just doesn't want to be anywhere near a chessboard right now.
And he's literally talking to himself at the board, talking himself in circles, probably not even talking to himself about the current position at hand, thinking about where this game was earlier and what went wrong.
It's the jacket. I think that's pretty clear.
It's the red jacket.
We've eliminated all the other hypotheses.
Well, I was about to say, as we were catching up on how it went down, Report got a ton of credit for how he went after this game, right? Yep. They both get credit. Like Robert was saying, they've been playing a lot of fighting chess despite a lot of draws that they had to start the event. But yeah, this is a heartbreaker for the #1 player from Poland.
On the flip side, though, you have to kind of, if you're a fan of chess, be happy for Report, because he tried yesterday. He failed miserably by his own admission, but he just came back. He played some really ambiguous, amorphous line with no real plan. And maybe objectively, it wasn't better for White, but he just posed questions. And Jan-Krzysztof Duda wasn't ready to answer all of them. And now the only question I have is he going to resign or play a couple more moves, because this one's over?
Yeah.
I feel like he's going to stop the clock at any moment, such as in the next 15 seconds.
But I mean, this he's a youngster. He's only in his 20s. He won the World Cup. He eliminated Magnus Carlsen. He won the Grand Chess Tour Rapid and Blitz event in Poland. He's a hero in Poland. He's won honors from the president of the country. Like, he is really making moves there. And there's a reason why Poland's been hosting more and more tournaments. And it's because of Jan-Krzysztof and Radoslav Wojtaszek before him. But I mean, look at him right now. It just, he's clearly put so much into this tournament. It's not going his way, but he is combative. He's had 6 draws, and he's trying his best. But when you go against the best in the world, sometimes that little slip.
He doesn't even wait for his opponent to come back to the table. Simply pauses the clock in resignation, stands up to put his jacket on, and he's not even waiting. Oh, there's Report coming back to shake hands. And
but in a strange way, like, that's, of course, as painful as it is to watch, this is also partly what makes chess so relatable. No matter what your rating is, what language you speak to yourself, these emotions are totally universal. Anybody who's ever played an important tournament, a tournament that's meaningful to them, can understand exactly what he's saying to himself, as he's expressing this pain and his emotions. But all credit to Report for the way that he recovered today.
Yeah. It's the jacket. He put on a red jacket, and he bounced back. I think we're going to bounce to a break now that we've reached time control. I believe we have in both games.
Although, what move is it for?
No, we have not actually.
We're not even close.
We're not even close.
How
to
is
time
that
control.
possible?
Well, we haven't been looking too closely at Firouzja or Jabov. They've been spending a lot of time deciding what squares to put their knights and rooks on. I'm saying it. No, I'm kidding. It is a position, by the way, that is about to come to life. D4 has been played. There's tension on the board between the central pawns. And somehow, Firouzja figured out a way to open the queen side, and he kept the A file, which is a big thing we were talking about earlier, that anytime White tried to do that, Robert, Black would be the one getting control of that file.
Yeah, but he may have the A file, but look at that F file. If you think you're just going to double and isolate black's pawns with d takes e5, you're mistaken, because after you take that pawn e5, yeah, it looks like it's about to be a problem, right? Black's going to be stuck with pawns, but look at the f file. So I'm ready to take your knight on g4 and try to remove the guard. So I'm just willing to leave myself with bad pawns if that means that I can just aim at the f2 square, because the rook on a3 and the rook on e3, they're not coordinated at all. And so black's rooks, on the other hand, looking down at the f2 pawn and towards the white king, that could spell some trouble.
What's the reason black isn't also threatening to take e4? I'm asking for a friend, not for me.
No, you absolutely are. So I think that white actually may take the knight on f6, but now I have to calculate g takes f6 in addition to the just rook takes.
It's going to be a very dangerous move.
I think g takes is better.
Because rook takes knight, the other knight comes to g4.
Right.
And then h5 becomes a problem.
Okay, so let's look at that. So if white tries to deal with this by knight takes f6, black will actually take with the pawn. And here comes f5.
And rook coming to g file, maybe a knight sack at some point.
Ooh.
You clearly don't have to worry about the e5 square anymore. You have 2 pawns protected.
You've taken care of that problem.
Right.
It has a little bit of protection. Okay. So maybe knight takes f6, not what Firouzja wants. D takes e5, you were saying is...
And knight takes e4, yeah, your move's even better.
Oh, okay. There we go. I was wondering. I was like, I'm counting attackers and defenders here. I've degraded myself to just counting here. I'm not trying to use any international master level knowledge with you two here.
That's not a bad strategy in this position. And a move by Alireza.
Rook a2.
What a cold move.
Oh. Wow, he wants to... He's like, please take my pawn e4.
Oh, does he want h5 and queen d3?
He absolutely does.
Let's look at it. Knight takes h5. Knight has to run.
Wasn't Timur's king on h8? Why did he put on h7? Because now he's regretting that choice.
Yeah, this looks very iffy.
Okay.
And maybe queen d3 first is somehow more accurate because I saw the eval bar go down, but I think it's the same principle.
The whole point is that when the queen comes to this diagonal, h5 is really hard to deal with. And now knight f6 would be taken, followed by h5 to win a pinned pony.
And if you play d5 instead of bringing the knight back to protect your knight, now I go h5 and knight takes e5 is a fork.
Knight takes e5 is a forking problem. Okay. Yeah, so Firouzja bringing some tension, some fire to the board. He desperately wants to get his first win here in Madrid. He has 7.5 minutes to play his remaining 6 moves. And 6.5 minutes for Rajabov to play his 6 moves.
By the way, as he's thinking, I think the reason why h5 first wasn't good is really interesting. We don't have to delve into the details, but knight f4.
Oh, wow.
G takes f4, e takes f4 with just a huge initiative. That knight from e4 slides back to g5 and potentially to
Suddenly
h3.
h3 and there's a mating net.
Right, everything comes alive.
And
okay, wow. So that's why h5 wasn't correct. And in addition to the fact that queen d3 seemed like the more logical thing to do. We have a couple moves being played now. Rook a2, queen c4. And Firouzja immediately responds by putting the rook to safety.
What a scary position for white.
Still 5 moves to make for Firouzja. 6 moves to make currently where we stand for Timur Rajabov. This game took a long time to heat up, so we didn't give it a lot of attention earlier. With all due respect, there were also some other crazy games going on. Report and a red jacket did damage.
Well, now that rook left a2, I'm wondering if black at some point should think about rook a8.
Swing back?
Yeah, to go over to that side of the board. And I mean, there's so much interesting tension from d4 to e5. I don't think that black wants to take on d4 that badly. You could take with the queen on d4, but you could also take with the pawn on d4, and opening the c file should be to white's advantage because the c7 pawn is backwards and target. So that's a really, really difficult position to assess for the players, and they're down, Rajabov down to 5.5 minutes, Alireza 7.5 minutes. This is a blitz game, and it's not easy to parse through the details.
Especially because it's a blitz game with no increment. Yeah. We don't even do that to the players in the Speed Chess Championship. We're kinder than FIDE.
And Robert called it.
Rook a8 swings back, grabs the a file.
And you know what's interesting? In terms of cataloging why this is such a complex position, I think that the most complex positions are ones in which the tension is occurring on all 3 parts of the board at the same time.
Yep.
Like you've got queenside tension. Obviously, there's a battle over the a file, or it's like black ran unopposed, won the election. There's tension in the center on the e5 square, and obviously there is massive tension on the king side with that knight on g4, the possibility of h5, and conversely, black's pressure down the f-file. So stuff, moving parts everywhere, hard to keep track, and we're in for a roller coaster in these last 5 moves.
Firouzja on the clock. He has 5 moves to make in 6 minutes. Remember, once they reach move 40, they get 60 minutes added back onto the clock. They don't get increment yet until another 20 moves are made. You have to reach move 60 to start getting 30 seconds added per move. It's been a storyline throughout the event, the fact that this is a major event without increment, really for the first time in a long time. The first candidates without increment in maybe the modern era here in the last decade or two. So the fact that these time scrambles are not coming with any relief to the players makes the drama and tension very real. With jokes aside, that's one of the reasons, and that's one of the pros arguments for the time control is these moments are very exciting because the players are very nervous.
And now Alireza is under 6 minutes, and there's no clarity here, right? So do you take on f6, but that allows g takes f6. We were just talking about that, where black gets a capture toward the center. The e5 pawn is well defended. The g file opens up, so watch out for some kind of knight sacrifice at the right moment. And there's still this tension on d4. The c3 pawn is a bit loose, but the rook on e3 is doing a good job of defending. Can black go rook a3, bring the rook back, second rook over to the a file? There's so many questions here, and white's foundation is good, right? The pawn structure is pretty healthy, but I feel like I would prefer the activity that black's pieces have.
Especially in the context of the time situation. I agree.
White's structure is strong, though, like you said. The house don't fall if the bones are good.
I feel like Alireza,
nice.
King G2 is a move. Okay, another reference? That means...
It's a great reference.
Firouzja has moved. Rook F3.
Ooh.
Putting that rook on the file to pin the knight, actually.
And trying to force Rajapov's rook back to F8.
Yeah. Saying, go to F8, whence you belong. The problem is, isn't that where black wants to put the rook? I mean, you were highlighting, Robert, that by coming to F8, you now maybe allow rook A3 at some point. The other rook can follow suit. Black is switching to the queen side here.
Knight E3 almost traps the black queen. I was just like looking to see how many squares there are. There is the C3 pawn hanging, and the queen can go back to C6. But for a moment, I was wondering if rook F8 actually allowed your queen to get trapped, but it doesn't.
Rajabov putting the other rook on F8, trying to say that maybe, hey, why don't we just repeat this one so we can both get some more time on the clock? What do you say, kid?
It's not, I mean, I think it's pretty unlikely, but it's not totally out of the realm of the possible.
Yep.
Because it's so hard for white to make a move, and now he's down to 4.5 minutes.
4.5 minutes for 4 moves for Firouzja. Roughly the same for Rajabov.
God, their hearts must be beating out of their chests. You can just imagine, you can feel the tension on that board.
It's kind of funny because I almost don't know what to play because there are like 8 different moves that all look like they're decent for both sides, and you're in this position where there's too many options.
No.
Yeah, that's why, I mean, I don't think it's crazy that we'll see a repeating of moves. We already established that you don't want to take here on f6 and allow black to take with the pawn.
Yeah, a glance at the clock, a little shake of the head, a very universal kind of motion. Yep. You know what that means. He doesn't see a better move. And that increases the likelihood of rook e3. Looks at his score sheet there.
3.5 minutes for 4 moves. Firouzja glancing at the clock and the score sheet, back and forth.
4 more moves?
4 more moves. Clock, score sheet. Clock, score sheet.
Alireza definitely wants to win this game, but compared to earlier, right, where he was up on time by a couple minutes just a few moves ago, now he's the one who's down on the clock, and it's not getting simpler. Right? No trades are happening. You often want to see a few trades, the position will clarify, but right now, the knights are having a stare down. The rooks on the F file, 2 for black, only 1 for white. And that rook on B2, that's been like the piece that you want to use. It is protecting the F2 pawn, which is very important in the event of rook E3. But other than that, it just feels like kind of a defensive piece.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's got very little future, as you said, other than its assigned role of protecting F2. And with every passing second, it seems that his frustration is palpably growing.
I don't think he wants to play knight f6 now g takes f6. I think something about that is concerning him, especially as we get down near move 40 and only 3 minutes approximately remaining for white. Knight takes f6, g takes f6, that kind of transformation of pawn structure.
Yeah.
That feels like now you have to think all over again about an entirely new position.
But what's going through your head from like, you're balancing the practical emotion you feel with trying to solve the position, which is at some point do you just, like I said, at some point do you just say, I'm going to repeat moves so I can get more time on the clock?
You have no other choice, and now
and
Rajabov doesn't hesitate.
The same. Yeah, this is, you called it not improbable. Turns out it was more than likely.
And probably Timur is not going to try any shenanigans. And him playing Rook A8 almost instantly, that further increases the likelihood that Alireza will repeat. He's just not giving him any time.
Well, he's kind of nope.
Oh, whoa.
Alireza says no. He's tired of draws.
Let's go.
He's tired of draws. He's tired of being in the bottom of the standings. I'm going to go for it. But will that be a mistake he regrets? If Rajabov plays G takes F6, then he's saying, "Hey, I wanted that, and now I'm gonna flip this thing around."
Rajabov has to play G takes F6. So Rook takes F6, runs right into H5, followed by Knight G4, folled by D takes E5. You're just going to lose a pawn.
Okay.
So
he's going to take with the pawn.
And he does.
So I'll just show real quick. If Rook takes F6 had been played, it was actually not just a matter of black wanting it, but it actually was no choice.
I was take on E5 first.
Take on E5 first, so that you win the pawn.
And you win the queen.
Oh my God.
That's hilarious.
No, you didn't.
Remember I mentioned earlier the queen was running out of squares? Bye-bye.
Right.
Nice idea. Okay, but G takes F6 was played. We see that Firouzja responds with knight to F3. Rajabov has 4 minutes to make 2 moves, moves 39 and 40.
Ooh, F5 is very interesting here. And then meeting H5 with something like knight F4. Robert, you pointed out that idea.
Yeah.
Black strokes come to the G file in an instant, and the C3 pawn is really weak.
Wow, and Alireza down to 1 minute and 22 seconds. I know he only has 1 move to make.
But if F5 is played, that's not going to be an easy move
Can
at all.
Rajabov put him in a situation where he has to make a very committal choice in move 40 without sacrificing objectivity?
Yeah, Rajabov puts head in hands, plural. He's going to figure out what he wants to do to make this last move for Firouzja the hardest possible move on the board. You want to make sure that your opponent has a chance to blunder in these spots.
And these positions are really funny to me because we see the eval bar saying slightly better for white. What the players are thinking, this is crazy. I have no idea who's better.
Absolutely nutty, right?
I need to make a move.
Although
I don't know what to play.
I think in all fairness too, they don't think in terms of the eval and that.
Right.
They know when a position is unclear.
Yes.
They know when it's slipping. So there are the rare occasions where they don't realize that one of the players has a bigger advantage.
Yeah, but if you said 0.4,
they'd be like, "What the?"
For who?
They'd be like,
for who?
"What does that even mean?" Yeah, exactly. Yeah, 0.2 for who's
who's
exactly
better?
for either side. Yeah,
meaningless evaluation. More up Rajabov's alley, I think, is a move like Rook G7, but that would allow Alireza to quickly play King H2. Like put anything on the G file, and White's king is going to get the heck away from there.
That's a really good point. Rook G7 just makes White's 40th move easy. I think that if he smells blood, if his experience, oldest player in the field playing the youngest player in the field in this game, if his experience says that he sees some nerves, some shakiness, maybe he goes for F5 and lets Firouzja kind of squirm a little bit under the clock.
Although Rajabov has struggled to play those kinds of moves, even with a lot of time on his clock.
Yeah, and that's why he hasn't won a classical chess game in more than 3 years. I'm not trying to, but it's the truth, right?
Yeah.
But Rajabov has struggled at times in these critical, tension-filled moments to be willing to do that, which is funny. It's not the young Rajabov we grew up watching, or I did. Yeah. It was crazy.
Hey, I'm old too.
This chess. You're old too.
I'm old too.
Rajabov played King's Indians and sacrifices and Schliemann attacks back when the Schliemann was not even supposed to be a thing anymore.
You weren't even supposed to say the word.
I mean, Schliemann, what does it even mean? That's another show. But okay, Rajabov, does he play a move that allows Firouzja to approach move 40 with ease?
Let's not forget, Rajabov has 2 moves to make.
Yeah, actually, that's a
you
really
can't
good
fall
point.
asleep. He needs to make his 40th move too to get that hour.
Yeah, by the way, he now has less time than Firouzja.
Oh my goodness, and he's playing
Oh,
knight E7.
E7.
Okay.
Okay, but that's one of those moves where now White doesn't exactly know how to respond.
Yeah, I can get behind that. I don't think it's a
But what's
a
the
bad
idea?
I don't know.
I was going to say,
that's exactly the point. He wants Alireza to ask that. And he wants Alireza to spend 1 minute and 8 seconds asking what the idea is.
And if I'm Alireza, I do not want to take on e5 because that feels committal. It might be a good move, but d takes e5 is a move obviously you can't take back, and maybe opening the f-file again is going to hurt you more than it helps you. So I think you'd want to just play some kind of...
Knight d2.
Yeah, that's a good looking
Or just
move.
like even move the king.
Yeah.
Yep.
Move the king. Knight d2 would just be the tempo you need, and it would also help Roger, by the way, because it would force queen to c6, and we'd have more time on the clock.
And Alireza...
Okay.
So, I don't know. Of course, the DGC relay isn't always.
Yeah, the clock reset a little bit there.
Yeah,
he had more time than it was showing.
Yeah,
I think now he has less time than it's showing because from his body language, it seems like he's getting ready to make a move. So I would estimate 15 seconds.
He keeps glancing at the clock. Oh, he's really nervous.
I don't know if we can get a view on the clock. That would be sweet. He's got 15. Okay, so something is wrong with the relay here. Apologies for that, fans. That was super confusing.
Seconds. I think it's 7 seconds.
He made that move with 7 seconds on the clock.
He did.
And that both of them immediately get up.
That was anticlimactic. So I don't know what happened there with the relay. Unfortunately, it wasn't as dramatic as it actually was for the players. Those nerves on Firouzja's face were very real. He made that move with 7 seconds on the clock. We did not have it properly displayed on the screen, but Rajabov responded instantly, and we have reached move 40 on all boards.
Exactly.
I'm both breathing and looking at Fabiano's game, and the last one we played was h3.
And then Hikaru just played rook a2.
As if nothing is the matter. It's just another day at the office. What?
Although the eval bar says maybe that's a little bit helpful. The thing is this, with every move that goes by that allows Caruana to make trades, the greater his drawing chances get. So, of course, we don't know fully yet. Will there be a storyline in hindsight that there was an opportunity for Nakamura Bishop E8? Will he go on to convert anyway? Certainly right now you would still put your money on that result. White is much better. But if the game is still going, you're feeling better about Fabiano Caruana's chances, because with every trade, the harder it's going to be for White to convert. So, all right. It's going to be hard for us to get the break we deserve and to give my toes feeling again if I don't throw to this next read so that we can take a step out of the studio here. Coming up after the FIDE Candidates, the next FIDE major event happening in the world is the 44th Chess Olympiad. It is headed to Chennai, India, and it will go down July 29th through August 9th. Starts early if you're watching this particular show on the West Coast, 2:30 a.m. Pacific time. You can go to go.chess.com/Olympia2022 to get all of the info. Tune in. We'll have many great commentators daily covering the action. Robert Hess won't be there because he'll be the team captain for Team USA in Chennai. So if you're tuning in for Robert Hess, well, then don't tune in. Because as much as we love Robert, he won't be there. Anyway, he'll be working with that guy to try to bring gold to the USA. Can that guy bring his position back to life and maybe save his candidates' chances here in Madrid? We're going to find out when our coverage of the 2022 FIDE Candidates returns in a few.
Want to hold a massive chess tournament with dozens of clubs or hundreds of players? Or maybe a small chess tournament with local but competitive clubs? With Club Arenas, you can. Club Arenas allow for tournaments of any size with any number of clubs and players. Customize the arena with any time control, with standard chess or mini chess variants, and with any starting position you want. Club Arenas are the most flexible tournament format on chess.com. Try one out today.
Apparently, this is the horse she rode in on, literally. Queen Isabella herself on a knight, a noble steed, changed the world forever. It's why everyone in Madrid knows the game of chess. They know that the candidates is here. They know that that this is one of the capital cities of our great game. And it's all because of that lady right there on that noble steed. Now that's a nine. Thank God for Queen Isabella changing the rules, right? And giving the queen her powers.
I know that in the filming we're really running with this, but in my head it was the Queen of France. So that begs the question, who is the chess.com historian and can I fire them?
Well, you'd have to fire yourself, I think.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's called as an outtake, I believe they call it in the business.
Outtake. So read it. Mike's going to say it was the Queen of Spain next time. He knows.
Yeah.
He knows.
Yeah.
We got to find more about this lady and find more about what the people know here. You guys excited for the candidates? Hey, can we talk for a second about this? Here we go. To the plaza we go. Which way's the plaza? You guys play chess?
Yeah.
Yeah? There you go. Are you excited for the candidates?
Yeah.
Yeah?
You don't know what it is.
You don't know what it is?
I do, actually.
Okay, what is it?
We've watched the Queen's Gambit.
Oh, you watched the Queen's Gambit?
No,
Me
I
too. Okay. You guys actually play chess, like on your phone?
No, he does.
Yeah? What are you playing on, chess.com?
Yeah.
You're about 1,300 on Lee Chess.
Yeah.
So it means you'd be like 900 on chess.com, actually. Yeah. Give me your username, I'll give you a diamond membership.
No way.
Not kidding.
He's gonna be a contender in like 3 years.
There it is.
He's up and coming.
So I'll give you a premium membership and then you won't have an excuse. Then you can use our...
I'll go back to it.
Yeah, all right, man.
Oh, you're an IM?
That's me, man.
Crazy.
Yep.
Magnus. He's like #1. Oh yeah, the guy that like beats.
Yeah, so this tournament decides who plays Magnus Carlsen. So the next challenger comes out of this tournament. All right, guys, enjoy.
Thank you so much.
Have
Thank
fun.
you so much.
See ya.
Great trip, guys.
There you go.
No drinking.
No drinking.
Actually, yeah, we're 18.
Still
true.
no drinking.
That's true.
You guys are connected now?
Yeah, no, we're buddies on. We're gonna send each other some ticks.
Do you think they already talked about
And then
this?
we'll talk about it.
Is that your phone buzzing? They already
Yeah,
talked?
they're already hitting me up for my digits.
Okay.
Yep.
Maybe wearing a pager wasn't the smartest idea to fit in with them.
Play chess online or learn how to improve? Join us at the #1 chess destination in the world, chess.com. With thousands of people playing at any moment, you'll quickly find a game with someone at your level, whether you're a beginner or a grandmaster. Chess.com makes learning fun and easy. Sharpen your tactics with puzzles and enhance your strategy with our lessons by top masters. Learn from your own games with our easy-to-use analysis tool. Chess.com has everything you need to take your game to the next level. Signing up is free and easy. Join chess.com today.
Madrid. Civilization here is almost as old as the game of chess. Some claim the queen was given her powers to honor Queen Isabella. Now that, my friends, is a chess legacy. Passion for chess continues to thrive in Madrid. For the first time in 30 years, Spain's capital plays host to the candidates. the most important tournament in chess. At the Palace of Santona, the stakes are high. 8 of the world's best players competing for the right to challenge for the most coveted title in chess, the World Chess Championship. The Candidates is grueling. The winner requires mental endurance and unbreakable focus. There are those familiar with the biggest stages in chess, yet still chasing unfinished business. And others from the next wave of stars with little patience for yielding to those before them. Mis amigos, the next challenger to the world champion of chess must come through Madrid. Like Queen Isabella before them, the Candidates is all about leaving a legacy. Mis amigos, I can feel my toes again. Good news. Good news. Fixed my shoes. Bobby, I'm hoping that he can feel this position, start feeling good about his position soon. It does not look great in that regard. Grandmaster Robert Hess, Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. We are here in Madrid. We are covering round 8 of the 2022 FIDE Candidates. We had a huge win already from Richard Rapport, who gave the event a huge loss yesterday, so huge rebound for him. He caught up with Dina Belankaya. We'll be checking out that interview later on. Fans get excited about that. We've got a couple interesting positions left here, but one I think that we definitely have to jump back into ASAP. Hikaru Nakamura.
Whoa. During the break, I honestly didn't even look at the position. Now that
brain processing.
Yeah,
error, short circuit.
Eating the acai bowl that the team was so nice to.
Wait, they got you your acai bowl?
Yeah.
Robert was so high maintenance about his acai bowl.
Yeah, Robert has been talking about this nonstop. He's been talking about more than
I was enthusiastic. All I did was mention it, and that was it. And the team was so
your
great.
Your talent. You're allowed to be high maintenance.
But I wasn't
You're allowed to ask for an acai bowl. No, I'm kidding. No, the acai
I'm
bowls
going to be
were
asking
delicious.
for a gazpacho.
Sorry. So he was eating an acai bowl. Didn't see the position, but what are your thoughts on where it stands?
First of all, how many pawns does Black have? So Black has 5 pawns for just 2 for White.
How does he have 3 pawns for? I mean, those 3 pawns are about to be shaved down, but.
But I really feel like Fabiano has improved chances, right? Because earlier it felt like Hikaru's pieces all had strong positions, right? Outpost. That bishop on c6 is now back on d1. Why did it go back there?
Well, let's back up to where we left it, because this is definitely going to be the main area of focus. Let's see. So speaking of when the bishop was on c6, it was here, and we saw this maneuver where the pieces started coming to life, and it really felt like after b4, frankly, I think we all, the emotion was in our voices, right? It felt like the win was imminent for Hikaru with b4. Fabi barely reached time control with h5, and right here, now that we can see it with hindsight and let the engine confirm, this definitely was the best move for Hikaru. The rook moves somewhere, and the pawn falls. And this might have been the simplest and cleanest, but...
That pawn's now on g2.
That pawn is now on g2. But Hikaru had a plan with b4, and he stuck to it. He played a4, and his goal was to sort of break up Black's pawn structure over here. But that left a little bit of life in Caruana's position. And he started pushing those pawns with the idea of trying to trade everything he can as fast as he can. That's his best chance to draw.
Okay, I think Hikaru just completely missed h3.
Yeah, h3 was a sick move.
So you know what's funny about that? Not funny for Hikaru, and just
Wait, can I try to fill in the blank?
Yeah, go for it.
But this is probably completely missing the mark.
Yeah.
It's kind of similar to the move e3, in the sense that it tries to distract the knight in order to trade rooks.
Right, but what I think, from my perspective, h4, I was thinking one-dimensionally. I was thinking h4 was played just to avoid bishop e8 and protect. I never for a second thought that h3 was going to be played, like that this pawn was going to be used as a decoy. And it's just a brilliant defensive idea by Fabiano that I'm assuming Hikaru missed. And the point is that, as you were just calling out, knight takes h3, allows the rook trade, and you see the evaluation immediately plummet, saying Black has no problems. So if you take with the pawn on h3, then the black rook can come to f3. And this bishop's on check. And look at this, rook e1, thinking that you're stabilizing. There's rook g3 check to move the king away from the f2 knight, and then you take on e3, removing the guard. You get an extra pawn, actually, for black.
Wow. And Hikaru was very fortunate that he had rook a2, because absent that move, if his rook was on c1 rather than a1, I don't know if he would have even been better there.
Because the other threat we haven't even mentioned yet is h2 check
Oh.
was a threat here, deflecting the king to win the knight on f2. So, in fact, we're all catching up to this right now, but I'm actually seeing in real time our team working super hard. They're all huge chess fans like all of us. Everyone was going nuts saying that Hikaru found the only move in the position. Rook a2, according to even some deep engine analysis, was the only move that kept winning chances alive. And he found it.
And that's true, and Hikaru will continue to press for the win. But
this move h3, this was
just the fight that Fabiano's putting up.
Yeah, so this position was hanging by a thread as far as winning chances go, because Fabiano finds the brilliant running of the h-pawn, if you will. Alpha 0, but sort of in an odd way, right? Not because that pawn has any real aggressive damage, just renegade, trying to do anything he can to simplify the position is Caruana.
Wow.
He gets one pawn off the board. The bishop comes back to d1. Now we kind of understand a little more of how we got here. And this is where we stand now with bishop g4 on the board.
And I wanted to add two things. The first is something I feel like I say every single time there's a winning position, which is complicated, which is that the first win, as my coach would always tell me, is the easiest. Bishop e8 was the clearest win. The moment you miss that first win, it gets harder and harder and harder, and you start letting your opponent back in the game. Now, what makes Hikaru so incredibly strong is that, at some point he just hunkers down and finds like 7 computer moves in a row. And I think we're watching that stage of the game right now. Bishop a4 to d1, also very elegant. And the point of that move was to protect the f3 square. Robert pointed out rook f3, that was a very dangerous threat. You need to keep the bishop on e3. That is the cog that makes the whole machine run. It blockades the e4 pawn. It controls a bunch of key squares. The other minor pieces have to act in service of protecting that bishop, which is what Hikaru is doing.
That's a fantastic way to put that. Yeah, this bishop d1, acting in service of the e3 bishop to guard the f3 square, because the e3 bishop holds it all together for white at this point. And Bobby is on the clock. He has half the time Hikaru does, but at this point, he's got to be feeling like the glass is half full compared to where it was, right? I mean, he has chances here if he can keep some pressure on the board and not let Nakamura fully coordinate the pieces.
Yeah, my reaction was out of pure shock. I didn't understand how the pawn got to g2, but it wasn't just some random magic. It was a great decision by Fabiano to use that pawn, renegade h-pawn, to try to give him some chances. But Hikaru obviously still has the advantage. And that, as Donnie's been saying, is the great thing about Hikaru, is even if he let that first one slip, he never gives up. He is relentless, right? He is the type of player who will try to find any last-ditch effort if it's available to him. Yeah. And right now, it's not ditching anything. He is better. He's trying to maneuver his minor pieces and allow himself to win. But there aren't so many pawns remaining. I guess that's now my concern for Hikaru's winning chances.
But yeah, he's like Marshawn Lynch. Like, no matter how many defenders he has on him, he's just going to keep running. He's going to keep running until he makes it to the end zone.
Yeah.
But he's not just here so he doesn't get fined.
Nice.
Take off my mic and retire now.
You used that one yesterday too?
But in this case, it was
good.
Wait, did Marshawn Lynch get fined?
You never.
I watch the game of football. I'm not there for the drama on the press conferences.
Who invited Danya to Madrid?
Yeah, get Danya some Skittles.
Okay. Very, very famous interview that just says over and over again, I'm just here so I don't get fined.
Okay, now that's ringing a distant bell.
Yeah, and anyway.
No comment.
But we're just going to get back into it.
I'm just here in Madrid so I don't get fined.
Bishop g4, hitting the rook. After moving it, is Hikaru grabbing back the pawn and then kind of inching forward, or is there something else more important than getting this very dangerous g2 pawn that, as you said, Robert, basically magically arrived here? Crazy.
Just moved. I didn't see where, but rook d5. So the really annoying thing for white is you can't move this bishop from g4 because you need to stop rook f3 every time it's available. And you can't really move your knight I don't know where it would go to because you give the F1 square and just the F file. So
it seems like taking is...
Yeah, that's step one. But let's say black just passes, like king g8 or something. I'm just trying to figure out what white's
What's
plan
step
is.
2, right? Because there's a bunch of pins. Rook g6 is in the air, and the d file is open.
I'm trying to find a winning plan for white. Just give me a second, guys. I'll figure out the whole position.
It's hard. I mean, king g3 you can start with to avoid bishop f1 related shenanigans.
Yeah.
Oh, and then bishop d4, knight d1, knight e3. Danny, you're square.
I like that. I like that a lot. That's the square I want. I guess one of the problems for Fabiano has become, as obviously the position has a lot more life for him than maybe we thought it would, and he figured out this amazing h3 idea. But we're seeing Hikaru's long-term plan that he started with b4 and a4 pay off, because now your rook is stuck on the 6th rank. So as white starts to improve and maneuver and start to basically bring some irritation to this rook, now there's things at stake. By opening up the a file, you have given yourself a target that you lacked otherwise. And so bishop d4, bringing the knight to d1. This rook is kind of running out of squares along the 6th rank, especially if that knight actually starts coming in here. So, so it's starting to feel like it's a plan to just keep using the squares, kind of like we said. The longer the game went on for the minor pieces, the more they will maneuver themselves to new homes on the dark squares. So if you're Fabiano, you want to change that. You'd be even willing to give up this pawn if you could, right? You have to give yourself some sort of way to get active and to challenge these maneuverings, but I don't know how to do it.
I don't think I can help you.
Thanks a lot.
I don't think there's been a piece that I've liked less than that bishop on d3.
Right.
Yeah. And it should be good.
And now it's got squares, but it can't move to them.
Yeah.
Like bishop b1 is useless. So new vistas have become available to it, but none of them are appetizing. It's ridiculous.
There ain't no vistas and there ain't no views. There certainly ain't no views and no vistas.
Another reference.
You name that movie, Robert, then our relationship goes to another level, even deeper.
That's a movie?
What movie was that?
I have no idea.
What's the decade?
90s.
No clue.
Someone who made the first move in a world championship match was in that movie and starred in it.
So Woody Harrelson?
Uh-huh.
It can't be White Man Can't Jump.
It can be, and it is.
Why? It sounds like a random
It's
quote.
when they're arguing about money that they lost because they made a bad decision, and she's like, I got to get out of Vista views because there ain't no vistas and there ain't no views, and there certainly ain't no views.
Now I know exactly what you're talking about, the exact scene.
You know the scene, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, yep. Right, that scene, of course. How could I have forgotten?
Okay, there you go. Shout out to Woody Harrelson, by the way, who's a great chess player.
Yeah.
He has made a move. He made a move in the 2016 World Chess Championship in New York. Woody plays chess.
Only a true detective would find that information out.
I feel like we're going to purposely start shunning you when you're late to the pop culture
when
game.
There's silence and a furtive glance at each other. Shared pain of enduring my references.
King to G2 is on the okay. All right. You made the point that King G8, Robert, is like the move to try, but I don't know that Fabiano has anything better. If we're trying to put on our running shoes as black, is there anywhere that king can go that's useful? Maybe going all the way to B7 to guard the pawn would free up the rook. Is that the craziest idea I've ever come up with? No. But
I mean, the big question is, how does white win? And once you tell me that, somebody help me, please.
But I think we figure that out.
Just
like
the bishop
king
d4?
G3.
King G3 to guard the bishop, so that when you play bishop D4, you're threatening to move the knight. Otherwise,
but that doesn't end the game on the spot either.
Knight D1 was right enough.
But okay, we go here. We go King G3.
Okay, I move my king F7.
Yeah, we're gonna do that crazy plan that Dan came up with to move. But now here comes this move. Oh, I blundered.
You can take it.
Again, this idea of sacking at the right moment.
Oh my God! So that's that's an idea to watch out for. Oh my lands!
Bishop D1. Why exactly? I understand. No, but
I guess maybe you just can't make progress.
Yeah, so you just play
what's
a ridiculous move like King E7 or something and stare at your opponent.
That is wild, by the way. Like, okay, I don't think Fabiano would miss it if given the opportunity, but that you can't judge me for that eval bar. I know the chat loves when I make blunders, but that is not an easy thing to see.
So maybe start with knight d1?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or amend your plan by putting the bishop on c5 rather than d4. But we can go with Robert's approach.
No, actually,
that's actually even better, so we'll do that. Yeah, bishop c5, and then... So the reason we wanted the king here is so that if the rook went to g6, you're not actually attacking the bishop, and I can continue my plan, I think. But
yeah. Or knight h3, knight f4, I mean...
Okay.
That also prevents rook dg5.
Yeah, okay, your winning plan is now just to be a pest. I mean, seriously, you're just going and trying to discombobulate Black's pieces. So...
Fabi's getting into time pressure again.
He has 14 moves to make in 28 minutes, so it's about 2 minutes on average per move if we're doing the quick math on that. Remember that they still don't have increment. Fabi has played rook to g6 on king to g2. Remember, increment does not kick in until move 60. So if you the point is just backing what Danya said. This is real time pressure,
and that's also a great move, I think. Because your whole idea was to go king g3 and free up your pieces. But by starting with rook g6, if you go king g3, I think that Fabi's idea might be to play bishop f1 to stop you from going knight h3.
Ooh, finally finding a job for that bishop.
At long last.
Look at that.
Not so much as a job, but clearing the d3 square for like...
Yeah, and you can't easily go rook a1 because then I'd play bishop e2.
Oh my goodness.
And you trade bishops.
Right?
God, it's so tricky.
Wow, rook g6 was a really good way to start.
Yeah, that's a pesky move. If king g3, you use the f1 square. If rook a1, or if the rook ever leaves, and not just a1, if the rook ever leaves the second rank, bishop e2 is actually a threat now that the rook is pinning the bishop on g4, so we shouldn't forget that.
And if you go king g3, the move is rook f5, because you get rook f3 check since the bishop is pinned.
Well, you said if king g3...
Rook f5.
Oh, I thought you said bishop f1 on king g3.
Oh, I did, but at some point rook f5. Okay.
Rook f5 is also an idea. I'm also going to put another thing, which is that now that the rook is pinning the bishop, if this bishop moves, are there ideas of e3 and bishop f5?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Right? Simplifying the position is...
And let's not forget about bishop d4, rook takes d4, which is a mountain-sized problem with the pin on the g4 bishop.
Yeah, this is another one of those positions where, yes, white is winning and Hikaru is pressing, but the complexity and the accuracy required isn't properly reflected in the way that the computer feels about white's advantage. Because remember, the computers will play perfectly, and they will beat you, but this move is a single step of that eval bar sliding down, not just of blunders like I played with bishop d4, but because of these other tactics we're talking about, sacking the e-pawn to get pieces off the board.
Okay, so he's going
about
to move
play
his king.
King g3.
Wait, playing king g3.
Fabi, so bishop f1 or rook f5?
Oh, now I'm not sure. I said bishop f1 initially, but
If you go rook f5...
I think that's a paper tiger because of king h4.
What? No, look at that king. It's always funny when you realize that you don't have to keep your king safe anymore or passive.
Yeah, that just looks really good for white.
These bishops are nasty.
And the knight's about to
here
help
comes
out.
knight h3, by the way.
Yep.
I feel like
Wow, that's
Hikaru is starting to see the light at the end of this tunnel.
But bishop f1 is far more resilient, in my opinion.
Yeah, there's a funny checkmate. If you play king f4, rook f6 check, king takes e4,
Oh, God.
bishop g2.
How ironic if the bishop delivers the checkmate, as if...
That's a fun line right there.
Man, that would be the first time the bishop moves in how many moves? 28 or something?
Yeah, it's been a long, long time.
It's like that soldier who hid during World War II and only emerged like 30 years later because he didn't know the war had ended.
That's actually really sad.
Yeah.
So
No, I
you're
found that out
referencing,
in
like,
Trivial Pursuit.
Every Marvel movie.
Oh, that's a trope?
I don't even know what we're talking about at this point. But I do know that we got a lot of people talking about this tournament. By the way,
I don't
shout out
watch
to
Marvel movies.
39,000 people watching on Twitch right now. That's a lot of people. We know that there are tens of thousands of you scattered on other platforms. Shout out to YouTube and others. But 39,000 people on Twitch. By the way, we crossed 800,000 followers on our channel today. So if you are just tuning in for the first time, hit that follow button. We do appreciate it. This is where the biggest chess events are covered. This is where the big chess stuff happens. So if you happen to be tuning in to the 2022 FIDE Candidates coverage for the first time, first of all, where have you been? This has been awesome. We're moving to the back half of the event, so lucky for you, there's still a week left. But hit the follow button for us, get alerted when we go live. All right, let's also remind the 39,000 people who Fabiano Caruana is. He is still headed into this round the only other person besides Jan Nepomniachtchi who seems to have a real chance of winning this thing. Let's remind everybody of just how great of a player he is.
No stranger to the candidates, Fabiano Caruana stands as a pretty popular choice for winning it all here in Madrid. Fabi won this prestigious tournament 4 years ago in Berlin. In his challenger match against Magnus Carlsen, Caruana came just one endgame moment away from his first World Championship.
I wasn't playing my best chess today, and Magnus, I think, played very well.
Soon to be 30, Caruana's chess resume is matched by few in Madrid. Born in Miami with dual citizenship, Fabi became the youngest grandmaster in U.S. history at age 14. A decade ago, he made history at the Sinkfield Cup, winning 7 straight games on his way to a 2844 rating, the third highest of all time. Precise calculation and deep knowledge of opening theory are Fabi's calling cards. The Italian-American used both to great effect in the FIDE Grand Swiss to qualify for this event. Caruana now aims to become the first player since Vichy Anand to win the candidates in non-consecutive years. But perhaps more importantly, Fabi looks towards another shot at the world title.
55,000 people watching in English, 16,000 on YouTube, 39,000 on Twitch, and we have tens of thousands in other languages as well. So welcome in to the biggest tournament in chess with the highest prize potentially at stake. You qualify to play the World Chess Champion and maybe become the World Chess Champion after a match. So shout out to Danya Naroditsky, by the way, for the voiceover on these amazing player profile highlights we've been doing. They've been awesome. Danny. I know that we've heard them a few times for those who've been for the week, but they're great. They're great stuff, and right?
I appreciate it.
Am I supposed to agree? Yeah,
Yes,
they're great.
You're
They're great.
At least for his feelings.
They're great.
No, they really are great. Anyway, we know that so much is at stake for Fabiano, and I said throwing into that video that other than Jan Nepomniachtchi, who right now is the clear leader, if you need a reset on that, it seems to have become a 2-horse race. But there's the guy sitting right there about to make his move, who's saying not so fast, not so fast. Because the crazy thing is, if he beats his fellow American here, and then Fabiano beats Jan Nepomniachtchi tomorrow to keep it close, suddenly we officially would be back to a 3-horse race in many ways.
And don't count out Richard Rapport. He won his game.
Yep.
And if he can get on a bit of a winning streak himself, he can bounce back.
Some dangerous players in the field, and some players eagerly looking for wins, because Jan Nepomniachtchi and Fabiano Caruana collectively have had more wins than almost games combined than everybody else. Right now, Hikaru Nakamura trying to solve this bishop f1 problem that Robert spotted a while ago, although it seems with accurate play, this should be the 5-time U.S. champion's game to win, that being Nakamura.
This is incredibly difficult, right? Just, you need to find your way out to just avoid these rook pins and checks and
mates.
Yeah, mates that I miraculously came up with, but it's just not easy to stabilize here. And we've already seen positions with the bishop going to d4 where you sack the rook there. You're showing king f4, that checkmate
I don't understand why king f4
rook f6
is being... I know, but the computer says it's the best move, but obviously the computer's just being dumb, because after king takes e4, bishop g2 wins.
So in engine speak, they always like to repeat once and then find the best move. So they think that repeating once is better than doing it right away.
Well, traditional chess engines did not. The neural nets now do.
Yeah, I don't really know why.
Which is, I actually do know why if you want to know. It's an interesting topic. But the neural nets, which are based on the machine learning technology, in many ways, of course, everyone knows AlphaZero, DeepMind, the project by Google. And if you don't know it, it's a machine learning project that AlphaZero burst onto the scene and quite literally changed the game, beating the best, strongest computers. But the reason is, okay, spam this for Hikaru, is that they have a Monte Carlo tree system, which means instead of just playing the mathematically best move, Robert, the approach is about increasing the amount of possible options, which is why they do the weird endgame things where instead of checkmating by force, they'll play it out even longer, right? So that's why they now recommend this almost every time. It's like a contempt thing where they just want, their number one goal is actually not to win the game, but to like keep the game going as long as possible without disrupting the mathematically best way to play.
If you said that like 30 years ago, the person listening would have thought we have reached like technological dystopia.
Yeah.
The computers are now consciously messing with you.
GM Larry Kaufman would be like,
Right.
sounds interesting.
Right.
You'd be like, wow, that sounds like a cool
time.
thing. I just like, you'd be like, Doc in the DeLorean. All right. Bishop F1, Hikaru nodding his head.
He was about to make a move, but I wonder if it was to get Fabi to sit back down. I don't know if he was like actually thinking about making a move. Because I've seen people do that. I mean, I've done that a couple times, just sort of instinctually. You feel like making a move and your opponent gets up, but cooler heads prevailed, and now he's thinking.
Okay, so King F4 is not the best move because of that amazing checkmate. So regardless of the tangent I just went on, which maybe was interesting for some of the viewers, you cannot play King F4 to take the pawn because you walk your king into a mating net. But regardless of the engine's suggestion, the best move in the position is actually Bishop D4. Not King F4. That actually makes a lot of sense. Now you give the king a square.
But Rook takes D4 and E3, isn't that a pretty terrifying thing to allow? Oh my god, there's King F3, EF, Bishop F5.
Oh my goodness.
Get this out of here.
But it makes so much sense.
Oh,
yeah.
But it might be a hard thing to spot. Hikaru looks like he's about to move, so if he's spotted this idea and puts the bishop on d4.
I mean, King H4 also seems very natural to me, but apparently the engine doesn't like it. Can't put my finger on why exactly.
Well, we have an analysis board. Let's go to there.
I've been wondering.
Oh, Bishop G2, Bishop F3.
You don't want to let black any chance
That's
to
so
trade off
easy
the
to
bishop.
miss.
Yeah, because that bishop's been doing nothing forever.
And ironically, as you said, the bishop is saving the day after sitting on d3 for the whole game.
But it actually makes a lot of sense now that I think about it.
Okay.
So bishop d4, there's also this rook f5 move that we were looking at earlier, but I guess the knight can capture on e4 here?
That seems scary. I don't want to do that. All right, I'll do it. Yeah, it looks good.
Yeah, the rook on a2 is
Oh, and in fact, now you're
hero.
actually threatening to even flip over here, which is super irritating.
Yeah, this actually seems to be going Hikaru's way with some accurate play.
He needs like 3 more moves. 3 more very accurate moves or so.
Such a weird position.
Fabiano needs 13 moves to reach time control, so he has 23 minutes on the clock, but he will get more time if he reaches move 60. I don't know that this game will reach move 60 if Hikaru finds all the accurate approaches, but it is a very, very messy position. Again, we keep saying this, despite the engine saying that White's advantage is massive, and it is. You could step wrong in many different ways.
Yeah. Go ahead, Robert.
If only Black's pawns could be connected. Like, these are the worst pawns ever.
It's unreal how impotent
these are all the worst pawns ever.
This is like when you're bowling and you think you're going to strike on the first one, the first roll, and then you do it, and then you get a split like this.
And then you're playing with that one guy who you came and said, oh, I'm not that good, and then he finds a way to like put enough spin on the ball to hit both down.
Like the ones that are on the left side and the right side, and
like,
someone they
right?
top all.
Yeah.
The rest of your night is ruined.
No, I'm just proud of those people. Why you gotta be a hater?
Because I went to bowl with you because we were all supposed to be bad.
I mean, we can't all be the dude, you know?
Moving on. Get the camera out of my face.
Staying out of this.
Anyway, Hikaru is trying to think about how to approach this. What's up?
I'm just thinking about Donnie.
Donnie?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not getting it.
Darko?
No, from Big Lebowski.
Oh, okay. Big Lebowski. Yeah. The dude.
I said the dude before. You just didn't hear me.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Bishop. Oh, Hikaru found Bishop D4.
Mm-hmm.
This is tough.
Fabi might take it and
go for the force
I would
line.
hazard a guess that the game might end with King F3.
Well, the position is tough enough that it's hard to find other moves, right? If you Rook G5 is the only other candidate move I had in my head, because taking advantage of the fact that the bishop is no longer here, if I can put the rook here, you can't take on E4 because the bishop would hang. So I don't know what the response. Honestly, the response is probably just King F4. We'll just go for it. I'm just going to trust my instinct, see if the engine likes it, and they do, because it has a dual threat. One is Bishop F5, which is the worst.
That is a showstopper.
In fact, that just might be.
There's no defense.
Yeah,
you can't move the rook on G6 preemptively.
You can't move the rook because now the rook is hanging.
And get this, moving the king doesn't actually help, because Bishop F5 wins even if it's not a skewer.
Brutal.
Yeah, Bishop D4 was potentially the cherry on top for Hikaru Nakamura. Fabiano has 21 minutes, and he will maybe burn all of it trying to come up with his last resources here. While he's thinking, let's back up real quick and remind everybody there is one other game still going on here in round 8 of the 2022 FIDE Candidates. If you're just tuning in, the order was Jan Nepomniachtchi, tournament leader, a quick draw protecting his lead against China's #1 Ding Liren. Richard Rapport won a fantastic game against Jan-Krzysztof Duda, the #1 player from Poland. Richard Rapport also was wearing a super sexy red jacket. Was it red? Was it pink? Was it salmon? We'll ask Richard and see what his opinion was of the color, but it was hot. I'll say that. It was hot fire. It was a hot jacket. I'm comfortable.
Literally.
He looked good as he won that game. Man, it's nice to see chess players showing up in style. Can I get an amen for 40,000 viewers? Come on.
All right, amen.
All right, thank you. Yeah, you know it. All right, Richard looked good. I'm gonna say that. And then we sit here. We sit here with Nakamura and Caruana, as we know, the biggest game in the round. You're looking at me, and then we have Firouzja and Rajabov still playing over there.
I feel like you just went full Mugatu on us.
Like Richard Rapport, he is so hot right now.
Yeah.
So hot right now.
I'm calling Jacobian from now on.
Yeah. All right. Well, Richard Rapport also caught up with Dina Belankaya, but another player did. Ding Liren, after drawing his game quickly against Jan Nepomniachtchi, caught up with Dina, and here were his thoughts on the round 8 quick battle versus the tournament leader.
Ding, thanks for joining. That was a relatively short game today. Did you have any intentions to have a bigger fight?
Yeah, if he didn't play this Jewish line, I'm ready for a fight. But unfortunately, he just go for this theoretical draw.
Didn't you have any temptation to deviate and have some play anyhow?
First, I need to be solid, and since he had a very good preparation in the opening, but actually, if I was not caught in the preparation, then I'm going to play for a win at some point. But today, I didn't have any chance to win.
How are you going to approach this second half of the tournament that just started?
Well, just take it as a normal one, not the candidates, and try to enjoy the tournament.
What do you think about the time control here? It is very special not to have any increments.
I think it's a disadvantage for me, especially in this tournament, since I misplayed 2 winning positions. They're both in time trouble. Maybe I'm not get used to this time control, but it does many excitement, especially in time trouble.
Thanks a lot, Ding.
Thank you.
Yeah, interesting thoughts specifically related to the time control that may become a talking point in this game, as well as Fabiano is about to be under time pressure again. If you don't know the storyline, it's been a big one because this is the first major event, the first candidates to not have increment, which is a standard thing top players are used to get a little bit of time added back to every clock. And a lot of times, guys, you manage your time, and you've had habits of managing your time for a couple decades in your career, knowing that you can survive a scramble because there's always that little help. Not so in this tournament. It's a very different twist for them, and we know that it's been something that a lot of players feel have affected them.
Yeah, Hikaru himself said that he felt that he didn't, well, first of all, that Rajabov didn't hold against him because there was no increment approaching move 40 to get that extra hour. And he felt that he didn't beat Jan Nepomniachtchi because of the lack of increment. Because way before move 40, he felt like he needed to speed up. Because once you get down to the wire, as we're saying, you don't get the 30 seconds added per move, which is standard in most chess events, where every time you hit the clock, your move is made, you gain 30 seconds. So you can gain a quick couple minutes by just playing fast moves or by repeating moves. So here, you don't get that, and the players, some of them have been struggling.
Danya, talk a little bit about that, because I think that some of the spectators will say, like, get over it, right? Like, come on, like, you're chess players, and it's not that big of a deal. But habits, I mean, they're called habits for a reason, right? Because they're hard to break. And as someone plays chess at a very high level, you know these guys, what it takes, and maybe not playing the candidates, but like, it's not easy for a player to just turn off the way they've approached the opening, the middle game, their habitual ways of tackling the critical moments. And now they don't have the time that they usually have. So talk about how hard that is for a player to change their approach.
Well, first of all, they did sort of get over it. I mean, they're playing the candidates.
Yes, they are. They have no choice.
And they played, Norway chess before that, which didn't have increment. But it did have some players losing on time. Partially your relationship with no increment depends on where you grew up. So, for example, in the U.S., a lot of tournaments, at least in my youth, that's kind of still weird saying that, but I just have to accept the fact that I'm old. Yes, okay. So a lot of tournaments in my youth were like 90 minutes for 40 moves, but increment was unheard of. Like, the most you got was 5-second delay, and that was already a luxury. So when I, came to Europe for the first time and started playing, I had to adjust to increment. It was the other way around. There was no more flagging, and you know how much I like that.
Yeah. Flagging, losing on time. Yeah.
But for someone like Hikaru, he also grew up in the U.S. and Fabi, but they've just played super tournaments for so long that they've become completely acclimated to the 90 plus 30. Time control, and that influences absolutely everything. Like, you make the first 15 moves fast sometimes because you want to gain those extra, sometimes like 10, 12 minutes, and then you
get
feel
30
like
seconds to move. So 15 moves you make, right? You've already got 7.5 minutes more.
Right. So it really permeates. The influence of increment permeates throughout the entire first time control. And without it, you really do have to change your strategy, and the paranoia of getting one of those time scrambles, which these players understandably really, really dislike, as you indicated, that paranoia is real. They're not just, complaining about it for no reason. It really does cause mistakes, but at the same time, you could argue that it makes it more entertaining, and the more flagging, the better. And nobody's allowed to argue with that. Right?
More flagging,
right,
the better. Right. No, I mean, like you said they're getting over it. They are getting over it because there's a $500,000 prize pool and a chance at the World Chess Championship title at stake. So they're here playing.
They're not outside carrying.
They're
signs.
Not picketing.
No
and
increment.
They're not rioting in any way.
Play.
but at the same time, they are losing on time now in top level chess for the first time. You mentioned Norway chess, right? And nobody's lost on time here. But we've seen huge mistakes because of time scrambles, like Ding Liren losing a winning position against Timur Rajabov, right? Meaning he lost the winning position, eventually drew. So it is interesting. It is dramatic.
That on the increment.
What?
I'm not blaming that on the increment.
Yeah, that was just
I mean, maybe he does, and for some
what
reason,
exactly are you not blaming on the increment?
His mistake was
I totally agree with you on that.
Me too.
Not like we're calling Ding Liren out or anything with that interview. I totally agree with you on that.
But it could make him uncomfortable throughout the game, so it could have impacted him along the way, which like we keep saying, you need to be as objective as possible. But I don't know. I mean, players, they need to get accustomed to different time controls and different things. And just because it's always been a certain way doesn't mean that's the best way. Right? Tradition, for the sake of tradition, is not that appealing.
But increment is pretty recent too. I think a lot of people think, well, this is how it's always been. Like, no, we used to have analog clocks and people didn't know how much time they had left, like 1 minute or 11.
I think we should have adjournments, honestly.
Go backwards.
Right.
Go back
I just don't think we should have clocks at all.
By the way, I didn't play at your level, but I will say I learned the same. I had the same experience, and we all, growing up in the American tournament system, had the same thing. Playing increment was foreign to me. I remember when I first started playing with increment because I grew up, not being used to it. So had to adjust the other way. In fact, I lost a lot of winning positions, not appreciating that I was better up on the clock and played too fast, thinking my opponent, there's no way they can hold this. They have, 32 seconds, right? But they were getting time back. And so there are obviously a lot of dynamics that go into managing your time because we can't just play chess for years on one game. You have to have a clock for a reason. But
are you like in a company correspondence thing where your daily games have been lasting for years?
That is true. Chess.com has daily chess where you can have multiple days per move, and we're still wrapping up the winner of, I think, the 2018 Chess.com staff tournament. Because I was eliminated because I don't have that kind of patience. There are people in our company that are just like taking the max days per move. We got to figure this out and get rid of vacation time for staff members. That is another story. All right.
I mean, there were some stories of correspondence games that were paused, for the Second World War and then resumed.
Yep.
Like this game was played between 1938 and 1948. So.
Well, Fabi is trying to find any last chance he can. We talked about rook takes d4 with the idea of getting e3 because the bishop is no longer there. Maybe one thing he's thinking about is e3 right away, with the idea that if he forces this back, and does he have time to swing back to freeing the bishop to get a trade going? I would imagine no, but at least it's an idea to keep the game alive.
It's an interesting one because you of course can't take the bishop on d3 because the rook takes, and that spells a lot of trouble. Where white is fortunate to be able to survive, in fact.
Yep.
So you're not taking the bishop there, but maybe you can. There's no threat, right? Bishop f5 isn't really that big of a threat because your knight covers the bishop on g4. So maybe you can just play bishop d4. Just like put your bishop back in a nice square, and after bishop f5, you move your king.
So now you're willing for it, you're saying?
Yeah, why not? After the trade.
Yeah, too many weaknesses, too many active pieces.
The c4 pawn is dropping. The a6 pawn probably isn't that much longer for this board either, and the king on f4 is not getting checkmated.
He made a move.
He brought the bishop back to d3, and Hikaru comes back to the board. He's enjoying that player's VIP area. Doesn't like to sit at the board while Fabiano is thinking today. I don't think Hikaru has spent very much time at all at the board when Fabiano was on the clock.
Well, he better not miss rook takes d4 now.
Rook takes d4 is officially a threat because after c takes d4, c3 runs. For example, actually, king f4.
It's very strong because it gives another set of eyes on e3.
Yeah, so you're back to this idea.
Yeah, and it stops e3.
So unfortunately for Fabi, that the most logical move in the position, it seems, organically, naturally stops rook takes d4 because of this new threat. But if you play knight d1, like I was talking about before, I think that does re-allow it, or maybe it doesn't.
No, even this defense.
Even knight d1, even my bad move works here.
That's the worst kind of situation when you set a trap and then you start to realize that every single move
stops it
against it. Yeah. Your opponent will have to play like even rook a1 probably defends.
Yeah. You set a trap and every single move stops it. There's got to be one that doesn't. Okay, knight h3. That's the one that goes for this side. That might be the one that allows it.
Still winning.
Takes, and no, you can go for it.
I know, rook b2 is probably the worst move on the board because it walks right into
rook
c3
b2
with tempo.
Is the one move that walks into the trick that Fabiano is laying, the trap that Fabi lays with bishop d3.
Yeah, what a vicious trap because rook b2 is such a natural move.
Yeah, no, and that goes to show that Hikaru's piece placement, right? He has optimized these pieces. Bishop's on d4, protecting and protected by the pawn on c3. The bishop on g4 is a really useful piece, especially after king f4, which threatens bishop f5 in some positions.
Hikaru has indeed played on the board.
Just don't rush the move bishop f5, I don't think. That might walk into some exchange sacrifices.
Oh, yeah.
King f4 threatens bishop f5. You don't want to... Wait.
It is a threat. You could play bishop f5 because takes e3, the knight from f2 captures on d3, and then e3 is also hanging, so the wheels come off here.
Right, but probably don't take that rook on g6.
I was going to say, if you take...
I think you can, because g2, rook a6. Oh, king f8, rook e6. Oh, that is a...
Look at this.
Well, you said sexy,
this
so
is a
I'm
fun...
allowed to say sexy
sorry,
mate.
this is a fun line that we got to show. Because in a rare scenario, I was keeping track of what Danya was saying in my own head and wanted to show the final position. This, again, is one of those lines that shows that even in a line like that, white is accidentally winning. So, unfortunately, the wheels have truly come off for black in this position. We see kind of a frustrated Fabiano right there.
I mean, he knows. You can just see it on his face.
Yeah.
He knows where this is going. I mean, tremendous defense.
Yeah.
But
yeah, that idea he found running the H-pawn up was brilliant and put Hikaru on notice. He had to find all the right moves to keep his winning advantage, but it looks like Nakamura has.
And something Hikaru has done well since he's returned to over-the-board play is when he lost to Levan Aronian in the first game of the FIDE Grand Prix, he then beat him in the return game. So these top few players in the world, Hikaru, despite losing that first game, he gets his vengeance.
Yeah.
And obviously that's not easy because to this point, Fabiano Caruana 5 out of 7. He's won 3 games, drawn 4, has lost none. So Hikaru, sometimes when you beat him, you poke the bear, and nobody wants to see Hikaru angry.
He's always had a mindset and attitude, Danya, you've talked about, where it comes from many ways because he is just the online chess king in so many ways. He's just so resourceful, never goes away.
It's unbelievable.
It's unbelievable the opportunities he finds when you think he should just be dead. And, obviously he's played more online chess that matters, right? As more money and opportunities are there than maybe anybody. Maybe that's also helped him grow, is this transition with COVID behind us, coming back to over-the-board chess. He's qualified for the candidates. This opportunity that he sees now to rebound from a previous loss to Fabiano, his mindset is there.
Right. And, for a lot of people, I think they very naively thought that, okay, when you give Hikaru 3 minutes, he makes the most of it. But when you give him, 90 minutes or 120, some people thought, what, after a minute, he's just going to stop thinking? That's, no. Hikaru is just as capable of putting that time to very, very good use, as any other super gem. Even as he's shown, he's better at putting that time to use. I mean, his time management has been superb.
Yep.
And that's an often overlooked thing. He almost never gets into serious time pressure.
Yeah, and I think another element that he has admitted favors him, at least in psychologically speaking, is he makes a heck of a lot of money in his quote-unquote other career as a streamer, or you could consider his main career. And that's really big because Richard Report, one of the big storylines heading into this event was that he has applied for a transfer to the Romanian Federation because he has sponsorship. And Richard has talked about how he doesn't make a lot of money playing chess. And he hasn't played in that many tournaments. And, that's difficult. Mm-hmm. He, is trying to make a living with his desired profession. So the fact that Hikaru, whether or not he wins the candidates, can just go back online on this very platform that we're on right now and make a very, very nice living, that's a big deal. And he has said in interviews that he used to put a lot of pressure on himself. Mm-hmm. And now he still cares, literally. But he doesn't have to put his entire sense of self, his finances, everything into each and every individual move. And that can be very helpful when you can play with a clear head.
It's funny because not only does he, you said he has the biggest, most followed chess channel on Twitch. By the way, if you're one of the 40,000 viewers and haven't hit the follow button for our channel, do so right now. We just crossed 800,000 today, but he has the most view. He's doing well, and he said yesterday in studio when he joined us that he's already looking forward to getting back to it. He misses his community, and his mindset is look, I already miss it, but that's not stopping him from delivering a huge, huge wound to his fellow Americans' chances to maybe win the candidates and get himself back in the running. Right, that's his job. We see chat getting involved in this conversation. Having a massive advantage versus Fabi seems exhausting. Lots of props to Fabi for this defense, even if unsuccessful. Little for us.
That's what we saw yesterday, right? When Fabi came in after a win, and Hikaru is going to be skipping home all giddily, excited to record his game analysis video.
Which he's been doing after every game.
He also has a great YouTube channel. You should check it out.
But I think it's often overlooked when one side plays a brilliant game that a chess game has 2 authors, and Fabi was a co-author. Hikaru wrote the better book.
You have to read this.
Sorry,
if Hikaru got help, it's not collusion, but
nepotism. For those who don't know, the nickname for Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Carry me out of this.
That's bad, even for Danya's standards. This is the king of bad puns here.
If it's bad by my standards, that means you ought to be ashamed of yourself. You need to reconsider your life choices. You need to sit down at a desk with a notebook and start rethinking how you live.
Wow, and I've been scolded for being too mean to chat. Look at this
Yeah,
guy.
look at
over
this
here.
guy. Roasting chat. We love it.
No,
though.
it's a positive, constructive criticism.
Sometimes you go, it's so bad that you steal the
You
show.
just gotta
So,
start
anyway,
from
but that
scratch.
was ugly. That was ugly there. But we do appreciate chat and everyone being involved.
Maybe just, to distract yourself, read some, I don't know, Edgar Allan Poe or something.
Oh, here we go, Edgar Allan Poe. Oh man,
save me.
I know that a lot of people have been looking for who's going to win this tournament, but we might be finding Nepo on top of the standings at the end of this one. Are we still finding Nepo? Are we finding Nemo? That was it. Am I allowed to even say the word Disney on a show without getting a copyright strike these days? Okay, we're moving on. Finding Dory was not a very good sequel to Finding Nemo. I'm sorry. I'll be the minority and say it. Okay, I'm just saying it. All right. We're gonna have one game still going, even if this Nakamura Caruana battle comes to a close quickly here, because Rajabov and Firouzja looks as confusing as where we left it. A set of rooks have come off the board along with a pair of knights, but there's still a lot of messiness over there.
Yeah, and Alireza Firouzja.
Trying to make a pun out of Rajabov's last name. But
No,
it's way too
please
complicated.
stop.
Because Zhaba in Russian means toad.
Uh-huh.
And the first three letters kind of mean red. It's gonna
Well,
call him Red Toad.
I'd say the chat doesn't like it, but we're increasing in viewership as this show goes off the rails. Slowly but surely, they know we're about to head into a car wreck where Danny says something highly inappropriate. And
I'll beat you to the punch, don't worry.
All right. Well, King to G8. Hikaru, we have liftoff. Let's head back over to the Nakamura Caruana battle. Bishop F5 is on the board, and
He probably quintuple checked. Rook takes F5.
Yeah.
Imagine ruining this entire
ruining
game
a
over that
tournament like
blunder.
this. What would be amazing is if somehow we get this position and Hikaru takes on G6. That would be what the people want.
And
we might
for sure would.
Yeah, for sure he would. To end the game with a forced mate that allows black to get a queen. If you missed the line earlier, you take here threatening checkmate, which is why you can't get a queen. And even if you try to run out, we still trap the king, allowing a brand new queen to come to the board, and rook E8 delivers the goods.
Do you want to hear something really funny?
What?
Are you going to say the same thing?
There's another
Yeah,
win.
yeah,
Okay, go ahead, Robert.
No,
you
no,
take
no,
it. I've talked enough.
No, you asked if we want to hear something funny, so we both, there's telepathy here.
Well, I feel like I'm really a part of this inside joke too, because I obviously also see the win.
Right.
So I'm going to I won't argue with you guys as to which one plays it though. I'll just let you guys do it.
So, all right, I'll take the reins.
Yeah,
After King F8, Rook takes A6.
Alright, so D2 first.
Sorry,
D2, Rook A6, King F8. White can play the very much in-your-face move, Bishop takes E3.
Mm-hmm.
And after D1 Queen, you go Rook A8 check. Now this seems to be counterproductive. What are you doing, letting the king out of the cage? After King E7, and suddenly Bishop G5 check.
Oh,
now you think Black was born yesterday, he's not going to the D file. But you're going to make him go to the D file.
This isn't a mate. It's not as fun as Dylan, but
It's
yes.
almost stalemate after King E6. If there was a pawn on F4, then after King D7, Rook D8 check, King E6, I guess you could play F5 check, but you get the point.
Yeah. So there are more ways to win.
When you see checkmate, look for better.
Yep.
When you see checkmate, look for better. Those were the famous words of every great chess player.
Fabi might resign here, actually. It sounds extreme, but he actually might.
He only has 8 minutes and 50 seconds to play what would be 10 moves, so he's got problems here.
Nah, it's too early to resign. You can't resign when you got a material advantage. And technically, he still does.
But just so easy for white now because the E4 pawn is falling. And the bishop will take on E4, followed by the knight takes. The knight comes into C5, and which means the A6 pawn falls, and then the B4 pawn becomes a runner. It just is all like pretty straightforward.
Okay, so he's made a move.
He
Rook
played
H6.
Rook H6.
Okay, all things considered.
Not giving up the ghost yet, hoping for a blunder from Hikaru to let him back in the game.
Now I don't like bishop takes E4 as much because this rook is annoying on coming
H4.
to H4. Exactly.
Yep.
Yeah, in fact, that's his trick. And if you move here, for example,
he's still finding tricks.
Yeah, Hikaru is still having to work to finish this. You saw that little head nod there. He's like, all right, Bobby's not going away. He's got some tricks here.
Yeah, but knight g4, I think, is very, very strong because you have to keep the rook on the 6th rank, otherwise bishop e6.
Yeah, well, and oh yeah, okay. Your move is only slightly stronger than me grabbing a pawn, but
right.
But you do allow rook takes f5 again, right? Like you have to, as you keep saying, you have to check a million times that this is still winning, and you just bring your king back, and it is. The pawn isn't quite quick enough. The rook gets captured with check, very importantly, and the bishop comes back to f2, or you stop the pawn and you win the game. But it's one of those things that are so easy to overlook because it didn't work a move ago.
Yep.
And now you just think, it didn't work then, it won't work now, but it could.
He goes for knight to g4.
No hesitation.
He's double checked that rook takes f5 doesn't work despite the discovered check and running of the pawns. They have the running of the bulls here in Madrid.
Isn't that in Pamplona?
This is the running of the pawns. What?
Isn't that in Pamplona?
I have no idea. It's in Spain.
It is definitely in Spain.
I'm just going to reveal that I don't know.
Madrid equals Spain.
I'm sorry.
Madrid,
that sounded like the worst ugly American comment to make, but I know that it was I knew it was a Spanish tradition.
Complimented you.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I'm pretty mad, so I think you should get rid of that reference.
All right, knight g4 attacks the rook, threatens to take with check.
It's like 7 hours into the show. Cut me some slack.
Bishop e6 check is coming if the rook leaves the 6th rank. So that means I have to run to c6, but then we're back to bishop takes e4, as we said.
Yeah. I think just all of Black's pawns are falling because they're split. We mentioned that earlier. Pawn's best friend's another pawn. You feel like you can stabilize, keep them protected. But here you need your heavy pieces to defend them. The bishop on d3, which has been protecting the c4 and e4 pawns. First e4 is going to fall, and then once the bishop gets traded, then c4 is next, and once those go, it's just very easy for Hikaru.
But Fabiano's not resigning for a reason. There are opportunities to blunder, right? Hikaru looks zoned in, focused, and Fabi is also now under 7 minutes to make 9 moves. But I'm just saying, like, Caruana doesn't enjoy getting beaten over the head. That's not what he's into.
Right.
You know what I mean? If Fabi is still at the board, it's because he thinks there are some opportunities for a swindle. And so as long as we're here, all of you will be here as well. That's right. Sit in your chairs and don't go anywhere, or I will find you. 42,000 of you on Twitch.
But the depressing thing now is knight g4 can drop back to e3.
Finally.
Rook from a2 to g2.
Finally. Right, Danny?
I've been calling for this square since I was a young boy.
Right.
The dream is real. Put that rook on b5, and now here I come to the g file.
That's right.
Right on. This is it. This is all I've been dreaming about since I was a little kid. Getting active over here on the king side.
All I wanted was that 9-3.
All I ever wanted was that 9-3. I told Dad, I don't want football. I don't want your life. I want my own. Sorry. I want my own king on e5.
That's right. And you got your wish.
I don't want your life, Dad. I want my knight on e3.
You'll get your wish if you wait long enough.
All right.
That's
Thank
what
you,
I
brother
always
Jeff.
say.
Thank you.
This is the Robert has disengaged himself gracefully from this conversation.
Well, if that knight comes to e3, we might get another visit from Jebediah. That's Jebediah, not Jedi. I ain't no Jedi. I'm Jebediah with a B.
Jebediah.
Jebediah.
Mm-hmm. Not to be confused with Jedediah.
Not to be confused with. I wouldn't ever claim to be something I'm not.
Yeah, this is over.
Your little act is over?
Yes, and the game is also over.
All right.
What do you mean my little act?
We're having a great time here. We don't want to miss the final moments of this game. With all, let's go to the bird's eye view. Again, there is another game still going. Also, a reminder to the fans that if this game ends in a victory for Hikaru Nakamura, we will much more than likely have him in studio. So you're not going to want to miss that interview. We'll talk to him about everything that was this battle, his preparation, his mindset coming in, obviously what he feels he does to his outside chances to come back and win this thing. It's not over if he gets a victory. So we've got a lot of things to unpack with Hikaru, and you're not going to want to miss that interview should he get the W. That's like my insurance statement to those who are tired of Jeb. You got to stick around for Hikaru.
Can we look at the Firouzja game for just like a little bit?
Hey.
Just check the position.
I know I have the mouse, but you have just as much control over this show.
Aw.
This is a democracy here.
That's very wholesome, Manny.
You're welcome.
You're making
Let's
me
go,
emotional
let's go
here.
look at that game. Here we go.
All right. I've satiated myself. Now we can go back to the next game.
This is all you wanted was to get Firouzja on camera?
It's like that scene in National Lampoon's European Vacation where he's touring all the landmarks and he has a checklist. Eiffel Tower, check. Palazzo in Rome, check.
Ooh, F3, by the way, check to the queen. Check herself before she wrecks herself. Get out of my kingside.
Garde. You know, that's what they used to say in medieval times when the queen was attacked.
Really?
Yeah.
Good.
Garde.
Oh, so there was a check for the king, like shock.
I think it's a
Garde?
French term, garde. Yeah.
Oh, interesting. I didn't know that.
So garde to the queen. Queen has to drop back to g6, only square, to keep e6 protected.
Mm-hmm.
How do you assess such a position? Like, whose pawn structure is better / worse?
It's funny because they both have clear pros and cons.
Yeah, you don't like the double pawns, but there's a queen on an open G file, a rook on an open F file. But that C7 pawn and the B5 pawn, those are left alone. So at some point, I feel like white can start aiming towards the queen side.
God, Firouzja and time pressure again.
Yep, 15 minutes to make 12 moves. That's not an easy task. Little more than a minute a move, and while the position is not as crazy as maybe what's going on between Hikaru and Fabiano, sometimes that's even harder, right? Because there's no concrete things to calculate. This is full of subtleties. Here's what I tend to think about in these positions, and you can say if this is instructive for chat or not, but like, I know my pieces are awkward AF right now, but what am I visualizing? Like, what is my goal position? Because before I can calculate my way out of this situation where they're weird, I have to know where I want to drive the car, right? So, but that's what I'm struggling with is like, where do I visualize I mean, I know there's obvious things like, yeah, imaginarily put my queen on D7. That'd be great. It might not even be very good, by the way, knight F5 discovery. But you feel me, Robert? So what's the goal for white to kind of coordinate, untangle here?
Yeah, I guess one of the big questions is what's black's plan, right? So in coming up with your own plan, you also want to take into account what your opponent is thinking. So there could be an annoying move like rook G7 at the right moment just to eye the pawn on G3. And I think that the rook has done its duty on E3. Right now that the pawn goes to F3, E4 is already defended. C3 is not going to be targeted anytime soon.
So come on back.
Yeah, so maybe bring that rook back just to step one. And you just need to figure out like where does this queen belong? Is the queen going to venture up the queen side and go after those pawns? Or should the queen help in the king side defense and the rook maybe go to the A file at some point?
I like that a lot.
I'm not really answering your question directly because I do think that there's no clear plan for white just yet, but I also think that black doesn't exactly have a clear plan. So I'm just going to start by making sure that my king side is safe before I start looking over at the queen side.
I love that rook E2 was a move because now it makes you meet anything they try to do here. Play tickle on either file and the rook can help with defense, which makes the queen feel a little more frisky to kind of to get active over here, right?
It could also go to A7 with the additional benefit of being able to then drop back to F2 or G1 should, you know, more hands on the king side be necessary.
I like that.
But Alireza is really wrestling with the absence of a plan here, and I think that's really bothering him. And I think it's been bothering him since the first time control. You could just sense it.
That was kind of why I asked the question the way I did. I was sort of trying to say, maybe this is why he's struggled with time management here. This game in general has lacked a clear vision, a clear goal. And now rook E2 looks like a good move, but you still then have to make sure you calculate well what your goal is for the queen on the queen side.
I'll give you another idea. Maybe white can throw in the move C4 at some point.
I think we're being cued to go back to this game. Is there something that's happened over here? We'll head back over.
There's a couple of moves.
Not sure what happened there.
Knight E3, so rook HD6, knight E3, rook B5, it looks like.
Yeah. Wait, knight E3. Oh, my knight came to E3. Hello.
Your lifelong dream was fulfilled. You weren't even there for it.
I don't want your life, Dad. The knight is on E3.
I don't like your tone.
What?
I don't like your tone, son.
The rook will come to G2. If the rook comes to G2, wait, Hikaru is a little frustrated. We'll see. But he's picking flavors at this point.
Yeah, I wonder.
Rook G2, rook B7.
And even just, can you just move your bishop and put your knight in F5? It just feels like.
Ugh. Or bishop E5. I mean, really anything.
Yeah.
Bishop E5, bishop E6, knight F5. I mean, you're coming in from all sides.
Yeah, you have to play rook B7 because otherwise you drop G7 and probably get mated soon.
Even bishop C8, yeah.
Come in.
Oh, king E5 is just mean.
Oh my god, I have a line.
Yeah.
Bishop C8, rook C7, bishop takes G7.
Wait, what's going on? I don't. Oh, knight F5 at the end.
But both bishops are hanging, which is kind of cool.
Wow. If you take here, there's a discovered check that wins the rook. If you take on G7 at the end of this massive trade, white brings the fork hammer down with knight F5 check to take the rook, so that's a real problem.
Completely unnecessary, but demonstrates the extent of white's domination.
Yep.
And Hikaru looked like he was about to grab his rook.
Yep.
He has so much time.
So much time. Fabiano does not have a ton of time. 5.5 minutes for 8 moves. He also doesn't have a lot of options left on the board to keep this thing spicy.
Yeah, we're a few moves away from resignation.
And Fabiano looks, he's looking off the side like, where did I go wrong? Like, how did this get out of hand so badly?
Yep.
And for Hikaru, I mean, he's always looked confident in this game. He was confident here in the studio, saying he's playing well. But during the game, from the start, where he got that imbalance, it wasn't entirely evident who it favored. But Hikaru, he just by body language, by the speed of his play, it did feel like he was in his comfort zone.
No, that's what I was saying earlier. It seemed like he understood not just whatever theory and prep he brought to the table concretely, but he had a good feel for this position from the very beginning. It's evident by how quickly he was able to play, the advantage he earned on the clock, obviously the position on the board says that he knew what he was doing. And H4, B4, we talked about those 2 pawn moves, both brilliant ones. And he's about to make this thing a mess in Madrid.
Wow. And you know what else he's done well? Recovered from oversights. I mean, he hasn't reacted emotionally. He missed a couple of things this game. I think similar thing happened in his first win against Timur. He's just cold. I mean, knight H1 was incredible. And then, of course, H4. And then later on when he missed H3, reacting immediately with rook A2 and bishop D1, rattling off these critical moves. It's not about playing perfectly. Nobody plays perfectly over 60 moves.
Yep.
It's about the way you react to adversity during a game, and he's reacted tremendously well. Bishop C5 is perfectly good enough.
Well, not a lot of people saw this coming, which in hindsight, maybe, we should have thought differently. Hikaru has been playing well. He had the white pieces, but Fabiano playing as well as anybody besides Jan Nepomniachtchi, you felt like he was on form and would keep it that way. I don't know that you blame Fabi for this game. I think you give Hikaru credit, right? He'd be scoring his first classical win against Fabiano in 7 years.
I think maybe the one thing you can regret, not necessarily blame anybody for, is the opening choice. Because Fabiano, he's been very solid all tournament.
Yeah.
And now he got into a position that was very hectic.
Yeah.
And he didn't have control of the game.
Yeah.
So I think from that perspective, it's a situation where if he could go back in time, maybe he would have played a Petrov. Maybe he would have played something that just gives white a tiny advantage, but at least you don't have to figure out, wait, who's better here because I don't know if a rook and 2 pawns is better than 2 minor pieces.
Yeah.
It should be, but here it's not, and what's my actual plan? So I do think there is that element to the calculus, but as you're saying, you do just have to give Hikaru a tremendous amount of credit and respect for coming into this game, giving it his all, and just outplaying Fabiano Caruana. That's the long and short of it.
Well, and then because of what you just said, there's no way to not take the next step of the storyline. So if that's the case, and an opening choice might be the only thing you could regret, why did you make that opening choice? Is it because of what happened yesterday with Report losing to Jan Nepomniachtchi? You're a half a point behind. Maybe you're not as confident that you're going to be able to win on command against Jan, and you felt like, well, if there's a chance for me to mix up a game, it might be this game, and just not that he was necessarily trying to beat Hikaru with black out of the gate, but he clearly chose an opening that was going to offer a mess, right? And so that's what you unpack the storylines, right? You look at the standings and you wonder if he was, and I'm not saying that was, a totally subjective reasoning, but was that part of the thought process, looking for an opportunity to create a mess on the board? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that we're having this discussion, I think, epitomizes the just importance of having, for example, a really good team of seconds, and a team of seconds who I think a lot of people think that the process of choosing openings as Hikaru goes down the correct line with King E5 is just about, turning on Stockfish overnight and then choosing the line that gives the best evaluation. Like, no, there's a menu of 30 different options.
Yeah.
All of them are good objectively, and it's incredibly hard to choose an opening based on your style, based on the tournament situation, and mistakes in the choosing of an opening are very common, even by these incredibly elite players. And hindsight is 20/20. So Fabi will learn and move on.
I think I said, the other day, or that looking ahead to this matchup, right, that Hikaru Nakamura has shown a string of long preparation, but not preparation that necessarily had the ton of bite if his opponent handled it. Like Ding Liren played that perfect game. But Fabiano Caruana, Ding Liren, they're capable of playing that perfect game to withstand that preparation. But this was such a different type of game. The style of the game, it's one where, all these players are pretty universal. They can play any type of position. But Hikaru Nakamura plays this type of position exceptionally well.
Yeah.
And it's showing. So, it's hindsight is 20/20. It's very easy to sit here and say this and that should have been done differently. And I think for Fabiano, because the tournament continues, or just because he's going to lose this game doesn't mean the tournament ends. In fact, he has destiny in his hands if he can beat Jan Nepomniachtchi tomorrow. But ultimately, you're going to regret some of the choices today. You're going to lose this game for sure because Hikaru is just playing perfectly. Right now, the move knight g4 just to attack this rook on f6, because if the rook goes to c6, then your bishop can go to d7, and one of those rooks is going.
There is one more resource, though, knight g4, e3. I find it very admirable that Fabi is still fighting, even, when the result is essentially not in question.
Well, he's making sure Hikaru doesn't get careless, right? And Hikaru is showing the poise and focus of someone who doesn't look like he's about to get careless, but that's what we've been saying from the beginning. It's totally winning for white, but there are opportunities to blunder here, and unless Fabiano thinks those are gone, he's going to keep playing, right? So the fact that he's still sitting at the board means, I was joking about the viewers not going anywhere, means that we still have something to look at and talk about. And by the way, again, reminder to 43,000 of you on Twitch and tens of thousands elsewhere that regardless of this result, what Robert just said is true. Fabiano will get his chance no matter what against Jan Nepomniachtchi tomorrow. Tune in. Game start at 6 a.m. Pacific time, 3 p.m. here in local Madrid time. And he has the white pieces. So the candidates is not over, and it just adds more drama to the matchup that is the American tomorrow, the leading American going up against the tournament leader there in Jan Nepomniachtchi. So,
wow.
Yeah, wow. Those are the round 9 matchups before you for tomorrow. Fabiano Caruana, as we said, will get white against Jan Nepomniachtchi, and as Robert said, he has never won a classical game against Jan Nepomniachtchi, the previous challenger, the most recent challenger to Magnus Carlsen. But Hikaru hadn't won a classical game in 7 years against Fabiano. We just had a global pandemic. Things are weird in the world now. Who knows? Maybe tomorrow Fabi figures out a way to crack the nut that has been Jan Nepomniachtchi.
And we saw on the graphic as well that Hikaru Nakamura plays the black pieces against Timur Rajabov.
Yeah.
Rajabov hasn't won a game of classical chess since 2019.
Yeah.
He's struggling in this event. Hikaru is, I think, it's 3 wins, 0 losses, and a bunch of draws. So Hikaru has a good record against Rajabov. So the black pieces, maybe he's not to be deterred, and he's saying, at this point in the tournament, I need to keep winning, so I'll take my chances.
Although the way Timur is playing, he's so tough to crack with black. With black, I mean, I don't. Probably the last loss with white has come even before his last classical win, in 2014 or so.
Fabiano is all in now on the sack that we've been waiting for. Like we said, running of the bulls, not in Madrid. But this is the running of the pawns in Madrid.
Problem is they're not running very far.
Yeah. The king simply slides over, and after e2, Pretty sure you just play bishop f2 right away.
Yeah,
Stop.
division
Not
of
like that.
labor there is important because the rook has to be kept for taking a6, I think.
Yeah, so king e5, e2, and then bishop f2. We'll stop the pawn. Yeah, king e5, e2, bishop f2. You keep the rook here, and that might be what gets Fabiano to resign right there.
And the bishop on d3 did its first job in forever. I guess it went to f1 at some point. But that bishop just has been such a bad piece. It's unbelievable, honestly.
Yeah, it really is. That's honestly the narrative that unites all stages of the game because nothing else has remained the same except
the bad
that bishop.
Are there any other
Rook
tricks
B8.
here for black that rook b8 try to swing around and make some counterplay happen?
Wow. The engine likes rook takes a6. I don't know if I'd have the,
the
cojones to play that move. I mean,
yeah. Wait, why is it good?
You said just push your b pawn at the end.
And so you allow the piece, and then you just win with the b pawn? That doesn't seem like something we're going to see here.
Right, you can just put like a bishop on e1 and stop the pawn. But no, let's give up the piece.
Why would you do that? Why would you keep your extra piece?
Even king d4 to me feels like the most human move, because if rook e8, then I'll play bishop e1.
Right.
And if not, I'll take next. But all right, computers, I for one welcome our artificially intelligent overlords. Welcome to 44,000 people watching on Twitch. Hit the follow button while you're here. The biggest events in chess are on this channel right now. This is the most important tournament in chess. It is the candidates, and it decides who will challenge Magnus Carlsen for the World Championship title.
And the player on the top of the screen there, Fabiano Caruana, he did just that in 2018.
Yep.
He drew every single game in classical chess. He didn't lose a single one. But unfortunately for him, the quicker time, which shows that's where Magnus got him. And Hikaru Nakamura, I doubt he needs too much of an introduction to our online audience because he's likely their introduction to the game of chess, or they've been following him for many years, and the tales of his retirement have been greatly exaggerated. He's not
Tales
just
of my retirement.
And his decline,
Yeah, he's not just unretired, but he's playing amazing chess. He's been gaining a ton of rating points. His performance rating in his events have been amongst the highest in the entire world.
Yep.
So Hikaru Nakamura, I mean, he's not just making fans because, his online personality, and there is that, of course, but it's also his great chess playing.
And let's not forget, and I'm really jumping the gun here, but Hikaru's record with Magnus during those rapid tournaments during the pandemic was really darn good. And I think that was the first sign that, he's not done with classical chess, even though that was rapid.
Well, he's maybe a more confident player than he's ever been in his career. He feels more at home as a streamer. He said it himself. He has a community behind him. It almost like he feels like the pressure is off in his career. Like he made it. He did it. He arrived. Right? Financially secure. I mean, it matters and it's true, right?
Whoa. 1 second.
No, it's going to go back up, right?
1 second.
What is the idea? Wait, it allows rookie.
Whoa, my goodness.
No, but King D. No, but that idea is actually quite dangerous. King D4, rook E4 check. King C5, rook E5.
Analysis board we shallst go to. King D4, rook
Obviously
E4
it's
check.
winning, but
King C5. This is still just
rook E5.
Oh, and if I take you bishop E4?
Yes.
And if I go back, you have a draw? Wait. No. If bishop E4, I have king D4.
No, rook takes D5 check and rook D1.
It's not so simple.
Oh my gosh. Wait.
Even this is winning, I think, because you're going to get to the C4 pawn, but this gets really complicated.
Wait. Did Hikaru just blunder that's an easy thing to blunder because it's a retreating move. Robert says this all the time, right? You can miss moves like this because this is a warm and cozy move. You play it to feel warm and cozy.
Right.
But it turns out that the fact that you put the bishop there too early might allow a shocking repetition. Now, the king can still...
if he goes up to start with, like right now, if you go to the game position, if he goes up to... Can we go to king D6?
Yeah.
Whoa.
That would be a mistake.
Did he go?
I think he went back, right? He went back to F4, but I was going to say...
But G5 check. Oh my God. Wait a second.
Wait,
G5
what?
check?
Oh, and if you take, you're just going to play rook e5.
So king g3 is forced, but then rook h8, rook h1, and all of a sudden black gets tons of counterplay.
Oh my goodness, everywhere.
Rook e5. Okay, Fabi has to find g5 check. Now the time. Oh, and this is move 60. He's going to get 15 minutes.
Well, this is exactly what we were saying is maybe could go wrong. Is that as long as Fabiano was playing, then there were still chances.
The g5 is child's play. I mean, that move is automatic.
Well,
but he's going to
play
play
it. It would be his 60th move, though, and he only has 2.5 minutes, so he has to find it. Something went wrong here. It's funny because I was just sort of accidentally saying that the best move was this in hindsight because.
Yeah, this was winning.
But actually on rook e8.
I guess that rook takes a6 line.
It was only because of rook takes a6. If you did it my way, it allowed the same thing. So I was wrong on that. Oh my gosh.
Has to find g5 check. And the reason that's so good is because it forces the king onto an undesirable square. And then this idea of rook e8 to h8 to h1, and white is like super tied up. It's still winning, of course, but it has gotten exponentially more complicated.
I'm not going with of course anymore. This is one of those positions where there could be some sort of no progress to be had from white's perspective. And maybe you have to be precise. And that looks like g5 was just played.
G5 is played on the board. It's move 60. Oh man, I thought I was going to get to dinner in 20 minutes.
Welcome to the candidates.
Welcome.
And Hikaru plays king g3. And now Fabiano gets more time, right? So we see that he has minutes rather than seconds on his clock. And let's not rush, because rook h8, we see the evaluation bar going down. Can we start with the move rook to e5, just to force that knight away? The knight to go into c7 looks very beneficial for white, because you're just going to win the a6 pawn. But after the rook slides to f5, now that knight's very far away.
Oh, and you're going to somehow contain it, maybe even with your king at some point.
Yes, maybe my king can help stop the b pawn while your rook is tied down to defending the bishop over here. And this is just getting kind of wild. Maybe there's some drawing mechanisms as well, where I put my bishop on e4 and give a bunch of checks. This is really complicated all of a sudden.
I just don't see Fabi find. I don't know. I mean,
rook
the way
e5
he's
is
resisted
such a
here,
hard move to find. I'm okay.
I just feel like the allure of rook h8 the allure of rook h8 is so high.
Right. But let's look at that again. Rook e5 hits the knight. The one thing that I think is human way to find rook e5 and rook f5 is that, in addition to the fact that it's a super concrete way to go after getting the pawn, this idea of cutting the king, right, from coming back, is kind of an intuitive one to see from a blockading perspective, right? We've been talking about what are the goal positions you can get that make it hard for your opponent to come back in. And that's an interesting idea, right? I think that's one that a human could find.
And you know what piece I've been hating on all game? Do you know how important that bishop on d3 is?
Apologize to that bishop.
That's right.
I'm apologizing, but for so many different reasons. It protects e2, obviously, but it stops the rook from going to b1. So if the rook is tied down on a1, defending the bishop on e1, when the king walks its way over for black to the queen side to stop the b pawn, there's never an option to get your rook behind your passed pawn, because that's how you would win. And if we actually just try to make knight c7, rook f5, knight takes a6, rook f1, rook a1, king to e6, I believe.
Yeah, that's a great point. You would love to play rook b1 at the right moment.
Yes, and so here you go king d5, d6, whatever. And after here, there's no rook b1. You b6, if we just show it.
Yeah.
King c6. You would love to play rook b1. It would be such a good move, but you can't do it. There's this bishop on d3 covering the square, and that means you're going to lose your pawn over there on b6. So the king actually stops this pawn. This is unbelievable geometry.
And all of it starts with the move rook e5. Fabi made a motion of making a move, but now there he goes again.
He's about to move the rook. We just don't know to what square.
Yep.
You know why I think Fabi can find it? Do you remember yesterday he talked about that g4 move?
Yeah.
Out of nowhere?
Yeah.
He is clearly, in great form. And in this game, for most of it, it looked like he was just getting outclassed. But when he has these, puzzle-like motifs, I think it's within his wheelhouse. It's very difficult. We have the engine off the side showing us that rook h8 was incorrect. That leads us to a different position. But the idea being that the pawn on b4 can't just run and become a queen, and the rook on f1 ties white down completely. I'm like in my head trying to figure out how white can play for a win there.
To me, the hardest move in that sequence to find is king e6, actually. Understanding that b4 pawn, it's a protected passer, understanding that it can just be contained by the king like that.
Yeah.
There's something about that seems just so hard to visualize.
Yep.
Okay, here he goes. Oh my, he lands?
Is that e6?
Yes.
Wait, he plays rook e6. Not rook e5, rook e6.
Similar idea, I guess. Knight c7, he's going to go rook f6.
Yeah, so he has the same idea in mind, which is if we get basically the exact same line.
Could transpose, actually.
We could actually see a transposition. But because you don't attack the knight, that's the difference, everyone. You're not forcing knight c7. So rook e5 forced the knight to move on your way to f5. Rook e6 does not force the knight to move. So Hikaru could find other moves in this position besides knight to c7. It does protect the pawn, so it might make him play knight c7 anyway, right? Because knight c7 is the only way to win the pawn now that the rook can't take it.
And they've never seen the eval bar, right?
Yeah,
That's
they
very
have no
important,
idea.
because you may think he's just playing rook e6 just to make a move, and then knight c7 is winning. Like if Hikaru assumes that he's winning, and for a large part of this game he has objectively been in a pretty much borderline winning position, he just plays knight c7 nonchalantly. But the point you made before, Danny, instead of knight to c7, maybe king f2. Maybe bring your king back around, because when this rook eventually finds its way to the first rank, the king can go to e3 and to d2. That frees that rook on that was an a1 in the other variation. Now it's free to be more mobile.
The risk of that is, of course,
the g pawn.
Yeah, go ahead, Danya.
Yeah, no, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but yeah, black will play g4 at the right moment, and there's a lot of moving parts to keep track of if you're white. For example, if you leave the rook on a1 and black's rook gets to h1, even if you park your king on d2, black will be threatening g4, g3. And let's not forget that black actually has 2 pawns for the piece, so the material advantage isn't actually as vast as it may appear.
Yep.
So this is nuts.
Wow. No, you're right. That's a human move to play, though, Robert, if you're afraid of what happens if you start calculating lines on knight c7, rook f6, and you go, hey, I really don't like that world where my king is cut off in communication from my bishop.
I mean, I think the intuition is that white should just be winning, because the g pawn's not going anywhere. You have this passed b pawn with knight c7, knight takes a6. Like that just seems like it has to be winning.
Yeah.
As soon as you get a passed pawn, you think I won the
over.
game. But somehow this bishop on d3 covering b1 is so important. The rook cutting off the king on being on f1 while pinning the bishop over there. That's just like the perfect geometry for black. So somehow the position is still one where white should be better, but even here, +3 when you're up a piece, that still gives hope for some kind of fortress or some kind of ability for Fabiano to tie white's pieces down, and we'll see if progress really can be made.
Okay, so Hikaru about to make a move.
Hikaru about to move, but the one thing you mentioned that the players have never seen the eval bar, they don't know, and maybe they don't even know how tricky some of these moments might be with those potential weird looming blockades we see for black.
He looks like he's about to grab his king.
He likes this king f2 idea. But I was going to say, the one thing you're kind of nervous about if you're in Hikaru's camp is he has a time advantage, and at some point you want him to just like use 10 minutes to figure it out, right? Maybe he doesn't appreciate some of the sensitive nature of this moment, that there's some weird chances here for black if this rook comes to a spot like h1 and this g pawn gets going. Like
well, that's
Daniel
what he's going to do.
Yeah.
There's no other pathways. The only avenue is through h6, and you have no time to waste, literally and figuratively.
But let's not forget, they do have increment now.
Yes.
That's a huge difference for Fabiano, because we keep talking about as they reach the first time control, the second time control, he has mere minutes left. Now he can build up some of that time on the clock. So every move that is made now, the 30 seconds are added to the player's clocks. It's really important for Fabiano, who only has 13 minutes left.
Oh my gosh.
But he's taking his time. Are there any other candidate moves that might be attracting him with their siren song?
Rook d6 is the only one, because it attacks the knight. If he wants the rook to get to f6, attacking the knight is the way to do it.
But rook d6, I think the issue is that the rook can come to a5. That rook is free to go.
Oh.
Now that the king has done the job, yeah, that would actually be...
And if rook h6 now?
I think the problem now is your g5 pawn is loose. And that's what I'd imagine. So king, can I get away with king e3? I know what you're doing. You know, rook h1, rook f1. So I want to free my pieces and bring my king
I just
d2.
want to do it and see what happens in this line.
Okay.
Why is this so easy for white?
Rook takes
pawn is running.
a6.
And then stop the g pawn with your knight. And
you just come back.
Oh, and now the pawn's out. Yeah, knight e3 also threatens bishop takes g3. Because bishop takes g3 was not possible a move ago. Because rook d1 was a big problem.
Okay, but Fabi is taking a very significant amount of time on this move.
Well, he's also, I think, trying to appreciate how critical the moment is, though, because he has increment and the game has changed, so to speak. He's like, I need to make sure I play accurately. I've got increment coming to me later. I want to make sure I don't blow my chances right here, right now.
And I completely understand Hikaru's decision making. That's the thing, right? It's very easy for anybody, the fans, for us, to be like, wow, how could that move be made? But what Hikaru has just done, bring his king to f2, e3, d2, so it has a home rather than being cut off from the rest of the board, that is like a perfectly sensible decision. It just happens to be the wrong one in this game. And for Fabi, he needs to tie down white's pieces anyway, and then push that g-pawn, because that g-pawn is a pass pawn. Pass pawns, what do they want? To be pushed.
If a pawn gets to the other side of the board, it becomes a queen.
Or a knight. Or a bishop.
Or a rook.
Oh my goodness, and there's so many beautiful things here. So if you play rook h6, right, you're going to go rook to h1. And if you say go, I think, I'm trying to figure out how to, let's go a rook a1. I guess rook h1 happens, and then I go king to e3, g4, right? This is the problem, is that as long as this rook gets to f1, like king f4, right, you're going to try to win this g-pawn, but I can give you the g-pawn, because that's a rook f1 check, king takes g4.
It's like a fortress.
You have no progress for the same reason.
What a fortress.
Even if you go here, you're not threatening to take the rook.
And even if you win a6, it's still a fortress, as we discussed previously.
Because the king, like king e6, which allows knight c7, takes a6. The g-pawn is not important. What's important is that white cannot possibly get out of this pin on the first rank, and you can't bring your knight around to even attack the rook because the rook's not actually en prise, because once I take back, I get a new queen.
This is exactly the kind of position that you have to look at, because the eval bar is going to say white's winning, but this is where humans, in a rare way, can maybe be more effective in their approach to a chess position than a computer, because if Fabi can visualize something like this, Danya, right, if he can see it in his mind's eye, he might be able to hold, despite the absolute insanity of that statement, that black is going to hold this endgame.
It's one of the most beautiful positions I've seen.
Goes, and I think he's about to grab his rook, and where is he going to move it to h6?
Goes to h6.
Oh my gosh.
He's looking for this idea. Again, the forcing line that we could see here is king e3, rook h1, king d2, or no, rook a1 first.
No, it was, so if the king goes up to e3, then I think you need to start with the g-pawn.
Okay. You have to push first.
Somehow that's wrong? Okay.
No, but then the idea is that the knight can come back and
that's
get the
problem.
pawn.
Ooh. That's a big problem.
So that's actually really important.
Huh. Wait a minute. Rook h1. King d2, g4.
But I think we've seen this. Rook takes a6 and
knight now you have time because your knight comes back and stops.
Why didn't we factor this in the first time around?
Yeah, what did we?
What did we calculate?
I think I just threw in like a random rook a1 just to do the geometry.
Oh.
But king e3 is obviously a better move. So after king e3, maybe I need to keep my rook on the 6th rank to keep my a6 pawn defended for now. Because if you're going to go after the a6 pawn,
so you need to wait for knight c7.
I think so, yeah. So let's say you go rook e6 check. You can't go king d2, or can you?
Why not?
Because I have rook d6.
Oh, and bishop b1 check.
Yeah.
Oh my God! And rook a5, bishop b4.
This is unbelievable. You can't go king d2 because of rook d6.
Oh my lands, and that forces repetition, and that's the secret.
You can't move your knight. Bishop b1 check wins the rook. If you protect with
You
rook
can
a5,
play rook a5 at least.
but there's bishop e4, and I just win your knight. Your pin piece is gone. Wow.
How many ideas are manufactured by Black's two pieces, one of which, of course, has been consigned to an ignominious
All of a sudden,
existence by
Fabiano
Robert
gets
Hess.
up, looks at another game. We haven't seen him do that in 2.5 hours.
Right, exactly.
But I wonder if he's looking just because he feels like he's still going to lose. Because sometimes you do that, you finally stretch your legs, you're like, okay, this game isn't going my way. Or are we going to see the Fabiano perch, where he's now feeling good about himself, and you can see by Hikaru's face and his eyes darting from this one side of the board to the other, he looks a lot less sure of the position than he did before. And we have the evaluation bar verifying that he should be less confident, but he's, I think, seeing some defensive patterns for Fabiano.
Well, I mean, I think inevitably you see the contours of and this counterplay is scary. We're talking about counterplay that if things go really wrong, I mean, Black's pawns get pretty close to promotion.
And he went king to e3.
And now
But
rook
the
e6
key
check.
is
He has to find
rook
this.
e6.
Oh, he played immediately.
Instantly. Or no?
He
No,
did.
he played immediately.
He did.
He
Wow.
played rook e6. It's already on the board, and that's why he got up and took a breath, because he sees the idea.
Question. What about king d4? What if you run to c5?
Okay, but can I...
Okay, Hikaru made a move.
But king d4, can I bring my rook...
We saw this idea. We saw this already.
Or did he not?
This is the idea. Right? Because you have bishop e4.
But don't you have rook takes a6 and rook d6?
This is different than before?
Or I think we may have looked at it, but not extensively. We may have just determined the blackest counterplay and...
Okay, but who wants to get to this position?
No, nobody.
Just looks
But
good
go
for
back
him.
a couple moves, because...
Okay, Hikaru has not made a move
After... go back more? One more. Yeah, here. Can I go after the bishop again?
Start the whole process again. Rook e6.
Oh my gosh, rook e6 and start that.
Because the king on c5 does not actually give away anything. The king is not going anywhere. It's just stuck on an awkward square.
It just feels like such an improbable defense.
He went back. He
goes back to f2.
And Fabi goes right back to h6, gains a little bit of time.
Hikaru's going to reset here and say, like, all right, because what he clearly just saw, guys, is he saw the idea for the first time probably of this. I think that's what he had missed, right? Because this idea is kind of hard to spot, that like the knight moves and suddenly there's a discovered check with the bishop coming to b1, winning the rook.
And without it, the game would have been over.
Yeah, and so I think once he saw rook e6 on the board, he's like, oh, okay, my whole idea of this plan was to go to d2, and now I can't do that.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna go back, which is the mature thing to do, and say, all right, let me rethink about this for a second.
But net quote unquote win, Fabiano, you gain an additional minute.
Yep.
He doesn't have that much time remaining, and these positions for the rest of the game are going to be critical. And he may only have one precise move, a rook e6 check, or just rook back to e6 at some moment, continue to protect the pawn on a6. So the fact that he gained a minute on the clock, that's really good news. It's not a position where Hikaru wants to repeat to give Fabiano more time.
Yeah, that's an amazing point.
Mm-hmm.
And remember, everyone, increment is now on the table. They have reached move 60, so they're getting 30 seconds back with every move that they make, which is massive if you're trying to hold an endgame. I mean, Hikaru said that he didn't think Timur Bajabov loses to him earlier in this event if he had increment. Well, here, that might be the case where Fabiano holds this game because he got increment.
This is
something unbelievable, unreal.
I'm trying to wrap my head around this position. Like, this is where just like the chess player in me, I have to remember that I'm commentating in front of a lot of people, because I'm just like, this is fascinating that white has a knight for just right here 2 pawns, but it looks like the a6 pawn can fall at any
they're
moment.
not very good pawns, or the pass pawns are.
Yeah,
93
but it's not normally what Robert you would say is like, normally it's like connected pass pawns or something, right?
And back goes the knight.
Okay, rook h1
But rook
is
h1
follow.
because rook f1 check is such a big
This
threat.
was the idea that we're worried about, because if this rook lands on f1, you can't take it.
Right.
If you take it, black gets a queen. And
But
now
Hikaru sees that. He wants to go knight e3 to g2. What he wants to say is, okay, I'm going to delegate the knight to defend the bishop, and then I'm going to quickly go after that a6 pawn. But of course, black still is the g pawn.
But the problem is, the moment you do that, after rook h1,
knight g2,
now all your pieces being tied over here.
That's so weird.
The problem for Bobby is that this pawn is still hanging, and if that pawn is captured,
bingo.
We got a baby girl Brittany coming to B8.
Oh, can we do the G4 thing again? And if you take on A6, so I'm gonna push my G.
What?
Push my G pawn. And if you take the pawn A6, can I get away with something here, like a bishop E? I can't.
Bishop E4 is a nice idea. It tries to get the knight so you can win this.
Oh my God, there's some mating ideas. Like, for example, if you put your rook on F3 and then your pawn on G3, you will be threatening mate in 1.
Oh my gosh, so rook H3.
Oh my goodness.
And you see the evaluation where it says immediately it's even.
Because rook F3 check followed by G3, we can show, let's say, B5, just to show the mechanism. Check and G3, and black is actually winning.
Holy
crap. That is not a combination of words you thought you would ever say again in this game after like move 30.
Hikaru has plenty of time to make sure that something like that, which would be a crime, #rhyme time, if Hikaru was to lose this game. But Fabiano's like, I'm okay with that. I'm going to do everything I can to mix this thing up. And if he sees this idea of corralling the king in that way with the rook and the pawn.
I mean, this is all so bizarre, right? And this is something, right? Pattern recognition is such a big part of chess. This is a type of position that neither player has seen before. So it's hard to rely on your memory or...
Drop my iPad, this is freaking out. That's how amazing this is.
But it's hard to rely on tactics or things that you've studied, right? Because
rook F6 check.
You've never studied this position before, and rook F6 check, apparently it's an inaccuracy, right? Hard to call anything at this point a blunder, even if the evaluation bar goes through the roof, down to 0, whatever. But you just have nothing to rely on. So he's going to bring his rook to F1.
And he's trying to get the king onto the G file, but apparently that's counterproductive because it eliminates the possibility of that mechanism.
So crazy because we're seeing these mechanisms partly because there's a conversation we're having. Bobby has no one to talk about this game with, right? So neither does Hikaru. So that idea we almost arrived at that idea via process of elimination, right? That's a very different process than what's going on in a chess player's head. He does see the rook F1 idea, and what he maybe does see is that, does he have a different type of blockade now? Is he coming back to F6 and just saying, hey, I've cut off your king?
Oh, but you know what?
Bishop F2 knight E1?
Yes, white can move the bishop out and then put the knight as the blockader.
Oh. So he's got to keep the rook on the first rank. So rook H1.
But then still bishop F2, right? And then just knight coming E1. The problem.
But bishop F5.
Well, the problem for white just generally, for black generally speaking, is the bishop gets to F2, you're running out of checks.
Yeah.
Because you're never getting to G1, and so the knight and bishop, that configuration takes control of so many of the important squares, and then the A6 pawn finally will drop. So letting the king out to G3, the whole mechanism that allowed Fabi to hold the game was by putting that rook on H3 at the timely moment so the king couldn't get out and you could create that checkmating net. So this is, oh my goodness. I mean, what a game.
And not to add insult to injury, not only is the knight a better blockader, but the bishop, as you said, a better defender and actually something that helps in the full board for this B pawn to get going super fast. So that is an ideal future for Hikaru Nakamura's minor pieces if he can coordinate it.
I think we saw a little betrayal of emotion there by Fabi. Just very subtle. I don't know if I imagined it, but I feel like he missed some sort of a detail here.
Yeah, but I wonder what he was relying on, because he doesn't have that many moves overall. He doesn't have that many pieces remaining. Bishop can't move because the E2 pawn, which is black's only hope, would drop. The rook doesn't have too many squares to go back to F6, but then that bishop F2 move, of course, comes in, followed by knight to E1, and it feels like the regrouping has finally been done by Hikaru.
There's one other idea. Rook H1, bishop F2, and then bishop F5. Threaten mate on H3, by the way.
And then hope he doesn't see it.
Hope he doesn't see it.
Plan on.
But knight E1 is bad here, because I still go rook H3, and then all of a sudden your C3 pawn hangs.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, very nice.
It never ends.
Not over yet.
Okay, very good.
This game
I was
never
testing
over.
you this whole time. I saw that idea an hour ago.
Right. Of course.
But you did finally see it. No, actually, that's fascinating. Bishop H3.
God, what do you do?
Bishop F5 threatening rook H3.
And you don't want to go bishop E1 back. We're trying to free that bishop.
Now we're in draw mode. Rinse and repeat.
Or rook H3 first. which is exactly what we want in the other.
And then you transpose
now
to
you're
that
back
mechanism.
to this idea where you've accidentally fallen into the mating net.
Holy
My favorite type of
smokes.
accident.
Rook F6, F1, H1, H3, F3.
Oh, of course. Rook F6, Rook F1, Rook H1, Rook H3.
It's quite obvious, really. It's not so much to calculate here at all.
Okay, this is actually not out of the question, though, because Hikaru has achieved what he thought was going to be the final goal position, right? The final boss. Get the knight on G2, get the bishop on F2, and then finally, I have my blockade. But this idea of Rook H1 and then bishop F5 might be Fabiano Caruana's last stand.
And he's on his last few minutes, so if he wants to mount this last stand, he's got to leave himself with at least, I don't know, a couple of minutes.
Yeah, he's now under 6 minutes. Again, he does have increments, so we haven't been paying as much attention to the sudden death that will be the clock. Sudden death chess more exciting than sudden death dodgeball. You heard it here.
Not sure I agree, Patches.
If you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball. I'll be here all week, everybody.
I've been struggling to dodge you,
waiter.
unfortunately.
What?
No, you were as sharp as a viper there.
Nice.
Hi, everybody. We're having a great time. We are, don't judge us. We're 6.5 hours into the show. Come on, Fabi. That's a chat, a featured chat. They're rooting. Go, Hikaru. Keep pushing. We are split down the middle. Americans rooting for and against other Americans in this show. We have, how many? We got 49,000 of you now on Twitch. We're about to hit 50,000. Go tell your friends to come in and watch and hit the follow button.
That's right.
Let's go.
Fabi is insane, says Slim Dot.
Fabi is insane. Honestly, regardless of what happens
both
here,
of them are.
I thought this game was over 2 hours ago.
Right.
Yeah.
I literally had dinner plans that I will be canceling. If you're watching the show, you know who you are. And
Go, Danny.
Go, Danny. Oh, my God. I
There we
love
go.
you. I love you, Turtle. I love you, Turtle. Is
From
that Turtle from
Entourage?
Entourage? My favorite character on Entourage?
Did we just
have a moment?
How do you guys watch all of the same shows and movies and songs?
I have a skill
Just one, though.
of displaying that I know knowledge that I don't. It's a PhD in BS. I earned it years ago. I
have several of those.
I watched about 3 episodes of Entourage in my life, but Adrian Godair is actually a very active chess player, plays on chess.com every day. Shout out to you, Adrian
And
Godair.
he was the MC at the 2016 World Championship.
Yeah, so Adrian, shout out, buddy. But anyway, I've only seen a few episodes, but I have a good memory, so I remember characters, and then I just pretend like I've seen the whole thing.
Yeah,
That is something
also
I might
only seen
adopt.
like 3.
Yeah, so there you go. We're just Robert's the same way.
Sounds like a great show.
Here we go. Rook F6. We don't have.
He's lost the thread.
We've lost the thread. Fabi doesn't see the idea of Rook H1.
Hikaru must be breathing a serious sigh of relief. He's going to play Bishop F2 quickly.
Did he want a Fonta?
Wanna Fonta? Don't you wanna? Hey guys, can we get some Fontas in here? Round for my mis amigos.
Love a Fonta
Mis amigos. Fontas. Por favor.
Oh my God, a cold soda right now would be amazing.
But that's not pineapple. If I'm looking at Hikaru's can correctly.
There's Bishop F2, and you could see the confidence with which that move was carried out.
You know what he did right there, everybody? He screwed it into the square.
Yeah, he did.
Hikaru knows he's back.
I'm going to be a bit of a jerk.
Oh.
And I'm gonna say that I'm a bit surprised that Fabi didn't keep his rook on the first rank, because I feel like that's the juiciest defensive approach. Because at least there you create, the potential for some sort of tactic. Now, the
Hikaru grabbed his coat. He knows it's over.
What that means.
You know it's over when Hikaru grabs his coat. It means he knows he's out of here in T-10. You know why? Because he never wears his coat longer for 10 minutes because he starts sweating. We've talked about it, and it gets too hot for him in there.
It's over, 91.
So it's over. 91 occurs, and he's got the position. That's actually got to be super freaking intimidating if you're playing Hikaru when he puts on the coat.
Yeah, he knows this one is done. And, something I was thinking about for Fabiano, because he has to play Jan Nepomniachtchi tomorrow.
Yep. And
on one hand, you have to kind of be like, all right, I found some cool defensive ideas, right? That's what Fabiano did well, but...
Mis amigos. Fontas, pass them down.
Yes.
But I don't actually want a Fana.
I don't want to either.
Yeah.
Plus, and Fonta's not sponsoring this show, so I don't drink it if I'm not sponsored.
Yeah, but I also
you know what I will do though, since we broke the fourth wall, I will grab some water.
Am I even allowed to open this?
Yo, open it.
Yeah,
I'm
drink
kidding.
it.
All right.
Open it.
Well, you weren't kidding. They're not.
I make
sponsoring
jokes
the
about the lack of sponsorship. If you're a sponsor out there,
I have.
but I don't actually want the Fanta. So.
This tastes so good after a 6-hour commentary.
It ruins the recycling.
It ruins the recycling, but it also probably hurts people's ears.
Oh, sorry.
Well,
the first time I've ever cared about chat.
50,000 people. 50,000 people are tuning in on Twitch. Cheers to you. We are witnessing. It's so hard to say this because if you're just getting here, the action from Madrid has been hot. The weather is hot outside. The action on the chessboard has been pure fire here through the first half of the candidates, and the back half looks like it's not going to disappoint in any way. This is the first round of the back half. We still have an entire week of chess ahead.
And the other game is still going, by the way.
By the way, the other game,
Firouzja,
Firouzja, the youngest rising star in the world, is still trying to get a W, his first win in the candidates, the youngest player in the event against Timur Rajabov, the oldest player in the event. But we're not talking about that game because the battle of the Americans is where the action is. Coming into this round, Fabiano Caruana trailed Jan Nepomniachtchi by only ½ a point, but his countrymen might be able to cause real problems to his hopes if he gets this W. But for Hikaru, that puts him right back in the thick of it, and we're suddenly talking about a 3-horse race again.
Yeah, no, and he just went rook a5. He's feeling good about his chances. He can go after that g5 pawn. That g pawn was supposed to help out Fabiano, but now he's on the verge of losing it. The knight can come back to e1, bishop to e3, all that kind of stuff, and Fabiano's running out of pieces, running out of time. He's running out of hope.
Yeah. I mean, we've said that before, but this time we actually mean it. Because there are no squares. There's no infiltration squares. Everything's defended. And Hikaru's posture, what he's wearing, all of that is an indication.
Put on his coat.
Yep.
They say it's the hope that kills you.
That's the death sentence. Oh, it's the coat.
Did I say?
No, I don't know what you say, and I don't think I want to.
Yeah, I don't either.
You have to believe.
By a 2-1 majority.
Thanks, Ted.
Thank you. I mean, you got to be a goldfish, Fabi. Tomorrow, you better be a goldfish and forget this game if he has any chances to take the top prize here at the candidates. Because tomorrow, Fabiano Caruana plays Jan Nepomniachtchi, who will be the tournament leader, clear tournament leader, and he's maybe going to have to get a win. So if you wondered what you were doing on Monday, you weren't going back to work. You were changing your plans. It's time to call in sick now because you're watching the candidates. Oh, man.
Wow. What an incredible game. And chess is... It's such a rich game. It's unbelievable how one game can produce this many ideas. Like, I never stop being surprised at that, even after 20 plus years.
You know, chess is a lot like what my doctor said about fettuccine Alfredo. That's too rich for my blood.
I like that.
I squeezed it in because he just said rich. I'm like, just on fire. Ted Lasso.
I prefer marinara.
I cannot wait for season 3, by the way.
You're going to get gray hair and be a good old Nate over there?
I would never go to the dark side.
No, I don't know about that.
Does Ted Lasso have a southern accent?
Have you not seen Ted Lasso?
No.
Oh, my.
I do watch
Who invited
shows.
Danya?
Like, I watched 7 episodes of The Lincoln Lawyer on the way here. I watched The Last Dance. Like, I watch a lot of shows
The
and
answer
movies.
is you did.
Okay, no, we'll talk to Danya. Everyone, don't judge him right now. He'll
see me
catch up.
after class.
Yeah, meet me after class. Okay, bishop f5 played. By the way, Fabi does find the right blockading idea with the bishop and pawn. The problem is the rook is no longer where it was meant to be on the h file, which allows these pieces to start coming to life. The knight now is actually getting out of the way of the bishop again, so we can come back to d4, or is it e5?
And it puts pressure on g5, so it keeps the bishop stuck. So all of those ideas, Danny, are available. So bishop e1, the rook is too passive for black, right? The whole mechanism relied on that activity, the past g-pawn, but now the g-pawn's not going anywhere, and the rook is just tied to the defensive a6. So I think that Fabiano's running out of plans here, and just one of these games where I wonder how much hope he felt, though. That's what I'm really wondering, because with the swings of the eval bar, we can see what's happening. Everybody at home could see what's happening. But do you think that there were a few moments there,
or
Fabiano's like, wait a second, I'm actually holding this game, and then he goes, doh,
I think
it's not there.
I think it's possible. I mean, I think Hikaru, was finding the right ideas to make it not so clear. But there was a moment there where you kind of saw Fabi getting a little bit perked up about what he was being given. Where it was most clear was right around that rookie 5 opportunity there, like rookie 5, rookie 6. He felt like there might be some opportunity. Maybe he was visualizing the blockade that you have with rook f1, but obviously, no judgment that he wasn't able to figure out that idea there. But maybe it was in hand.
And when Hikaru repeated like king e3 and he found rook e6 check, that was another moment when I'm sure Fabi could sense that Hikaru was getting nervous, but he had to find this mechanism with the rook on f3 and the pawn on g3. After 6 hours of unbelievably intense defense, I mean, come on, we got to cut the guy a little slack.
Hikaru put on his coat, but if Fabi keeps the pesky defense up, will we ever see a first ever, which would be Hikaru take off his coat and realize he's not over yet?
Well, he went knight d4. He's attacking the bishop. He's attacking the pawn e2. That forces the bishop back to d3.
But what does white do after that?
Yeah, that's my problem. Is okay. Bishop comes back to d3, and if the bishop comes to d3 and you start going back to the idea with the king,
I think rook e5 though, right?
Rook e5.
Yeah.
King f6.
And then you just move your rook somewhere.
Where?
Yeah, but if you move the rook anywhere, knight takes e2 is coming, right? Just put it on e3.
I'm watching out for rook takes
d4. I looked at it. I actually looked at it. CD4, c3, bishop b1, c2, and bishop b2.
Or rook takes e3.
Yeah.
I actually didn't even see rook takes e3, but I saw that my bishop could stop the pawn.
So king f6, rook e3.
Okay, let's look
What
at
if
it.
we
King
try
f6,
a5 or something? Nah.
rook e3.
Forget it.
Just so everyone knows, the international master in the room didn't blunder. Even though this is easier, I saw this. This was my win. Okay. But with Fabi playing king f6, is it... Wait a second.
He took it up! He took it off!
I think he just got warm.
I said he puts it on when he thinks the game is less than 10 minutes, because otherwise he starts to get too hot in the room.
You did say that.
I did. What happened?
You were correct.
Clip it and ship it. Clip and ship it, everybody. All right, but seriously, you can put the rook on e3 or e8, I think, if we're worried about rook takes d4 tactics. And
how easy is rook e3, a5, ba, rook a6, and knight takes e2, rook takes a5?
Oh my gosh, yeah, it's like never ending.
I mean, you still have to win that, because the pawn is on a light square.
Hikaru was not about to move the rook, too. He was about to play knight f3.
We might even see a knight and bishop checkmate to culminate all of this.
Oh, man.
I think Fabiano would resign, but he did go knight f3.
By the way, if Hikaru goes on to win this game, and we do have him in studio, I will be teasing him about the coat. Do not worry, chat.
I think this is actually an excellent move. Because it invites rook e6. Hikaru will take g5, and then easily surround the e2 pawn. And all he needs is one pawn, the c3 pawn.
Yeah.
To win the game.
And that's the pawn he needs.
Unless somehow the b pawn becomes an a pawn.
That's what I said.
Yeah, no, but I'm saying...
Yeah, I was just about to say, unless somehow the b pawn becomes an a pawn, there are outside drawing
chances. You still have the c3 pawn always. Which is
coat coming back on. So now Hikaru's back into confidence. I don't speak good anymore.
Little shimmy that he did when he put
Little
it on.
Took one from Steph Curry.
Oh, yeah.
Drop the 3. Drop the shimmy. Fabi is dropping low on the clock right now. He's about to be under a minute, which we've been talking about the problems on the board. That is a big problem off the board.
He looks like he's going to resign.
Yeah, he looks like he's finally up. And as we see it, OMGs or snaps. We do indeed have a victory for Hikaru Nakamura in round 8 of the 2021 FIDE Candidates. Hikaru.
And I
can't quite read his lips there, but
I can't read them either, but I'm wondering what part of the game they're focusing on.
It's much earlier.
I can't believe they have the stamina to analyze at the board after that unbelievable struggle.
I mean, but
all right, let's go. Let's go rest. They said.
Yeah, what a game though by Hikaru Nakamura.
Yeah, seriously.
He might have had to win it like 40 different times, but that's because Fabiano Caruana gave him everything he could handle. But when all is said and done, Hikaru used those initially 2 minor pieces versus the rook, that dynamic. He just seemed to understand it extremely well. He scores a very important victory, and for the first time, he has risen above 50%. And that's nothing to sneeze at because this tournament is ridiculously tough.
And for the first time in 7 years, Hikaru Nakamura defeats his American rival, Fabiano Caruana, in classical chess. And no better time to do it, Danya, than the first round of the back half of the candidates.
Well, so remember at the start, I invoked that Alekhine quote that you got to beat him in the opening, middle game, and end game. In this game, Hikaru had to basically win 3 games just in the end game.
Yeah.
I mean, this was something else. And it's going to take some time for me to process all of what I just saw.
Well, we have one person now a full point in the lead, that being Jan Nepomniachtchi, who drew his game much earlier today. We have 2 players neck and neck right now.
Wow.
In second and third, those being the 2 Americans. And as you look at Hikaru's upcoming matches, knowing that he still gets 3 whites, he has 4 out of 7 whites in the back half. This is not over.
No, and actually he has some spots where he can really punch. Because Report, we have talked about it every round, not the best opening theoretician. Hikaru Nakamura comes with extensive preparation, very thorough, and he comes with ideas that are honestly difficult to meet. So that round 11 game in particular, also round 13, Duda just lost his second game. He hasn't won a single one. Hikaru gets the white pieces against him, and let's not count out tomorrow's game. Look at that record, 3 wins, 0 losses. So Hikaru has a pretty nice back half of the tournament considering his history with these players. Everyone is tough. There's no walkovers here. But still, when you look at the list of pairings, Hikaru, now all of a sudden he's like, I'm right back in this.
Indeed, he is. We still have a game to get back into here in round 8, which is a little strange, but we are also going to be joined by Hikaru Nakamura in studio. You obviously do not want to miss that interview. Don't go anywhere. Believe it or not, there is still more ahead here in round 8 of the 2022 FIDE Candidates Tournament in Madrid.
Did you know you can watch top chess events right on your phone? You don't even need to download an app. Just open any mobile browser and head to chess.com/events. You can see what's happening right now, check out top games, see results, and so much more. Try it for yourself at chess.com/events.
I was told by the locals of a chess school.
And there's people out there. We should go while they're opening the door for us. Let's go.
Let's go. School of Chess.
Don't cost nothing.
Dodging traffic, a game as old as chess itself. And half as dangerous.
This is the most dangerous part of our career.
Game on.
Gotta give the people what they want.
Game on, keep going, don't stop.
So we tell them that chess education gives you better life decisions as we get hit by a car crossing the road in a non-crosswalk. At 5:20.
5:20, what time we got?
Oh,
Starts in 20 minutes.
Close. Dude,
I mean, should we just stay and crash?
Of all the places we could film in Spain, the fact that it's going to be a class and we're here, we can film other stuff, but we got to stay for that.
Yeah, I agree.
People say crashing weddings is fun. We're crashing a school. If the chess is not taking place, check it out. Flamenco dancing. Huh? You thinking what I'm thinking? You want to be my partner? Are there partners in flamenco? We're not even graffitiing a building. We're like trying to help local kids, and yet somehow I see this going poorly. This would be like, you know, being at the public courts and like Federer comes. But we are walking quickly. I heard the word seguridad, and I was like, no seguridad, Mike Levidad.
Yeah. Salida.
I said Feliz Navidad, but we got to go.
You know, they obviously kind of knew that we were, you know, they kind of knew we were a big deal. They opened up their arms and...
So this is why when we were kids, our dad told us to say open sesame, which gets you into the building, But if you say open address, you do not get into the building.
You don't get into the building.
No,
So-
it's open sesame. You got to remember that. Dad was right.
I play a lot with it.
Yeah?
I love it.
You could have gotten us into the building. You play on chess.com?
Yes, of course.
Do you know who that is?
No.
You don't?
You don't need to. No, you just need to use the app.
He's the face of chess.com.
Do you have a diamond membership?
No,
That's
I
like the
don't.
paid membership.
Yeah, no.
I'll give it to you.
Seriously?
Yeah.
For now, you get a pegatina.
There you go.
Pegatina?
So just next time you're on the site, just send a message to support and say, I met Danny in Spain. Say, I met Danny, and Danny said I could get a diamond membership. Okay? All right?
I love your work.
Okay.
I love your work.
Thanks,
Big
guys.
fan.
Bye-bye. So it's funny, Danny, we were sold a bill of goods. They flew us here to do real work.
Yeah.
And I realized our entire job is just to go around giving
Hand
out
out
stickers.
Honestly, oh, well, there you go.
I can't even do that well.
Chess Kid is fun. Chess is great for the brain, but it's also fun to play. And Chess Kid makes it easy to have fun. Whether your child is a total beginner or a prodigy, they can hop on and find a well-matched opponent from around the world at any time. Chess Kid is the safe, parent-approved way for your child to play chess online. Chess Kid is educational. To kids, it feels just like playing, but chess is a great way to learn patience, strategy, and critical thinking. Chess Kid features a comprehensive training program that guides kids to level up on their way to mastery. This curriculum is designed to work with Common Core standards and global educational guidelines. There are more than 50,000 chess puzzles and a whole library of entertaining videos that teach strategies, tactics, openings, and endgames specifically for kids. Chess Kid is easy. Whether you're a parent helping your child, a coach managing dozens of kids, or a school of hundreds, Chess Kid helps you organize your students and monitor their progress. Each child receives a weekly report card that shows how many lessons, puzzles, and games were completed. You can also organize kids into clubs and send them messages. Chess Kid is the online home of scholastic chess for thousands of kids, parents, schools, and coaches. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for?
Did you know you can watch top chess events right on your phone?
Madrid. Civilization here was almost as old as the game of chess. Some claim the queen was given her powers to honor Queen Isabella. Now that, my friends, is a chess legacy. Passion for chess continues to thrive in Madrid. For the first time in 30 years, Spain's capital plays host to the Candidates, the most important tournament in chess. At the Palace of Santona, the stakes are high. 8 of the world's best players competing for the right to challenge for the most coveted title in chess, the World Chess Championship. The Candidates is grueling. The winner requires mental endurance and unbreakable focus. There are those familiar with the biggest stages in chess, yet still chasing unfinished business. And others from the next wave of stars with little patience for yielding to those before them. Mis amigos, to the world champion of chess must come through Madrid. Like Queen Isabella before them, The Candidates is all about leaving a legacy. The Candidates is all about leaving a legacy. What you guys can't see, guys and gals, wherever you are watching the show, is that Robert Hess likes to say the last few words of that video under his breath every single time. And I still don't know it's because if he's a secret fan of the script or just making fun of me. You want to come clean, buddy? It's your chance. There's still 38,000 people here.
That's right.
Well, before I answer, what do you think it is?
I know what it is.
I'm supporting you.
Making fun of me.
No, I listened to your voiceover work.
Yeah?
Yes. So I'm supporting you.
Oh, okay.
And you're calling me out in front of everybody.
John has also had some great voiceover work. I hope everyone's enjoying the show that we're putting on here in Madrid. The team works super hard, and we're going to continue to bring you all the action as these players do the real work on the board. And we appreciate the show that they put on daily.
Can I just say something really quickly?
Please.
These two players are in last place.
And they are fighting.
And they're fighting. So the fact that they haven't just called it a day, repeated moves, made a draw, maybe that will happen. But they're 66 moves into this contest. They're at the bottom of the standings, and they're fighting every single turn for an advantage for somebody to come up with an idea and make a mistake. So you have to give credit to both Firouzja and Rajabov. Firouzja, we know he comes in with a reputation as a fighter. He's very young. Rajabov, somebody who hasn't won a classic game in a long time, but he's clearly here to fight to the very end.
It's true, and that's what we want, right? I mean, obviously there's a lot of talk at times when top-level chess doesn't deliver the decisive results that people want, but it shouldn't be a discredit to the fact that chess, when played perfectly, often is a draw, but these players fight tooth and nail no matter what, and they are putting in so much effort to entertain the fans. We have not put in a lot of effort to cover their game. We were doing the best we could. We're going to dive into it now. Stick with us. We'll see if some instructive stuff can be taken away from Firouzja and Rajabov's interesting piece dynamic. And of course, at some points, we will be backing up and looking at all the things that were this wild, wild round 8 from Madrid. Janya, why don't you help set the table for us, because I might black out here for a little bit and stop paying attention. I am a little tired. What's going on in this game? I'll draw some arrows. You talk.
Give a wider summary from the start. So this was in Italian, and you can identify the structure, which solidified from a very early period in the game. Yeah. So much so that white actually took the bishop on e6 before either side had castled. So we had this structure in which black attacks down the f file.
In fact, while you're doing this, I'm actually going to go back and show that trade, because why not? It happened long ago. And by the way, we didn't say this in real time because we were on the other game. This was the novelty in the game, which is weird to say, clearly in a position that's been played before. But go ahead.
So ultimately, both sides castled, and they transposed back into more conventional waters. And Rajabov orchestrated the sort of classic kingside play. Alireza putting a rook on a2, as is traditional in this line, defending f2. So they had this long period of maneuvering. They traded dark squared bishops, and both sides kind of posturing for position. Who can kick the other side's knight? So they go on and on and on, and of course, tons of depth and subtlety in every move.
Yeah.
So they go on, and b5.
By the way, this was let's pause here.
Yeah, I actually had a heads up thanks to Dina.
Okay.
Dina Belankaya. She mentioned this knight f4 check. Knight h5 to f4. Now, after pawn takes f4, e takes f4. It's an idea we had discussed in many different types of positions, but we hadn't actually gone back to this point where the h4 pawn likely will fall, and that means that there's an attack going. And rook h3 does actually defend it, but then h5 traps the knight on g4. So it's a very awesome tactic, and that would have given Rajabov some good chances.
It's interesting. He didn't have his wits about him at that exact moment, but turns out earlier in this game, there was a moment. He didn't own it.
That's really
Mom
fascinating.
spaghetti.
But some of the hardest...
Don't call me Cheddar Bob.
Any more references that I want to understand?
You can keep going. Because your boots are growing roots. Better hurry up.
So, having missed knight f4, Rajabov instead decided to create tension on the queen side. Now, that would serve as a very important moment later on in the game when the A file opened and created yet another theater of tension. So you can see the maneuvering. We could talk about this for hours, but ultimately Alireza pushes d4, very committal move.
Oops, sorry about that.
Oh, yes.
That was just a mouse slip of the of the mouse.
And at this point, they're in acute time pressure. This is like move 35, so both of them have a minute. So they blitz out the next couple of moves. Rajabov goes between A8 and F8, and Firouzja does the same. And we thought they might repeat moves, but Alireza going for broke with knight takes F6, barely making move 40 and kicking black's queen out of C4. But this pawn structure is really fascinating. Look at how well defended black center is. Robert, you pointed out the E5 pawn, the possibility of F6, F5. And if anything, I almost thought that black's position from a practical standpoint is for choice.
Yeah.
But Alireza managed to stabilize the position, and I think the position was equal for the longest of times. But just now, it looks like Alireza may have made some progress. So they trade another pair of rooks, and on they go. Rajabov inducing a weakening move, F3 right. It seems like Firouzja is completely tied down, but he finds a way eventually to activate that knight on F1. And I think that was something Rajabov may have fallen asleep on.
Wow, that knight went everywhere.
Absolutely everywhere. Crazy.
I don't even remember which knight that is. Like, did that knight start on B1 or G1?
It doesn't matter anymore. We've lost track.
Jeez. Back to D2, and then back to F1, and back to D2 again.
My goodness.
So this is where Rajabov fell asleep. The move Queen E8, I really, really dislike. After Queen D8, he's allowing that knight potentially to get to G4. And if it gets to G4, you plug the hole along the G file, you pressure H6, and you start creating a little bit of uncomfortable pressure.
And this is when you're very happy that black has those double pawns, because with a knight on G4, you'd like to kick it with a move like F5, but you don't have an F pawn.
Yep.
And so that's actually very annoying. Queen to E2 at some moment might spy on the B5 pawn as well. So Rajabov brings knight back to
He spent a ton of time.
F6. Yeah, no, he's just realizing that knight G4 was such a nasty threat. And white can expand at some point. G3 to G4 is not out of the question. And then maybe even up to G5. So it's like slow progress, but it feels like black is kind of just stuck and waiting around to see what white does. Whereas Firouzja, he has a number of different plans and potential targets.
Slow progress, but it is progress right now for the youngest player in the event. If Firouzja was to get his first win, that would be huge, obviously, for his confidence, for his family, his feelings, his fans. A lot of F's in there that'd be good for Firouzja to get his future, another one, back on track. But okay, real quick, Hikaru Nakamura, exhausted from his game, actually will not be joining us in studio. We've just gotten word of that, so disappointing news, and apologies to the fans. It was a plan, and we thought a foregone conclusion, but turns out no. He did catch up with Dina Belenkaya, so we will have that interview at some point. So forgive us for that. We will focus on this game, but we do have another interview to play as Firouzja thinks about how to tackle these moments before we get into the final time scramble of the day. Why can I say that with certainty? Because it's the only game left.
Right.
So this will be the final time scramble of the day, ensuing here with 7 minutes for Firouzja and under 6 now for Rajabov. But Dina Belenkaya caught up with the other winner on the day, not named Hikaru Nakamura. His name is Richard Report, and here's what he had to say about his stylish jacket and his play on the board.
What made you choose this opening today?
I don't know, I just chose it in the moment. I didn't really look at chess after yesterday's game. I didn't even open chessbase actually. So I figured, I saw that he played e4, e5, knight f3, okay, knight f6. So I figured it will be hard to lose in 15 moves if I protect the pawn. Knight takes g5 was quite ambitious because he could just trade queens and it's totally fine. But also afterwards, he wanted this rook e6, so I had this minor trick with rook g1 to prevent rook e6. And then I think things just started to go really badly for him, I think, after rook a e7, where probably rook f1 was stronger, or I don't know, but also looks very strong. But queen f3 as well, I think, is pretty decent. And yeah, suddenly his king was stuck, which was very strange because the whole point was that his king is running out with f8 to e7, and then he played rook e7 to block this route. Of course, he wanted rook e6, rook g6, but I prevented that, and I think the position suddenly became very, very dangerous, maybe even more than that. Yeah.
Having seen these both games yesterday and today, would you prefer still it to be 2 draws, or you like the way it went afterwards?
I don't think it's so fair towards Fabi that I lost like this to Jan. So I would have preferred to have 2 draws, let's say. But of course, today's game was total desperation or some sort from my side of trying to get a game without opening theory being a factor. So I guess you can do this any day on this level, but usually it's not supposed to pay off. So
I love your jacket. What made you wear it today?
I would like to say something, overconfident, but actually it was my wife. She insisted on me wearing it yesterday, which proved to be very smart that I avoided that, because it wouldn't have been fair towards the jacket. So yeah, I chose to do it today. Yeah.
Our audience was wondering, is this red, pink, or salmon color?
I believe it's pink, but I guess it's up for debate.
Any particular strategy for the next games?
Nothing. I will think about my outfit to confuse.
That's the winning move. Thank you, Richard.
Thanks.
Is he not just... I want to unpack every single thing he said. What a great interview.
He's incredibly likable. And, it might be good for him to have no plan, because he came in today with just no opening preparation just to get a game. It worked out well for him. He actually played quite nicely. But the part I think we want to discuss is where he apologizes to Fabiano, where he essentially says, yesterday's game, my loss to Jan Nepomniachtchi when I could have just made a draw. He's like, that's not fair. He used the word fair to Fabiano. And it's a bit loaded of a term. And obviously, he just wanted to play his game, but it did change the tournament a lot. Whoa.
Sorry. I think Alireza might have just blundered a pawn.
Okay.
But
we're going to give it a second. But
I was also going to say how crazy it is that Richard didn't do any preparation. And am I allowed to say badass? I'm just going to say it anyway.
I said badass yesterday, actually.
Okay, great. Just how badass it is that he just comes, decides what to play on the spot on the Petrov, chooses an offbeat line, and just checkmates the guy.
No, but seriously, that's maybe what he should have done against Jan. And again, in hindsight, obviously 2020, I want to unpack what he said too. We know that Report and Fabiano are pretty good friends, for those who don't know. So I think he felt just genuinely bad about his own performance and that it wasn't fair to the race going on between Caruana and Nepomniachtchi. But like you said, fair is a loaded term. Chess is an individual game, and you have to make the decisions for yourself. But he also confirmed, by the way, the jacket is pink. That may have been the biggest takeaway from that interview. Let's make sure that has been stated for the record. But all right, you're right. That was a huge move, this move, King H3. Rajabov.
Oh, so knight takes c4. I think Alireza intends knight g4. But if I'm calculating correctly, there's knight takes c3 in that position.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, it's actually a crazy line. So
let's look at it.
If we can bring up an analysis board,
okay.
That knight takes e4, right, taking advantage of the fact the pawn on f3 is pinned. And after knight...
I'm just going to show real quick.
For sure, the queen is lost. And so knight g4, the point is that... knight g4. Well, g4 is also possible. But if you go knight to g4, you're trying to say your knight's under attack. And it looks like...
If you move the knight, I fork you.
Right, but knight takes c3 is available. And queen c2 check. Looks like it just picks up the knight, but you have queen f5, blocking the check, saving your queen from the fork, and in fact pinning this knight.
But this has been Timur's problem all along. He just doesn't trust his calculation at all. And he doesn't end up taking risks in these situations. And I think he gave Alireza a pass there with king h8.
Wow. Yeah, and he, after knight takes e4, there is the move g4, and we see the evaluation bar off to the side of the screen here. It says it's still level after the move g4, but you have to take those chances, right? And that's your point. And instead he was king back to h8 in the game. He's avoiding all sorts of pins and checks and forks, but that move might just be a little slow because white can push the pawn to g4. It's an idea we mentioned earlier, and it just feels like now white has all the momentum.
White absolutely has all the momentum.
G4, you can't quite yet, but you're not far from being able to play g5. Got to figure out how to get your king in a different spot first, but
there's g5, there's h5, knight g2, knight h4. Give me that g6 square, and that rook on g1 is not needed there anymore. Slide that one over to the a file. We were talking about how black controlled the a file a long time ago, but that's been hours at this point.
There he goes.
Also, is the b5 pawn hanging?
Or did he go knight g4?
Wow, what a move. Knight g4?
I thought about this briefly. The point is that after you trade, white's pawn structure looks ruined, but you get the f file, you might even get the a file, And the b5 pawn is a very serious weakness. And white has this big pawn majority on the king side, so a lot of rook endgames are actually going to be good for white.
Yeah.
Because of g5 and h5.
Yeah. That's actually super deep. And the main point here is the g4 pawn does look loose, but when your rook ends up going after the queenside pawns, black will need to use either the queen or the rook to defend those pawns, because the queen on e2 keeps everything defended for white, and that will distract black's pieces from the g4 pawn, which will free up white's queen. That's a really, really nice move, knight to g4.
I also really like the instructive, just quick hit from Danya, this idea of playing g5 in rook endings, where after black takes it, you don't take back, you advance h5, and then come into g4 with the king. That's a bit abstract for the slightly more advanced chess-playing viewers. I'm not going to break it down further, but that is a really important pawn sacrifice maneuver that should be aware of in rook endings.
Timur does not, or he wants to trade on his own terms. That's a nice move.
You have to give Rajal credit, but you're right on one hand that he's maybe not playing ambitiously, but he also understands that changing the structure is maybe not beneficial for him, so he's keeping the status quo, and that's a hard move to make, right? Instead of just taking and doubling your opponent's pawns, you take me. If we're going to trade, it's going to be on f6.
Right.
And this is actually better for black than helping white with the structure, because these pawns kind of remain under the gaze of black's major pieces and leads to some lack of clarity. You'd like to almost have your king over here defending them, but if you try to come back this way, black actually can maybe sneak a pawn because the pawn is pinned. So Rajabov is very good defensively. He's very good at keeping the waters murky and making his opponent's life difficult. He's proven to be not so great in some of the aggressive opportunities he's had in this event, and really, frankly, over the last few years. So he's still holding on, but I'm with you, Robert, that I think Firouzja is probably the only person who could win this game.
And look at the clocks, by the way. They're both at around 4 minutes. They are gaining 30 seconds per move. That increment is playing a huge role towards the end of this game here. But look at those queenside pawns. You can't go and steal b5, because then black snags the f3 pawn, and that puts the white king in danger. So the b5 pawn at some point will be a target. And as Danny was just pointing out, that you unfortunately can't bring your king back to defend before going after the b5 pawn because of that pin on the g file. So you need to, I think, use your rook first, and then eventually bring your king back around to f2.
Yeah, I liked your idea before, but now with the knights gone, I'm worried about g3 again. This queen can continue to poke at the g file. That means that I'd have to play g4, and maybe, I mean, it's just adding the time pressure to the trickiness of the moment.
Yeah, I mean, g4 is very risky. It weakens f3. And if you're not careful with white, I mean, you could allow some sort of infiltration. You know, g4 might allow queen f4. You pointed out h5. So you can't be too cavalier about what you do on the king side. Your king isn't that safe. But Alireza, here he goes.
Goes for this, which is... also, is there ever an idea for black to play h5 first and then here? Or that come with...
Certainly.
It's too committed.
No, it's certainly an idea, but you have to watch out when you put the pawn on h5, because maybe there's like a timely f4 or something that you have to look out for. But I think h5 is available because the queen can always slide to g6 to defend it. So maybe not an unreasonable move from Rajabov's perspective.
So what is the threat exactly?
I haven't figured that out yet.
Okay.
Queen g6. Rajabov says, I also don't see a threat, so either bring your rook back to g1 to
I
guard
see black's
checkmate.
threat, though.
You see black's threat?
I believe I do.
Chat, do you see black's threat? This is your opportunity.
I think that right now, what Firouzja needs to do is he should play g4. And we were talking about the f4 square being vulnerable, but white can slide the queen up to e3. Any queen trade is going to be a problem for black, because whose rook is better? This rook on a1. So I don't think black can afford a queen trade anytime soon. So you play g4, you play queen e3, maybe slide your king over to g3, and you actually keep everything well defended here. And that's going to be very annoying, because I think that black's best bet is to shuffle, but at some point this rook will start trying to pick off pawns.
That's a great point.
I like it.
Yeah, and the problem is that black's pieces are also going to be tied down to tying down white's pieces. Like you move your queen away from f6, then white's queen gets active. So it's like a mutual standoff, and white's queen can handle it together with the king.
For it. That looks like Robert has his advice.
This is moving in Firouzja's direction.
Agreed. We could see the first victory for the youngest player in the candidates.
Wow, and this
here
is
in Madrid.
What a tough position to play with just 3 minutes on your clock. Because, for example, for black, the H5 move that you mentioned, I think it's actually a mistake here because you just played G5.
Okay.
And now white has a protected pass pawn. So a lot of trades will just be good for white because now you're going to always have to look out for the pawn. You're distracted by it, and white can focus on the other side of the board. So maybe it's viable, but it's something you really need to consider before playing. And when you have 3 minutes left, you don't have the time to calculate.
Yeah, H5, you'd love to play it for the idea that you'll get a mating attack, but if you don't get said mating attack, you just gave your opponent a winning advantage in any type of endgame that might be around the corner. So G4 puts a ton of pressure on Murjabov. He's about to go lower than 3 minutes for the first time here in the last time control. They will not get any more time on the clock. There's no more benchmarks to reach as far as getting an additional hour or even 15 minutes. But they do get 30 seconds with every move. So
this position suddenly looks terrible.
Yeah, it's one of those funny moments where, like, as less pieces were on the board, Firouzja's winning chances have increased steadily, right? With the knights, with the pair of rooks, every piece that's coming off, whoever controls this file and whoever controls the pawn breaks, Robert Hess says this a lot, is usually in control over the game.
Right.
And white controls the pawn breaks on the king side, because H5, G5. Black can't really, I mean, this is the only thing that I come to then is like, how do I make a mess of this if I'm losing? But D5 is never going to work because it just favors white right here.
And it also opens up the B1, H7 diagonal. So if you ever get a situation of the black king on H7 due to rook A8 check, and white could park the queen like on D3. So, you know, so it's not just, as you said, impractical to open up the center. Okay, so Rajaba moves his queen back, adopting a fully defensive posture, which is probably what he has to do.
And, I mean, 2 moves come to mind. I mentioned queen E3 is my first idea, but rook F1, defending the only weak point in the position, that threatens queen takes B5. Right? The queen can't take that pawn that's been hanging there for a while because of all the threats that black has created on the king side. So rook F1 does open up that threat of queen takes B5.
Rook F1 would defend the F pawn, maybe force Rajabov to come to the diagonal, but that's my problem with rook F1 is what's the follow-up, right? I want my rook to be at its best over here.
I might play F4 at some point. Not out of the question that I just started.
I think he's going to go queen E3.
Yeah, it's likely.
When you say F4, you add stress to my life.
You okay?
I'm better now because you stopped talking about playing F4 and opening up your own king. Also better now that Georg Meyer's in chat. Shout out to Georg Meyer hanging out with us.
How'd you know that?
I just got a message here.
Oh, I was like,
I got people in my ear.
I can't
got messages
see chat.
here. I'm doing my best to put on a show.
Alireza's taking a while on this move.
Yeah. Also now under the clock.
Looks like queen E3.
Yeah. King H7 quickly by Rajabov to defend H6. And now the question, where to go with the rook anyway. Do you go rook A5, try to induce C6? Do you go to A7 and pan for gold?
Yes to both.
A5 is where he stops.
Inducing C6 gives new weaknesses, right? That's the whole idea. You get those pawns. It's like this. You just say, come on. Every time a pawn pushes forward, it can never go back, which allows a major piece with evil intentions to attack from the side, to attack from behind. And because this king is not as safe as it looks, everyone, the king is safe as long as the queen and rook are here. But if they get distracted and that 7th rank opens up, you're also just poking and prodding for the potential to massage a victory home here.
And I could see a zugzwang happening, where like black just runs out of moves. So queen d7 played. You can play queen d3 just to go after the pawn on b5. I would also think I'll bring my king back into the game, king g3 at some moment, just to, stay protecting the f3 pawn with a piece that's not the queen.
So he starts with queen d3, so he really, really wants to provoke c6.
It's a true time pressure affair here with the 30 seconds they're getting, but predict that these players won't ever get back above 5 minutes again. We're going to be under 5 minutes for the rest of the game.
And I'm not
Jabba
sure.
made a move or no?
Not yet. But I was going to say rook f7, which looks like it's a way to protect b5 tactically. You might still be able to take on b5. I understand black's going to take on f3.
Queen f7 in the end.
That's actually a really good point.
And then you staircase toward the c7 pawn.
You can staircase toward the c7 pawn. You can also play g5. That was my first instinct. Just push my pawn. You have double pawn.
Here comes the mating now.
I have a pass
is
pawn,
winning,
and I'm just going to go after your king.
Love it. Love it. Yeah, actually, it's funny. Rook f7 is a move that you would play like in a blitz game, right? After queen d3, you see
Yes.
rook f7 and you play it. Because often it just feels like you can never take a pawn that allows me to get a check. But actually, that would go very wrong.
Even rook f7, king g2 actually is an undesirable outcome for black because that will force c6.
Yep.
Very true.
Rajabov under 2 minutes now.
And he really doesn't want to play c6. I mean, that move.
The moment he plays c6,
you just know, you know.
You know the f4 move that you didn't like before?
Don't talk to me
I'm
about
still,
it.
well, look at that.
I'm going to show it. I was actually just looking at it because
Ooh.
after this, you have an e5 discovered check.
And then the game is...
Then...
Oh, and I think he just succumbed.
Actually, you can play anything. Rook a8 now is also winning in addition to this. And he did succumb to playing c6, which means if you're Firouzja, you have weaknesses. And look at this master class.
Here he goes.
Comes back to the deep. Guys, everyone, stop what you're doing. I know it's been a long day. We've had some amazing chess, but you might be witnessing a master class here from Alireza Firouzja. This whole concept, inducing the weakness quickly, comes back, heading over to the new pawn that was not a target before and is now.
And the virtuoso placement of the queen on d3 to create the pin, stopping d5, and defend f3. And the queen has easy access to other important squares, such as e3. So if Rajabov moves his king back, you could consider the move queen e3, for example, to hit h6.
Look at that move, trying to say the queen can't take d6 yet because f3 falls with check. He is right about that. But that d6 pawn is going nowhere. Grab a Snickers. Remember those commercials when you were hungry and if you didn't get fed, you acted like a diva? Well, I've been hungry
You're not
for several
you
hours.
when you're hungry.
I've been very hungry.
I'm about
for
to
several
start acting
hours.
like a diva.
Well, right now, queen went back to f7, so d6 not able to be captured. So queen e3 keeps that queen at f4. I could see he's hopping around his rook, though.
What does he want?
Yeah, where does he want to put that rook?
He also only has 3 minutes,
Rook
minute and a half
A6?
for Rajabov.
Oh, you think he wants to go back to a6 just to
mess with him a little bit?
Bother the c6 pawn a little? It's a really big moment for Alireza because this type of position, there is an advantage for white, but you typically have to just like be very accurate because if you make one inaccuracy, all of a sudden black just equalizes on the spot.
Yep.
That could be because white's king is on h3. I know, Danny, you've been saying, leave that king alone, don't open it up anymore. But black at some point might try to strike against that king.
Yeah, definitely. If you move your queen to the wrong spot, if you allow h5 in the wrong set of circumstances. Okay, so
he goes
queen e3. I really like that move. I think
solid chess. Not trying to play hero ball. Just defend all the squares first.
Defend f4, so there will not be any creepage, if you will, of this idea of prying open the white king.
What do you think of white going h5? Is it worth it?
I've been thinking about it.
To freeze that pawn where it stands and eliminate the counterplay. Sign me up all day. That's less stress chess.
It also allows the white king at some point to just run away. Like if the queen ever goes, the queen's gonna have to move at some point from f7, especially if you put pressure on d6. Right? If a rook comes to d1 and a pawn's on h5, you go queen e7, and now my king could finally run away without hanging one of my...
Yeah, I really like that. That's
so it
actually
gives
really
you the
nice.
freedom to do that. Now, Rajabov under a minute.
The problem with this is like if you misstep somewhere else and you took away your own ability to change the structure later on, maybe create a passed pawn with some of the tricks we were talking about, like a rook ending where you sack a g pawn, push h5, put the king on g4, and you could be winning even down a pawn as white, depending on whether you still have the a file or other things. So h5 is a move, but it's a committal move too, right?
30 seconds.
Okay,
And
30
queen
seconds for
f6?
Rajabov. Wait, now he's back to 30. No, he's back to a minute.
Yeah.
So okay.
Yeah, looks like the clock transmission is
How about,
correct.
how about king g3 here? Why don't we start our king walk now, right? We want to, at some point, get the king away. So king g3 is just step one. We can play h5 later, and then go king f2 and king e2 and all that stuff, if we want.
Well, he likes it. I was going to say, the idea at some point is worth a try because that puts a seed of doubt in your opponent's mind when they have no time. Now you know what Raj is thinking with a minute. He's like, wait a second. Do I really need to be worried about this complicated king walk? That's a very hard move to face in time pressure.
No, impossible to face in time. He moves his rook to the side.
c7.
Is
Does
he
he want
preparing
c5? I guess we gotta jinx each other.
Counterplay? Did somebody order counterplay? Best defense is a good offense. That's actually
Counterplay
a really
with-
good move.
As long as it comes with a paella.
That's some sangria, huh?
Oh, I wouldn't mind one of those right now.
Okay.
Oh, that's actually a huge move.
Yeah,
I don't think c5, I wouldn't recommend it too soon, But there are plenty of positions for sure where you play c5 to get the activity. But I feel like c5 makes your d6 pawn even more vulnerable. So there is that drawback.
Yeah, the moment you play that, white's rook d1. I mean, taking, you do get the c file, but the d6 pawn immediately under fire there. There's also rook a6.
Yeah, you can attack from various angles. And
By the way, don't play rook a7 here.
Oh, queen f4 check. Are you kidding me? Wow.
LOL.
Radzhabov casting a little glance up. Now, he's provoking d5. And normally I'd be against playing d5, but in this specific position, I feel like Radzhabov should seriously consider it.
But you know what Firouzja wants? After d5, he might look at rook to e1. Just keeping the tension and threatening in many positions. E takes d5 because the e5 pawn is loose.
Yeah, but I could play rook f7.
You wouldn't make that kind of move.
Okay, the rook slides over to d7 to defend the d6 pawn.
But this has been Radzhabov all game, right? We keep talking about it. He doesn't want to change anything.
He doesn't want to change anything. He's not going to unless he absolutely has to.
It makes sense. Firouzja, as masterfully as he's played, he's provoked all these weaknesses, but Radzhabov is holding on for now.
If Firouzja wins this game, though, he's just going to be feeling so good about his form. Sometimes we always say, like, when you're in a slump, hitting the wall, it's games like this where you literally just beat your head against the wall and finally broke through that can get you back on track.
And you know who else is watching this game eagerly, even though he's tired? Hikaru. Because if Radzhabov loses, he's going to be pretty devastated going into tomorrow's game.
Yeah.
I mean, a 100-move game, you know, and then you got to face
so you're saying Hikaru is rooting for Firouzja right now?
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. Although, if Firouzja wins, it might put Radzhabov in the mindset of, let me just make a draw.
Oh, that's true.
And because Radzhabov's white, he has a little more control over that.
And if Radzhabov, say, won this game, now he might be ambitious.
Right.
He might say, oh, I got a first taste of victory.
Let's
now I'll get the white piece against Hikaru. I can, fight against him, my old nemesis.
That's to fight him. That's it. Same time you'll have to be.
Oh, man.
So
okay, Firouzja now down to a minute 20.
But based on how Radzhabov has played, I'm not sure he's actually lining up d5 or anything like that.
No,
so
I think
Firouzja can use that to his advantage. I don't know how, but he can use the fact that Radzhabov continues to show restraint, even maybe in a moment where he should press forward. So
at this point, psychologically,
pass move.
Yes, and that's what he did. He's like, play d5. I dare you.
Yeah, daring him to play d5. Firouzja wants winning chances. He's saying, give them to me, baby. Play d5. Give me a chance. And you know what Roger's going to do? He's going to say, like, no. No soup for you. No soup for you.
King g7 is a...
I guarantee you Radzhabov plays king g7 or a queen move that subtly sits tight.
Well, I think he likes his queen placement on f6.
Oh! Whoa! We have liftoff! Radzhabov makes a pawn break. Call the press.
Unbelievable. The move d5. And you know why? Partially why I think he did it? Look at Firouzja's clock. He just burned 2 minutes daring Radzhabov to play d5. Like, you know what? In your face. Now black is winning chances.
Yeah. No, I mean, rook e2 was the move I wanted to play with the rook on c7. But with the rook on d7, I'm a little bit nervous about black playing d4.
Yeah,
right. God, you're going to get a
here comes d4. Pass pawns must be pushed.
Uh-oh.
In fact, if this queen leaves the f4 square, we're immediately back in business as far as aggressive ways to attack the white king.
Wait. But if rook e2, d4, I might be able to take, and after pawn takes, make e5.
Oh, my lands.
Takes, shake and bake? Mom helped.
Queen
here comes queen e4 check.
Desperado. Desperado, the queen takes h4. That is...
Oh, I didn't see that.
That's really
And
important.
we have a drawn rook ending.
Drawn game.
Wow. Okay, wait. So... Rook e2.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Firouzja down to 30 seconds.
Okay, we've got 30 seconds for Firouzja. Increment or not.
That's nothing in this position. It's absolutely nothing. It evaporates in a millisecond.
He looks at his clock, glances at the clock.
Down to 20.
How is this move 81? It looks like it should be moved like 40.
I know. I was thinking that same exact thing. Oh, he's got to win panicking.
Rook e2. He's playing for a win.
And I think Timur's going to play
d4.
d4.
He's going to allow d4. I'm not sure that that's advised at this point, but...
Did Firouzja make the move with 8 seconds remaining? He has 38 seconds.
8 seconds on the clock when making that move. He has 38 seconds. I think Firouzja would rather lose than draw this game at this point.
I agree.
Literally, he is going to go all in.
The rook e7 is the other option. That's the more defensive posture.
That makes a lot of sense. It's hard, though, to play d5, soften up the e5 square, and then just kind of shuffle because, like, well, why did I weaken my...
Having said A.
Yeah, exactly. But for the move d4 here, after pawn takes, I mean, those black pawns, c6 becomes the target. The pawns are not connected, right, of d4. So maybe c takes d4, e takes d4, and then queen f4 offering a queen trade, trying to get the king in the mix. That king wants to dart right up to e5 and help out in the endgame.
19 seconds, less than 20 seconds now for Rajava, who also sits up in his chair and peeks over at the time control, peeks at the clock.
10 seconds. You got to move. Oh my gosh.
You got to move.
Has he lost sight of the clock?
5 seconds, move, 4 seconds,
And he
move,
plays
3
Rook
seconds.
E7.
He had 2 seconds when he moved. He now has 32 seconds.
Oh
my gosh.
Wow. It was
I am
Rook
too
f7.
old for this.
He doesn't play Rook e7 or d4, so he aims for that f3 pawn.
Okay, right. He is protected e5 because white has a bigger pawn to keep defending. That's a big move there.
h5 or something neutral by Firouzja would toss the ball back into Rajabov's court. 15 seconds.
And Firouzja, he brings his king back to g2, so he gives up the h4
With 10
pawn.
seconds.
D4.
With 10 seconds on the clock.
But he wants d4. Firouzja definitely wants that move to happen because he's just trying to get some sort of imbalance.
But don't forget, h4 is also now hanging. I don't know how that impacts the position.
Yeah, wait.
Can you take it? I mean, then ed and the position opens up, and black's king is the one that's going to get punished.
Rajabov does not want it. If queen takes
10.
h4, you take e5, and then you take d5 and win e5. So Rajabov puts the king on g8 and does so with 7 seconds on his clock. Neither player gains enough by breaking the tension right now, everyone. If white takes d5 and tries to take e5, you lose with queen takes f3. But if black plays d4 to try to get a passed pawn, takes, you ultimately give white more chances as this structure in majority gets going. So the reason we're seeing the deadlock is because neither player can improve their position by breaking in the center.
And h5 played to make sure that pawn h4 doesn't fall. So, what's black's move here? Probably just keep moving the king around, but you could put in the wrong square. King g7, for example, would immediately be bad.
And queen e5, and
queen
you
takes
would pin.
Yeah, you pin the queen.
Yeah, if king g7, show it real quick. If king g7 takes, and takes e5, you can't win anymore because you're pinned to g7. So
king h7, very important.
Puts the king on the correct square h7. Or no, he hasn't moved yet.
Time.
He goes to h7.
Oh, he did move.
Just now.
With 1 second, okay.
With 2 seconds.
Wow.
Now it's Alireza's turn. Can he find a way to improve Rook a2? Let's not sleep on that idea. That still exists.
At some point in this game, guys, a move is going to be made. Like the eval bar is going to go nuts because look how well they are maintaining the balance. When computers are so good at humiliating human beings at chess these days, when a blunder happens, these guys have not made a move that has given an inch at all. It's honestly just fascinating how well they're playing here.
Queen d3.
Well, king g7, and they might repeat.
I wonder what the threat is after.
Right. Why did he play that
Queen
move?
d3 was threatening to take the pawn with discovered check.
And so now you can move the rook away. Rook a2 comes to mind. Black is tied down to the g6 square. So there's no pieces hanging, but if the queen were to move away from its defense of g6, e takes d5 happens, and the queen g6 checks. So for black, that queen is probably going to sit around g5 and back to f6 and so on. So I like the move rook a2, just trying to activate the rook.
10 seconds.
Oh, gosh.
And he's down to 7, and Firouzja deciding what to do as he goes
He moves
back
with
to
6 seconds
rook.
on the clock. Rook to e3.
So he frees his queen, but where to? Look at black's pawn structure. Now maybe it's black's turn to go rook a7.
a7, absolutely. You force the white rook back to e2, I think.
One fun note, because we saw it differently at the end of the time control the other day, Robert, we talked about, in the increment portion, the players are required to write down the move, every single move, no matter how scary it is. And you might see some scribbles on the score sheets as the game goes on, but players have no time or energy to write down their move and just want to focus on what's on the board.
And look at Rajabov, determined to find a move here. He's down on 20 seconds. He does not want to touch his d5 pawn. If he pushed that too soon, after d4, c takes, e takes, e5, he moves his queen. Wait.
Up to f4 goes Rajabov, but e takes d5 and queen
g6.
Then the king just steps back. I guess there's
Wow.
nothing.
Wow, that's a big move to play, but there is nothing there.
Takes, and check. The king would move to safety, and actually white might regret that whole idea.
I think Alireza should make a draw. I think you should just go rook e2.
And just surrender?
Yeah, because, I mean, he's got so many weaknesses, and It almost seems like Timur is taking over the initiative.
Yeah, that queen on a 4 is very active. It's rook e2.
Rook e2. He does indeed play it.
Oh my gosh, he like almost missed the clock. He had 3 seconds left when he made the move, but you saw him. It took him a couple slaps.
Twice. Swipe or no swiping.
So queen will come back to f6, I suppose.
But then he can play rook a2, right? He can actually maneuver for a bit.
Yeah, he doesn't have to just concede with the repetition right now.
So king h8 is also a possibility. Try to get the king out of dodge of the queen.
Is queen e3 a kind of threat? That's what I'm wondering.
Queen e3 to get the queens off the board is not what Rajabov wants. I would just put the queen back on f6.
Yeah.
And I think he will. Nope.
Whoa, king f6.
Rajabov wants more. Rajabov hungry.
He wants to go to h4.
I'm
no
hungry
way
for a victory.
Oh my God! He's playing for a win.
Who's hungry for a victory? Someone call Short Timid. We might have a great king walk.
Well, White can put his king on h3, but then after king g5, the f3 pawn is going to hang.
He smells blood with the young player.
He absolutely smells blood. He's like,
he
you want to draw?
Wants more.
I'm going to show you.
He is playing king g5 next.
Yeah, king g5 is coming on any move, including queen e3.
And Firouzja on 8 seconds, and he's got to make a
nervous.
decision.
Where did that queen go?
He played queen d1.
And here comes
king g5. Here it comes.
For the first time, we have a tiny little edge given to black by Stockfish 15.
He's got to make that move quickly, though. I would make it within a couple of seconds.
Yeah.
To leave himself with a little cushion.
Get the pressure back on Firouzja.
Yes.
Play king g5.
And you no longer have a queen trade because you can't play queen d2 because once the queen trade happens and black takes on e4, down go like all of white's pawns.
Black is
back
winning
down
the house.
now. I feel like he might back down. He's down to 10 seconds.
King g5. Raja, go aggressive.
5.
Don't play king
4.
g7.
Make a move.
Oh, he's got to go.
He
There
goes
it is.
King g5 with 1 second on the clock. Oh my gosh.
This is unbelievable.
He
Now,
plays
how
it.
do you defend the f3 pawn if you're Ali? Rook f2, there's de4.
Oh my god.
And
Oh,
then
queen
d8
d8.
check.
You have to watch out for
Queen
queen d8.
f6. I think black still wins there.
Oh gosh, that's nerve-wracking though.
Oh my god.
No, that's a draw.
Rook
Queen
f2,
d2.
if you take,
back
there's
and
queen
forth.
d8
No,
and
king
white is
h4.
winning.
Oh, then there's queen e1. Oh my
Rook-
god.
Rook
Rasmus
e1.
said he's down to
Rook
6.
e1 is the only move that maintains.
And he
the
finds
balance.
it.
He found it with
King
4
h4,
seconds on his clock.
Yeah, it makes sense. King h4, rook h1 check.
Rajabov calmly
Oh, God.
adjusts the pieces.
Oh my gosh.
Timur's got to go king h4 and force that draw.
Yeah.
You think so?
King
Yeah.
h4, rook h1 check.
What
king
about rook
g5.
a7?
Ooh.
Why can't he go for the open file?
That's a great
Rook
question.
a7. His king on g5 is hanging out.
Rook a7, rook e2.
Rook
and then
a7 is
d8.
the move to play for the win. No, he goes king
King
h4.
h4.
He's going to repeat a little bit, get some time on the clock perhaps.
Will Timur go for the win with rook a7 check? Because Alireza is not in a position to not repeat.
Right. Any kind of queen move is just d takes e4, and then white's pawns start falling. Although here actually queen d3, d takes e4 might force the draw. Queen d8 check, back to d2.
Yeah,
That's actually a
it's
forced draw.
repetition.
Oh.
The king walked himself into a trapped repetition, which again is, I don't know who is happy about a draw here and anymore. Firouzja has 30 seconds to figure it out. It feels like an eternity given.
Yeah, he had a minute.
Got a whole minute. Everyone relax, chat. Go get a drink.
We played 90 moves of chess. These two are really giving it their all. They're giving the fans a spectacle. And right here, right now, I mean, it's a big decision for Alireza. Does he try to repeat? And if he does Timur Rajabov throw his rook over to a7? To
I
the
don't
open
think
file?
he will.
You think Rajabov takes the draw?
Yes.
Well,
what do you play?
Rook e1.
Rook e1.
Rook e1.
Rajabov has a huge choice. Play king h4 and accept the repetition that will ensue. Note that white has to play this move, everyone, because queen g3 check would be winning for black. So king h4, we will likely see a draw. If Rajabov wants more, if Rajabov's hungry for that first victory in 3 years, now might be the time.
Yep, I'm hoping he goes rook
I
d7.
hope he plays
Or
it too,
rook
because I want to
d7 or
see someone win
something.
this game.
Rook d7 is another good
That
try.
might even threaten d takes e4. Even if you sack the rook, that
Yes.
black queen is going to massacre all of white's pawns.
Rook d7, actually, that's a devious move. Rook d7 has d4 or d takes e4, as Danya pointed out, because at the very least you have a draw by repetition with all the checks, and actually you might be able to go
He's
for
less
more.
than 20
But
seconds.
with every
to decide.
ticking seconds, it becomes less likely because he'll have
Yeah.
to adapt.
Yep. Every second that goes
And he
by
goes king h4.
means he's more likely to settle. He plays king h4.
Settles
Alireza
him.
Firouzja will have no choice. The threat of queen g3 is unstoppable without checking and repeating moves.
And look at Alireza, he looks at his score sheet because he does not want the draw.
Yep.
He's thinking, can I do something else? But at this point, if he doesn't take the draw, he will lose the game. So after king g5, it just doesn't look like there are
If
too
you play
many.
rook e1, it's not a draw yet, because it's black on move. So Rajabov can play king h4, and that would force it. Rajabov has one more chance on rook e1, I believe.
That seems that seems correct.
Yeah,
Firouzja doesn't particularly want to even claim a draw, though.
No, he doesn't. But the point is, he doesn't have a choice on king h4.
It's a draw. No, it is a draw right now because rook e1 was the first time this was there. Was the first time it was played.
Yeah.
And Rajabov, I think, is claiming the draw now.
Yeah, it's obviously our petition with king h4.
He stops the clock.
And what an
ending. My gosh, what an epic ending here to a... I wanted Rajabov to play rook d7. I wanted the fight to continue. So did Firouzja.
God, Firouzja declined so many repetitions this game.
My gosh, these two gave it their absolute all. How they even have energy to talk right now is unbelievable. They've been playing this game for 7 hours.
I don't know how we have the energy to talk. We've been commentating for 7.5 hours. And the draw means that both of these players, despite the massive effort here in round 8 to kick off the back half of the candidates, will remain winless at this point in their 2022 campaign.
Just look at that. That's love of the game right there.
Yeah.
That's like they've just played 93 moves. They're talking about move probably 15 right now.
Right, or 53, and somehow they remember where the pieces were.
Yeah.
Gosh, what a game that was. And it's almost unfortunate that it wasn't for a higher place in the standings.
Yeah.
Because that was an absolute brawl. A lot of shuffling, a lot of just trying to improve the position. And Firouzja was close. He's young, but he showed great technique at many points of the game to even secure a bit of an advantage. And Rajabov, to his credit, he kind of steadied the course. He made sure that he wasn't going to lose the game. And then maybe in a different event, a different time, he would have kept playing this moment, but he instead accepts the draw.
Well, Danya Naroditsky, welcome to Madrid.
Couldn't have asked for a better
start.
Better start.
Shout out to Maria Emelianova.
What a day.
Miss Lova, as she's known in some circles.
I was still on a plane this morning. I can't believe that. And now
Is that Chandler as well?
Yeah, that's Chandler.
Wow.
Chandler, tall guy with the cam right there. Chess.com's videographer.
Still talking about it.
But just poking that one pawn.
Something
about a lot of discussion around the tension that never broke in this game. That's the thing, is that the tension in the center never quite gave way for either player. That is an example of perhaps chess played perfect as a draw, ladies and gentlemen, because I'm just fascinated by the fact that, yes, there were these many chances, and we were hyped because of time and the practical stuff, guys, but the reality is that eval bar never got past the 4th rank or the 3rd rank. Like, it stayed within a small advantage for the entire bleeping game. These guys were true gladiators out there and did not budge an inch.
No, they did not. And I think, as we saw Firouzja poking at the g4 pawn, I think there was that moment when he went knight to g4, that if he had just pushed the pawn or kept the knights on the board, maybe he felt he had more winning chances with more pieces. But I mean, it's neither here nor there because the game is in the books. That 4th and final game on the round 8 pairings, that was a draw.
Indeed. We did have decisive chess. Obviously, you see in round 8, if you just got here, Richard Rapport won in style, not just because of what he was wearing. The style on the board was much more his style. And he got his first victory here in Madrid. Nepomniachtchi drew a very quick game versus Dingley Ren.
It feels like it was in the last century.
That's true. That's true. But Nepomniachtchi drew a quick game. But really, Daniel, I'll let you talk a little bit quickly. I mean, Firouzja, the draw there we just saw was epic. Nakamura's victory is the talk of the town right now.
It really is, and for good reason. I mean, that game was epic in many, many more ways than one. Because to beat Fabio when he's in this kind of form, I mean, we talked about it before the round, is ridiculously hard. Fabio is like a dragon that kept getting reborn and breathing fire, even when his back pushed against the wall. But Hikaru never let up. Did he make mistakes? Yes. Was his technique perfect? No. But that doesn't detract from all of the incredible resources that he found, and the fact that he kept his legs churning once again, like Marshawn Lynch, even though he didn't show up for the interview, and he might get fined. We'll fine him. But it was an amazing
It's a great
game.
reference. Hikaru didn't show up for the interview with us, but he actually did show up
There we go.
for the interview with Dina Belenkaya. She caught up with the man after the game of the day in many respects, not just because of the fine victory it was, but because of what it now does to the storyline here at the 2022 FIDE Candidates. Let's see what Hikaru had to say about his victory over Fabiano Caruana.
Hikaru, congratulations on your win, a very long fight. How ambitious were you approaching today's game in the beginning?
Yeah, I mean, I was just trying to play normal, but the funny thing is, I actually thought Fabiano might play this, so I spent like 2 hours last night looking at this, all these crazy variations in this open Spanish. Yeah, I thought Fabiano had to play e4. I thought once he went c4, it's going to be very hard to ever get the central pawns rolling. I mean, I'm sure the computer says black is fine, but I think for a human, it's very hard. And then once he had to go e4, I think positionally it's very, very tough to play for black because you just end up with this dead bishop on d3 that's doing absolutely nothing. So probably, I mean, the critical moment was when Fabiano played c4, I think.
Our broadcast team suggested that you might both actually confuse some lines. Was there 21 bishop g5, rook d8, and then rook takes c5?
Yeah, rook takes e5, bishop g5. There's also c4 there, I think, though. There are a couple tricks, but let's leave it at that.
Right, and when you played h4, apparently there was h5, the only solution to continue equality. Did you consider this one?
So it's still equal. Yeah, I mean, I think once I get bishop g4, I think it's just lost. I think once I get this bishop out on this diagonal, it should be winning. Yeah, maybe h5, but I thought I could play some queen g5 here, and then takes g6, knight c6. I mean, okay, computer probably just holds it without any trouble, but I mean, again, to a human, it looks very hard to play because I have knight e5, bishop d4. Yeah, I don't really know why that should be equal, but computers, I guess, say it is.
And then in the endgame, there was this idea of putting the rook on h1, and apparently it would be still very hard to it wouldn't be winning immediately. Did you consider that?
Yeah, but I mean, okay, it's insane that I let it get to this point, but I still do the same thing with knight g2, king g3, bishop f2, and I think it's still winning practically. Maybe there's some way for a computer to find something, but I think it's technically lost at that point. I thought maybe rook e5 instead of rook e6 was the one last try, but again, it was a long game, and I mean, both of us obviously were tired by that point.
That was a great show in any case, and now looking at your situation in the tournament, what are your plans, so to be?
Well, I guess I play 2 more tomorrow, so we'll see what happens.
How hard is it for you to restrain yourself from streaming on the rest days? You mentioned that you miss it.
No, I mean, I'm going to stream Title Tuesday, so that's for sure. But no, I mean, I think I'm enjoying the tournament. It's had some great long fights, and there's still quite a few more rounds to go. But you focus on one thing and then go back to the other thing afterwards.
All right, thanks so much, Hikaru.
Sure.
What a great time to be a chess fan. Hikaru Nakamura going to stream Title Tuesday in the middle of the FIDE Candidates. It's nutty, but what great understanding Hikaru Nakamura. That was insane how well he understood what was going on there.
That was freaky.
Yeah, it's
like,
freaky.
Everything that we talked about, it's almost like he's wearing the earpiece, not you.
I mean, seriously, and then he called the line that started with Raunak Sadwani. And shout out to Raunak, and we showed it, but we saw after c4, we're like, what's going on? So clearly it shows that the depth that these 2,800 players take in to the supercomputer process and their seconds goes a little further than I guess we can come up with on the fly.
Just by a tad.
A little
and
bit.
Then he saw rook e5 in the end. So,
oh yeah, he saw Fabiano's best chances there.
Right,
with this
and
rook
just
e5
casually
thing.
threw it out like it was totally normal to see that move.
Yeah.
Like it was an obvious move.
And he wasn't wrong to also push back. He's like, look, rook h1, practically speaking, he clearly saw this idea. Of course, he'll see this crazy bishop f5 mating net weird thing, but it's not like that was forced or anything. It was probably just Fabiano's best chance at that point. So the way Hikaru approached that game and the depth of understanding he had about that should not be lost on anybody. I don't think it is, but we're sitting here eyes wide during the interview. This guy's a freak.
Yeah, they could see us because we were on camera during the interview this time, which I didn't really register at first. But Hikaru Nakamura, we see him in 3rd place. Jan Nepomniachtchi, maybe the big winner of the day, despite drawing his game, thanks to Hikaru. I mean, Hikaru won his game, but Jan sitting here a full point ahead of Fabiano, and I think we know where everybody's eyes are going to be tomorrow.
Yep. Jan Nepomniachtchi with 6 points. will be taking on Fabiano Caruana with 5 points with the black pieces. And that's not to say we won't be watching Hikaru Nakamura take on Timur Rajava, because he is now back in the mix, should he somehow deliver 2 victories in a row, despite having the black pieces. But what do you do tonight, guys, if you're Fabiano, right? First you get dinner, take a breath, but what do you do in your approach knowing that there's no dancing around this tomorrow? You have to play for a win as white against Jan Nepomniachtchi.
I think one of the things you do in your preparation, at least I would make sure I know who he's playing the rest of the way. Because yes, Fabiano needs to catch up a full point now, not just a half point. But you want to see, am I the only one who can stop him? And everyone will try their best. But if Jan has favorable pairings, gets white against the players that he has a good record against, and he is black against people who maybe aren't pressing so much in this tournament or struggling, like that could play a part. But ultimately, what Fabiano Caruana wants to do is win tomorrow's game. There's no question about it. But what about that other storyline, right? If Magnus Carlsen doesn't want to play Jan Nepomniachtchi, does Fabiano want to risk it all and not even finish in second place? That has to be part of the dynamic.
John, your answers to both those questions. One, what do you have anything more to add on what you feel like Fabiano needs to do here?
Well, I think he needs to play a solid opening. I think the most important thing is for him to play something he's comfortable with. I know it's a cliche, but it's tempting to play hero ball the day after you lose a really painful game. And I agree with what Robert said. You know, if this next game ends in a draw, every single player in this field is capable of beating every single other player. So the tournament doesn't end if tomorrow's Fabi Nepo game ends in a draw. Nepomniachtchi could lose one of the last games. Think about the nerves that he's going to feel. So Fabi has to try to find that balance between yes, playing for a win, yes, playing ambitiously, but no, not doing anything wild.
I think he's got to go all in.
Well, I agree, but there's also one other matchup that comes to my mind that Fabiano can be like, hey, buddy, you're my new best friend. Alireza Firouzja gets the white pieces against Jan Nepomniachtchi, okay? And Alireza is clearly still trying his hardest in this tournament.
Yeah. Right.
Richard Rapport, he just beat Jan-Krzysztof. Dude, everyone is still competing. Just, even if they're out of the running, they're still trying their best. So I really mean it when I say if I'm Fabiano, I actually, I'm going to focus on the chess, but somebody in Camp Caruana has to look at the next pairings for Jan Nepomniachtchi, because there's got to be someone in there who may have a good chance of upsetting him. And Alireza Firouzja may be that guy. He hasn't been the Firouzja everyone unfairly expected him to be, perhaps, but with the white piece against Jan Nepomniachtchi, that's going to be an absolute clash.
Yeah. What a storyline it might be if somehow this does stay within the realm of Fabiano needing help from a friend, and Richard Rapport is in a position to maybe change his fate, as it would be in one of the later rounds here, where, of course, Rapport would be black. But right now, every one of these topics will be discussed as we look at Jan Nepomniachtchi's second half.
Even the last round, black against Duda, that's not an easy game.
Not an easy game at all. He drew, of course, that game to Liren. We will have that updated for you tomorrow. But all the other games, as you see, they have a lot to talk about. And, well, we don't need to speculate, I guess, what would happen in any of those other games, because we have all the drama we could possibly have, and that the person in second is chasing the person in first, has the only real advantage you can have at chess, which is the first move, getting the white pieces, at least to start a game, regardless of what they cook up at home. And we will be here to call the action. Tomorrow, Grandmaster Robert Hess, Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky, and yours truly, the guy with the Twitch socks. And everyone else in studio in the Palacio de Santoña will also be here. That's the Spanish broadcast wrapping things up. The live audience has gone home because nighttime falls upon Madrid. A city that will not ever sleep, though, is about to come to life. And we're going to go get some food. And hope you enjoyed today's broadcast of Round 8 of the 2022 FIDE Candidates. And we will see you for Round 9 mañana.